in 1985 versus India was at the same venue as well. Okay, in a good delivery. Parishit was trying for a square card. He somehow gives an impression that he looks like Azam Khan. Those who are watching LPL wouldn't probably forget Azam Khan, the Pakistani-born player. Azam Khan had played a couple of LPL series, and he gives that impression of Azam Khan. And in fact, yesterday, even I saw him at practices, and he seems to be able to sort of hit the long ball, and it seems to be a powerful hitter as well. It's again pushed wide outside the off stump, angled across, full toss, and that's 4 runs. Again, poor bowling, very poor bowling by Rukesh. This time, now and again, they're giving not full toss, a freebie, pushing it the ball wide outside the off stump, a rank long hop, and that's 4 runs, 4 easy runs for Parishit. The Parishit moves on to 19 with 4 boundaries in 25 deliveries. It's a very, very poor delivery indeed. Colombo Hindu cannot afford to make these mistakes. They got to make use of this new ball, these conditions. The conditions are so nice and lovely for fast bowling, swing bowling. They got to make sure that they hit the right lines and lengths. This is very poor bowling indeed. It's been a mixed bag so far for the Colombo Hinduites. Bowled a few good deliveries and bowled a few rank bad deliveries as well. That's a good delivery. Short and slightly outside the off stump. Batsman going for a half-hearted pull, but no damage done. They just have to keep it nice and simple. They can't let the Hinduites run away with the scores. They just have to keep it nice and simple. Bowl the right areas, and Jaffna Hindu should probably play the patient game. But right now they're feasting on some poor bowling by the bowlers, despite losing 2 wickets. 41 for 2 in 8.5 overs. That's Rukesh. That's a good delivery. Nice angle. Just outside the off stump. Pitched on round middle. Moving away outside the off stump with the angle. Pushed into the covers for no run. Sri Lanka played its test match, first ever test match at the same venue in 1982. And that was against England. Sri Lanka lost that match by 7 wickets, if my memory serves me right. But that was a very closely fought test, and that's the test match where even one of the most successful captains of Sri Lanka cricket, Arjuna Ranatunga, made his debut as an 18-year-old, and he scored a 50 as well. It's a good delivery again. Pitched probably outside the leg stump, and just going on to hit with the front pad. No damage done. Slightly ambitious appeal, I would say. Parishit seems to be calm and composed, making use of the bad deliveries, a slightly open stance. That's nicely played again, pushed into the covers, quick single. That's a bit of lazy running by the batsman. But fortunately, there was no direct hit, and if it had been a direct hit, it would have been gone. They went for a quick single, but slight bit of lazy running by the batsman, but however, no damage done because there was no direct hit. 42 for the loss of 2 wickets. Rukesh, after 5 overs, has given away 29 runs. Parishit batting on 20, and Priyandan, the skipper, the left-handed southpaw, 1 not out of 4 deliveries. A change in bowling. That's Ramaraj into the attack. 42 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of the first spell, which is 9 overs. There's a bowling change. Mutumina had been taken off and it being replaced by Ramaraj Dilojan. I believe Ramaraj Dilojan, the skipper of Colombo Hindu. That's a good delivery again. Coming on right arm over the wicket to the left-handed batsman. Wide of the crease and pushed it towards the stumps. A good solid forward defensive stroke by Parishit. That's down the leg side. That's down the leg side again. The bowlers time and again slipping that one down the leg side. They got to make the batsman play. They got to make use of the new ball. They got to keep it within the stumps or probably on around the off-stump area to make use of it, to make inroads into it. They can't let these two batsmen settle down. And once they settle down, the pitch becomes easier to bat on and they can go for a lot of runs. On the other hand, the Jaffna Hindu boys would love to stick around, make use of whatever loose deliveries, just like that one. That's a very loose delivery indeed. A good fielding effort at mid-wicket. Managed to pull the ball back a little bit. Possibly save 2 good runs. But that's again a bad delivery. A short one into the hips of the batsman. On the back foot, Parikshit just swiveled and pulled it for a couple of runs. Good bit of fielding at the mid-wicket square leg area. A very open stance, a wide open stance by Parishit, a left-handed batsman. That's again down the leg side. Probably a good line for a right-handed batsman, but not a good one for the left-hander. The bowler decides to make a side change and tries to see whether his fortune improves. Been bowling down the leg side, a few short deliveries, a few full tosses, and a few brilliant ones as well. So it's been a mixed bag. But right now, I probably would say Jaffna Hindu is off to a fairly good start, 44, despite the loss of 2 wickets. Parikshit on 22, and Priyandan on 1. Goes for a wild hoik. That's probably off the bottom of the bat, and that's 4 runs. Little streaky, aggressive intent, but little streaky as well. Probably guess the Colombo Hindu boys wouldn't mind that, but again, nevertheless, 4 runs. That was a slightly wild hoik. He's trying to swing across the line, probably towards mid-wicket or to long on, but it went through third man. He seems to be intent on throwing caution to the wind. 48 for the loss of 2 wickets. Parikshit moves on to 24 with 5 boundaries and Priyandan on 1 still. That's again a wide delivery indeed. Very wide indeed. It's almost a wide. It is indeed a wide. Very wide. Pitch wide outside the off stump. Further moving away. I think the bowler seems to be bowling everywhere except for within the stumps. They got to get their angle right. They got to get their radars right. They have to make the batsman play and play within that 4th, 5th stump off stump line. They've been bowling on both sides of the wicket and fairly wide and sometimes short as well. That's a good delivery. That's a pretty good delivery indeed. On and around the off stump, just honing in on the stumps, but batsman managed to keep it away. They got to keep those deliveries, keep as many as possible in that channel to sort of make any impact at all. But right now it's been all over the place. Again, as I said before, they bowled some beautiful deliveries as well as they bowled some very rank, bad, wide deliveries as well. 49 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of 10th over. That's a Jaffna Hindu lineup for you. Yet to bat Subarnan, Vitushan, Kajan, Sarujan, Bharadwasan, N. Kajan, and K. Taranisan. The boys all the way from Jaffna Hindu. Just to recap memories, the Hindu College Colombo won the toss and elected to field first, trying to make whatever the best use of the conditions to see whether they can give a chance to their bowlers. The bowlers have so far obliged with 2 wickets, but having said that, they've been bowling on both sides of the wicket. They've been bowling fairly wide outside the leg stump or off stump. They've not got their radars right. They've got to get it right. They've got to keep on at the right place all the time in order to make an impact. Right now, they've been a bit all over the place. There's another bowling change, I believe. Yes, and that's Sri Nidushan. The first one again bowling down the leg side. Yep, another one down the leg side. He seems to be bowling a good line for the for the right-hander. But unfortunately, the batsman of the wickets is a left-hander. In fact, both the batsmen are left-handers. So the presence of the left-handers doesn't seem to be helping the Colombo Hindu bowlers. Priyandan on 1 and Parishit on 26. Priyandan, the skipper of Jaffna Hindu. We had a good opening ceremony in the morning today, with all the dignitaries in, with all the hoisting of the national flags, the school flags, the national anthems, and so on and so forth. We had our guest of honor, the chief guest. Chief guest for this match today is Mr. K. Mahesan. Mr. Mahesan is the Secretary Ministry to the Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs, and he was nice enough to grace the occasion as the chief guest. We've also got today the guest of honor. The guest of honor is Mr. Vijaylingam. Mr. Vijaylingam is the CEO of World J Apparels in Bangladesh, and he's an alumni of Hindu College Colombo. And he was the first cricket captain of Hindu College Colombo. That was way back in 1977, and we were privileged to have a quick chat with him in the morning, just after the toss, and he did share some nice thoughts indeed. So it's good to have Mr. Vijaylingam as well on the field today to support us, cheer us. Again, continuing with the leg stump line, bad delivery on around the leg stump, just outside the leg stump rather, flicked it nonchalantly and very easily by Priyandan, and Priyandan's score moves on to by Priyandan, and the score moves on to 7. The total moves on to 55 for the loss of 2 wickets. Priyandan on 6 and Parishit on 27. 55 for the loss of 2 wickets in 10.5 overs. The Jaffna Hinduites going on at a pretty good clip despite losing 2 wickets. Good steady batting indeed so far. And this has been aided by some very poor bowling by the Colombo Hindu boys. They did bowl some beautiful deliveries to nip off 2 wickets, but in the meantime, they've also bowled some very bad deliveries wide outside the off stump, bowling on both sides of the wicket and giving away easy runs. That's again Ramraj Dilojan. Again starting the over with a one down the leg side, but now managed to get his radar back, angling across the batsman. Parikshit on 27 in 38 deliveries, and Priyandan on 6 of 9 deliveries with 1 boundary. Parikshit has scored 5 boundaries so far and is going on at a fairly good strike rate of 71.05. That's again on the leg stump channel. That cannot be given out anyway. That was outside the leg stump, pitched outside the leg stump. You can't get an LBW by bowling that line to a left-handed batsman. That's pitched way down the leg side. And now loud appeal by the bowler, but it's an obvious thing that you cannot get dismissed. You cannot get an LBW by bowling that line. The Colombo Hinduites have to sort of shift their line of attack, but they seems to be on and around the leg stump line. Again, that one pitched on around the leg stump, but was sort of angling across. Defended on the front foot. No chance of a run. 55 for the loss of 2 wickets. Jaffna Hindu is a college with rich traditions with cricket as well as education. And Colombo Hindu was possibly a late entrant to cricket, to be honest. I think Colombo Hindu started cricket somewhere around 1977. And then again, it always had a stop-start affair. And possibly after 83 or 84, the cricket was literally stopped. And then again, it was restarted somewhere in 1995, 96. And again, it's been going up and down. But so far, over the last decade or so, or maybe a little bit more than that, they've been managed to put up a good team. They've been managed to make a lot of progress. Now they've got a good setup. They have a good, fairly reasonable coaching structure. They've also set up a college cricket academy for Colombo Hindu College, and it's starting to pay rich dividends. They've already produced a first-class cricketer in Arul Pragasam. Arul Pragasam is part of the BRC squad right now. He's also played for Kandy Customs and a few other clubs. So all the efforts seems to be starting to bear fruits. Jaffna Hindu, on the other hand, has had a great success in cricket in the 90s and 80s. Possibly had a bit of dip. Probably after that, but again now they're coming back and they've been doing fairly well as well. .56 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. 12 over completed. Nidushan. Okay, there seems to be a change of bowling again. Yep. Spin into the attack. That's Tanujan. Tanujan spin into the attack for the first time as early as in the 13th over. The fast bowlers haven't been doing their job. That seems to be a bit of fastish, probably a fastish off break or a little bit of medium pace. And good start, bowling into a nice channel. Tanujan rather, bowling to Parikshit. It seems to be bowling a fairly bit of fastish stuff, probably from some fastish cutters. At least I managed to get a hang of the line which he should bowl into. Probably slightly wide outside the off stump, but I think still is much better than straying down the leg side. The batsman wants to have a good look at him before they go for their shots. It's again outside the off stump, angling across. And the ball well left alone. Would be interesting to see if Tanujan can sort of straighten that line a little bit and then take it away from the batsman just a little bit. That's again a good delivery. Slightly fuller on length, but again batsman on the back foot. It's still wide enough for it to be left alone. Parikshit on 28 of 46 deliveries. 5 fours and no sixes. And his strike rate has slightly dropped from 72 to around 60. That's a bit too full on the offside. Driven back to mid-off. No run. It's good to see Tanujan trying to attack that outside the off-stump channel, off-stump line, probably slightly on the fuller side of it. I guess that's the place to put sort of bowl. Maybe he should straighten the line a little bit to see as to whether he can get a nick. The slightly interesting field position. The slip is fairly wide indeed in that over. But it's possibly, maybe I think they were hoping the batsman to go for a wild or an aggressive stroke outside the off stump, and they were trying to looking for that edge. But other than that, probably they should have the field a little bit, the slip field a little bit straighter. That's a good delivery indeed. Very good delivery indeed. Ramnath Diloshan again going down that leg side. It's again down the leg side. Lucky not to give a boundary off that delivery. Jaffna Hindu has produced some lovely cricketers over the years, over the last few decades. That's again another one wide outside the leg stump. The new ball is getting utterly wasted. The Hinduites should get their lines right. The Colombo Hindu boys should get their lines right, make the ball talking, so that the batsman can be troubled. But right now it's bowling wide outside the leg stump for the left-handed batsman. And no harm done. The batsman will be just happy to get whatever runs they could get. That's a good delivery, better line, and probably a better length as well. So Jaffna Hindu had produced a lot of good cricketers in the 80s and 90s, at least as far as I remember. The names of Rudy Pradeepan, S.P. Prabhanandan, famously known as Abhi, Gauri Shankar, Ilanko, Narendran, there are two Varadhans, some lovely cricketers in the 90s, 80s and 90s. Most of them are now overseas, and some of them are still playing cricket in their adopted countries. Colombo Hindu College is an up and coming cricket school. They've already produced one first-class cricketer in the name of Arul Prakasham, and there are a few others who are doing fairly well in the lower grades. Ramnath Diloshan. That's a good delivery again on the middle stump, on around the leg and middle stump. But I still think the bowlers are bowling a little too straight. Should possibly get it past the outside edge much more frequently. The weather seems to have improved quite nicely. Early morning gave some showers. It did give us some jitters in the morning about the match, and it was gloomy as well. It started as a lovely climate, but now it's sort of steaming hot. The pitch would dry out very quickly, and the pitch would possibly become a better pitch for batting. Parikshit on 28, and and Priyandan on 6. It's a 28-run partnership. In outside the off stump, Tanujan. It's a good delivery again. Very good delivery. I think Tanujan has started off fairly well. He's got bowled a very good first over, keeping the batsman fairly nice and tight. So far, he's yet to concede a single. And he's just bowling around that off stump, on around that off stump, and then taking the ball away from the batsman, moving on with the angle. Good bit of bowling by Tanujan. Managed to pull the run rate back a little bit. That's probably a commentator's curse. Slightly on the fuller side. Wide outside the off stump, but I think the batsman missed out on that opportunity. Should have been put away for 4, but managed to find the fielder. That's lovely stroke indeed. Nicely played, but again very well fielded in the covers. Good bit of fielding. Good bit of fielding by the fielder at the covers. But it's good to see Tanujan bowling a good line. He's trying to attack that off stump around the outside the off stump channel. Just keeping the ball there and thereabouts. That's a good delivery again. Slightly straighter. On a pretty decent length. Getting the batsman to play, not wasting the ball at all. It's a good over. His second consecutive maiden for Tanujan. That seems to be the first drinks break of the day. To summarize the scores, Colombo Hindu won the toss and put Jaffna Hindu into bat. Jaffna started disastrously, losing the wicket of. First, they lost the wicket of. First, they lost the wicket of Arjun, Subhanathan Arjun, caught by Dilojan, bowled off the bowling of Harsha Muthumina for 4. And then immediately after, the Premikan, bowled by Rukesh for 13. But ever since then, the two other batsmen, which is Premikan and which is Parikshit and Priyandan, have put on a 29-run partnership so far to take the scores up to 56 for the loss of 2 wickets.
தற்பொழுது தாகசாந்திக்காக ஆட்டம் இடைநிறுத்தப்படுகின்ற வேளையிலே யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர் 2 விக்கெட்டுகளை இழந்து 56 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றிருக்கின்றார்கள் 15 ஓவர்கள் நிறைவில். உலகத்தில் இன்றைய நாள் இந்த நேரலைக்கு பிரதான அனுசரணை தந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள் கனடாவின் பிரபல வீடு விற்பனை முகவர் தனா யோகநாதன். ஓம் லைஃப் ஹையர் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ் எங்களுடைய இந்து கல்லூரியின் கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரியின் பழைய மாணவர். கனடாவின் பிரபல வீடு விற்பனை முகவர் தனா யோகநாதன் ஓம் லைஃப் ஹையர் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் எங்களுக்கு பிரதான அனுசரணை வழங்கி கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அதேபோன்ற இணை அனுசரணையாக எஸ்சி ராஜதுரை விற்பனை விநியோக முகவர் ஓம் லைஃப் ஹையர் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட். அவரும் எங்களுடைய இந்து கல்லூரியின் பழைய மாணவர். எஸ்சி ராஜதுரை ஓம் லைஃப் ஹையர் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட். சிந்து சுதாகரன் ரீமேக்ஸ் ராயல் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிஸ் எங்களுக்கு கடந்த வருடமும் அவர்கள் அனுசரணை வழங்கியிருந்தார்கள். சிந்து சுதாகரன் ரீமேக்ஸ் ராயல் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிஸ். அதோடு ராம்கிருஷ் ரியல் எஸ்டேட் கனடாவின் இடம்பெறுகின்ற அனலை எக்ஸ்பிரஸினூடாக இடம்பெறுகின்ற சகல நிகழ்வுகளுக்கும் கனடாவில் இடம்பெறுகின்ற இந்த பிக் மேட்ச் பெருஞ்சமருக்கு எங்களுக்கு அனுசரணை தந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற ராம் கிருஷ் ரியல் எஸ்டேட். அது மாத்திரமல்ல செல் சிட்டி மொபைலிட்டி கனடா 3 இடங்களிலும் இந்த செல் சிட்டி மொபைலிட்டி காட்சியறைகள் காணப்படுகின்றது. கையடக்க தொலைபேசி திருத்தினர்கள் புதிய போன் வகைகளை நீங்கள் கொள்வனவு செய்ய வேண்டும். அது மாத்திரமல்ல பிரதான வலையமைப்புகளின் பிரதான இணைப்பாளராகவும் செல் சிட்டி மொபைலிட்டி செயற்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். சூசன் தர்மா மோட்டேஜ் ஏஜென்ட். அது மாத்திரமல்ல மோகேஜ் தேவைகளுக்கு அலையுங்கள். மோட்டேஜ் ஏஜென்ட் சூசன் சர்மா உங்களோட மோகேஜ் தேவைகளுக்கு அலையலாம். அதுபோன்ற வீடு விற்பனை முகவர் கஜன் மகா கணபதி ரியல் எஸ்டேட் முகவர். இவர்களோடு பிரகாஷ் ஜுவல்லரி மெஜஸ்டிக் சிட்டி உலகளாவிய துரித பணமாற்று சேவை. அதோடு உங்களுடைய தங்கங்களுக்கான கூடிய பெறுமதியான குறைந்த வட்டியில் அடகு சேவையை பெற்றுக்கொள்கின்றார்கள். கேஷ் ஃபார் கோல்ட் அண்ட் கஸ்டம்ஸ் ஜுவல்லரி பிரகாஷ் ஜுவல்லரி. உங்களது எண்ணங்களுக்கு ஏற்பாடு போல தங்க நகை உலகையின் தரமான வடிவமைப்புகளை தருகின்ற பிரகாஷ் ஜுவல்லரி மெஜஸ்டிக் சிட்டி கனடா ஆகியோரின் அனுசரணையோடு இந்த கிரிக்கெட் சுற்று போட்டியை நாங்கள் நேரலையாக்க எங்களுடைய கனடாவின் பிரபல தொலைக்காட்சியான அனலை எக்ஸ்பிரஸ் ஊடாக ஐரோப்பிய நாடுகளிலே ஆஸ்திரேலியா போன்ற நாடுகளிலே மம் தமிழ் ஐரோப்பிய நாடுகளிலே மம் தமிழூடாக இலங்கை மற்றும் சர்வதேச நாடுகள் இருக்கின்ற அனைவரும் இணையதளங்களினூடாக lankaasiri.com இவற்றோடு எங்களுடைய ஐரோப்பா நாடுகள் இருக்கின்ற ஏனையோர்கள் மம் தமிழூடாக நீங்கள் பார்த்து மகிழலாம். இலங்கையின் paparet.com பிரபல ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் நிறுவனமாக paparet.com ஊடாக நாங்கள் இந்த நேரலை உங்களுக்கு தந்து கொண்டிருக்கோம். அருளனா?
Yeah. That the score moves on to 57 for the loss of 2 wickets. We are almost at the end of the 16th over. Again, Parikshit tries to come down the track and hoik it over mid-wicket, but managed to get to the field. Only nice to see the teachers of Colombo Hindu College dancing to the tunes of the Papari band. Good to see them enjoying. Good to see the spectators enjoying. There are some kids as well over here. Nice to see them being part of the match. And we are hopeful and hoping that there will be a lot more people to come over the day today as well as the next day as well as tomorrow as well. 57 for the loss of 2 wickets in 16 overs. Parikshit on 28 and Priyandan on 7. Seems to be spin into the attack again. It's a good delivery by Tanujan. Again, has already bowled 2 overs without conceding a single run. 2 overs, 2 maidens, no runs and no wicket. He's managed to bring down the scoring rate. He's managed to keep the batsman on check, and he's bowled some good line and lengths. Very consistent line and lengths, unlike the other bowlers. Bowling some fastish off cutters. Seems to be pretty deceptive as well. The batsmen are trying to, but unable to sort of get over him, get rid of him. He's been bowling nice and tight. It's a good delivery. Probably slightly down the leg side, but again, coming in towards the batsman just plays it very quietly towards the short mid-wicket area. 57 for the loss of 2 wickets at this historic 12th Battle of the Hindus. Good delivery again, outside the off stump, but this time a little bit wider and fairly well left. Jaffna Hindu boys came all the way from Jaffna over to Colombo. We saw them coming over. They reached yesterday in the morning, and then they had some good practice sessions, possibly from the morning at the BRC as well as at the P. Saranamuthu in the afternoon. They're very well prepared. It was nice to see them sort of working hard, preparing themselves for the match. And so very similarly, I mean, the Colombo Hindu boys have been practicing and preparing over the last few months for this. They played a few practice matches, did the hard yards at the nets with the help of all the coaches and so on and so forth. So both the teams are very nice and very well prepared at this historic event, the 12th Battle of the Hindus. And that's the 3rd consecutive maiden for Tanujan. 57 for the loss of 2 wickets. Tanujan has bowled 3 overs so far, yet to concede a single run. Managed to string a bit of dot balls. Change in bowling again. Abhishek into the attack. Continuing with that leg stump outside the leg stump line. Abhishek, the right arm off spinner, trying to bowl his variety of spin, slightly different action, slightly unorthodox action, with a very straight and front foot. Probably would do well with a little bit of a follow through, but having said that, he seemed to have improved from where he was last time when we saw him. Again, good to see some of the ladies, the teachers, making the moves on the aisles. That's a good delivery. On push, right arm around the stumps, push towards the leg stump, turning a wee bit. It's a good shot indeed. Slightly flighted, a little bit more air to the batsman, but batsman equal to the task. Going for that expansive drive, but fairly well fielded in the covers. No runs. 58 for the loss of 2 wickets in 17.5 overs. A good over so far by Abhishek, just giving away 1 run without taking a wicket. Priyandan on 7 and Parishit on 29. There we go. Some good moves. A bit of dancing going on just to encourage the players. Good to see the staff of Colombo Hindu College having fun. I would like to see more and more people having fun over the course of the next 2 days. A good over ends. Abhishek has given away 2 runs just for no wickets. That's a good start by him. So far, these 2 bowlers, which Abhishek and Tarujan, has managed to put the brakes on the batsman by bowling some good consistent lines and lengths. In comparison to the pace bowlers who operate with the new ball, these 2 have managed to sort of keep a consistent line and length to keep the batsman quiet. And they have not given away loose deliveries at all. But in the meantime, the batters from Jaffna Hindu, Priyandan and Parikshit, have been equal to the task. They've been playing the patient game. They're not looking for too many expansive shots. I mean, of course, Parikshit did try a couple of times, a few aggressive swipes, but he hasn't managed to succeed in that. But having said that, he's managed to put up a pretty decent partnership so far, almost about 33 runs. So again, a good delivery, nice and tight. That's a good delivery, very good delivery indeed. Again, Tarujan has given his first run in the 4th over. That's a good delivery. That took off. That just sort of a good length. Pitched around middle and off and moved away. And it had a lot of bounce, and it's a good gather by the wicketkeeper. Tarujan seems to be creating a lot of trouble to the batsman. Oh, that's a long hop. That's a rather a loopy full toss. He tried possibly a slow one, but didn't come out well from the hand, and it just a single. 61 for the loss of 2 wickets. So after 3 consecutive maiden overs, Tarujan has given away 2 runs in this over. But overall, they managed to bring the scoring rate to around 3.2. I mean, though the scoring rate doesn't really matter in an innings match, in a game of this sort, but it does help to create pressure on the batsman. But credit to the Jaffna Hindu boys, they both have batted fairly well, batted with a lot of sensibility, and they managed to sort of put on a pretty good partnership so far. Some nice dancing going on, pretty groovy moves by the teachers and the well-wishers, possibly the parents as well. And good to see them all enjoying, good to see them getting involved with the game. Cheering loud and hard for the Colombo Hindu boys. Abhishek into the attack. So far has given away 2 runs in his very first over. He started off fairly well. Abhishek to bowl to Parikshit. Again, good delivery. Loud appeal for LBW, but that's sliding down the leg side. It didn't turn for him to have any chance to get an LBW. Round the stumps, angling it across, angling it towards the batsman, and it just went on with the arm. No turn at all. So it will be sliding down the leg side for sure. Good tight bowling, keeping it nice and tight, and good solid batting as well by the batsman. Just managed to keeping things together. Parikshit, after a very aggressive start, is sort of toned down a little bit. Oh, that's a bad delivery, but again missed out by the batsman. Should have put it anywhere and everywhere, but he just managed to hit it straight to the fielder in mid-on. The Jaffna version of Azam Khan. That's down the leg side, pushed down the leg side. But now and again, that's again staying on that leg stump line, and that's going to be 4 runs. Is that right? Nope, fairly well fielded. That's 2 runs. Possibly. Again the bowler bowling round the right arm round the stumps to the left-handed batsman, pushing it towards the batsman, and it's pushing it too far, and the ball is staying down and going on with the angle. They probably got to get the lines right. Possibly have to get the lines right. You can't bowl that leg stump outside the leg stump line and hope for wickets. 62 for the loss of 2 wickets. Jaffna Hindu College batting fairly well, feasting on some poor bowling by the Colombo Hindu boys. That's a better line. That's a better line indeed. Coming from right arm over. Trying change of angles and the last delivery. Parikshit on 30 and Priyandan on 9. The Hinduites, possibly both these Hindu colleges are playing in the Division 3 of the Division 3 leg of the tournament, and this is the 12th edition of the big match, the annual Battle of the Hindus big match, which of course first played in 1981. But having said that, after that there was a lot of breaks in between due to various reasons, including the civil unrest which we've had in the country, and then again for a while Bumblebee Hindu College or Colombo Hindu College didn't have cricket, stopped playing cricket for a few years, and again until they restarted. And now it's still the 12th edition of the tournament, 12th edition of the big match, and we are hoping that this will continue without any breaks in the next decades to come. Again, a good delivery again. Tarujan bowling the same line, same length, pushing it across the batsman. Probably a fastest off breaks or just some fastest stuff. Right arm over the stumps, angling it across the batsman, and is keeping it nice, tight, nice there and thereabouts, bowling fairly well indeed. Oh, that's a bit wide outside the off stump, but no damage done and no run scored as well. That's a good game. That's a good, nicely flicked down the leg side for another single. Tharujan slightly moving away from his go-to line and probably bowling into the pads a little bit. Wanted to sort of looking for the LBWs, wanted to sort of bowl more straighter, but that was a little too straight and then easily flicked towards a single. Priyandan on 9 and Parikshit on 31. It's a good delivery. Tharujan again keeping it nice, very straight, pretty good indeed. Managed to pull down the run rate. Both Tharujan and the off-spinner Abhishek, they managed to get a grip of things right now. But the Hinduites, the Jaffna Hindu boys are playing that waiting game. They're waiting for the loose balls. They're not going for anything extravagant. They're not doing anything silly and stupid. They're just waiting thereabouts, waiting for those deliveries of which you can score a run. And that's a good delivery, slightly full on length, a bit lucky as well. The batsman was a little too casual in defending the delivery. It just took off from the inside edge, but sort of died down and didn't go back to the stumps. Let's look at, oh yes, it just bounced in between the bat and the pad, in between the bat and the ground, and sort of went more towards the pad. It's quite lucky. That's slightly outside the leg stump, trying to strangle the batsman a little bit, bringing the ball back into the stumps. Again, another pretty good over. 5 overs, 3 runs and no wicket for Tharujan. And I probably believe Abhishek will continue with this attack. That's again streaky, very, very streaky indeed, outside the leg stump. Batsman was just trying to sort of work it away from the towards the fine leg, but somehow it again went through the edge and was a little streaky, very, very streaky indeed. No, it seems to be in and out from the wicket keeper. Was that a chance? It possibly looked like a chance. 64 for the loss of 2 wickets. Priyandan on 9, Parikshit on 31. Ups. That's again that poor line. Very, very, very poor line indeed. Wide outside the leg stump. .64 for the loss of 2 wickets. Jaffna Hindu boys, after being put into bat. That's slightly flighted above the eye line, trying to toss it up and possibly get the ball to dip and turn, but there's not much of turn off as yet. Now it's driven very firmly to mid-off, but no run. Rocked onto the back foot. Pushed towards the deep point area for a single. 65 for the loss of 2 wickets. The Jaffna Hindu boys are getting the singles. here and there, managed to keep the scoreboard ticking. But the Colombo Hindu boys have managed to sort of, oh, that's again down the leg side. Didn't turn at all. It just went on with the arm, down the leg side, and no run. We couldn't possibly see any turn as yet from the wickets. It just seems to be going on with the arm so far. It's a good delivery, very good delivery. Flied outside the off stump again, came back in a bit. Again, a good delivery again. Good delivery, nice and full. I think this guy Tharojan has been probably the only bowler who's been keeping a very consistent line and length, bowling there and thereabouts, keeping the batsman quiet, keeping the batsman guessing. He's had a good spell so far. He's into his 6th over and so far has given away only 7 runs. It's again a good delivery, very, very good delivery indeed. Just keeping it again nice and tight on around the off stump line. Getting the ball to move a little bit here and there. And good stuff by Tharojan. Managed to pull back a little bit. So far he's yet to get a wicket, but he's bowling very, very well indeed. Priyandan has been very stoic in his defense so far. Has not given any even a semblance of chance. Has scored 14 runs of 47 deliveries. Seems to be intent on playing a captain's knock. Been very quiet, very sedate. 14 runs of 48 deliveries, and Parikshit is probably more of an aggressor, but seems to have toned down a little bit over the last 5-6 overs. But before that, he was on an aggressive mode, putting away some bad deliveries, and also he did try some. to continue with his fourth over. Again, it's a bad delivery, but again missed out. One down the leg side, but the batsman went for a little sweep, but couldn't find the gap. Just went down to the short fine leg fielder for no run. And again, lucky break for the batsman. Sorry, for the bowler. Good delivery, tossed up on the off stump. Abhishek doesn't seem to be having a follow through. I think he should possibly do well if he can probably work on his follow through a little bit more. Though I saw him working out on it yesterday. I think it's good if he can sort of work out on his follow through a little bit more, so that he can probably get more revs into the ball, more power into the ball, and get the ball to arrive a little bit more faster. That's a good delivery indeed. Very, very good delivery indeed. Pretty nicely bowled, looped in, curving the ball into the batsman, and the ball going on with seems to be an inside edge. That seems to be an inside edge which saved the batsman there. Good delivery, fuller in length, but the batsman still going for that back cut. Probably an ill-advised back cut. He should probably be playing in the front on the front foot for that delivery. It's again nicely clipped to short fine leg and no runs. It's a very interesting looking pad which is being borne by Parikshit, and it's possibly a pad which has done the rounds for a long time. It's a very, very tired looking pads which is wearing. Oh, that's going for another ugly hoik, trying to clear the fielder of long off, but managed to skew it, and off the outside edge it went to the third man boundary. I think this is the second or third time he's been trying the shot. A couple of times he was lucky with edges, and once he just went directly to the fielder. That's a very lucky boundary indeed. Batsman trying to go over the top of the bowler's head. A good effort on the field. Oh, that's pretty unlucky. A good diving stop indeed. Managed to flick the ball back, but didn't have enough legs or power to come inside the boundary line. That's 4 runs. That's the boundary scored after a very, very long time. 73 for the loss of 2 wickets in 24 overs. Priyandan on 14 and Parikshit on 35. Another change in bowling. R. Deshkar. That's a right arm leggy. Oh, it's a good delivery. Very good delivery indeed. Flighted, loopy, outside the off stump. Possibly the batsman expecting the ball to turn a little bit, but it didn't turn. It just went straight on and kept a little low as well. Or maybe just a hint of turn. A tinge of turn, I would say. Good to see a nice loopy leg spinner. This is the day and age where you see these fastest leg spinners, but I think it's very nice to see this nice loopy leg spinners. Deshkar. The bespectacled Deshkar. That's slightly very slow through the air. It just bounced a little bit and had lots and lots of time for the batsman to play. The batsman almost played it far too late towards fine leg for a single. 74 for the loss of 2 wickets. That's player number 2, Deshkar. That's a good delivery again. Flighted above the eye line of the batsman, getting the ball to dip a little bit, I would say. Slightly squared off the outside edge towards the gully fielder for no run. Deshkar looking pretty good. That's a good delivery. That surprised the batsman a little bit. Batsman was in two minds to do what with it, to what to do with it. Somehow managed to get the bat down in time. Otherwise it would have been a plumb LBW. It's a very, very good delivery indeed. That's going for an ugly hoik. That was an ugly hoik indeed. Again, Parikshit has been trying this for quite some time, but didn't manage to connect even one. He should learn to play through the line. He should learn to stay at the wickets, keep his calm and composure, and play long innings rather than trying these ugly hoiks. He tried about 4 or 5 times. Couple of times he managed to connect, but those are all outside. Just scored to the boundary through third man. And there were a couple of play and misses, and possibly 1 or 2 went directly to the fielder. It's a good over by Deshkar. 1 over, 1 run and no wicket, and Abhishek to continue. It's a good delivery by Abhishek. Again, around the off stump, on around the off stump, angling it across, angling it into the batsman rather. Couldn't see much of turn from Abhishek as yet. That's a good delivery. Better line and better length. Can't seem to find too much of turn from Abhishek, but I thought there was a tinge of turn by Deshkar. So again, the ball coming on with the angle. It seems to be flicking the ball a little bit here and there. Not too sure whether he's actually trying to turn the ball as an off spinner, but he seems to be sort of content to flick the ball into the batsman from an outside the off-stump trajectory. It's a very interesting choice, I would say. That's a good shot. That's a good aggressive stroke indeed. Over-pitched, flighted, over-pitched, and that's just the batsman managed to get underneath the delivery and then played over the bowler's head for a good boundary. Priyandan, the first aggressive stroke from Priyandan, and that's a 4. That was very well flighted, but over-pitched as well. It was right on the slot for the batsman to go after it, and then the batsman duly obliged. So 78 for the loss of 2 wickets in 25.4 overs. Abhishek possibly going for his first boundary. As expected, the ball was slightly flatter and a little bit more quicker. Again, on around the off stump, angling into the batsman, and no run. 78 for the loss of 2 wickets. Abhishek to Priyandan. That's outside the off stump, trying to tease the batsman, trying to tempt the batsman to go for an expansive drive outside the off stump. The batsman is not obliging at all. They just managed to keep his calm and composure, didn't throw the bat at all, just left it around to the keeper. Good batting indeed after getting that boundary. So 78 for the loss of 2 wickets in 26 overs. Abhishek not for 11. Parikshit 35 of 78 deliveries and Priyandan 19 of 57 deliveries. That's again a loopy, old-fashioned, traditional leg spin by Deshkar, the B spectacle Deshkar. That's a good delivery, very good delivery indeed. Slightly flatter and possibly tried with slightly a square armish sort of action to bring the ball down a little bit better. And again, the ball turning into the left-handed batsman, no damage done. Good delivery again, very good delivery from right arm over the wickets, pitching around off stump, slightly outside the off stump on the 4th stump channel. turning it a little bit to get the ball to straighten a bit. Deshkar has been fairly impressive so far. Managed to get this nice loop, slow through the air, varying his pace a little bit. That's a good delivery again. The batsman playing through the wrong line. That's a very good delivery again. The bowler Deshkar seems to be troubling Parikshit quite a bit. Batsman going for that forward prod, expecting the ball to turn a bit more. But lucky not to get an outside edge. Good bit of bowling by Deshkar. Very impressive stuff. He's had a good start so far in 2 overs, or rather into his last ball of the second over. He's only given away 1 run. That's again a good delivery, slightly slow through the air. Batsman managed to stay on the crease and just defend it. The only problem with Deshkar's bowling is that he's slightly slower off the pitch, so the batsman has plenty of time to read. But otherwise, he's bowling with a fairly deceptive line and flight. I just wish if he can get the ball to zip through a little bit more so that he can be more effective. But it's a good effort by Deshkar so far. That's a maiden over by Deshkar. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 run and no wicket. Very impressive start so far. The Colombo Hindu spinners have had a good impact so far. But having said that, the Jaffna Hindu boys have been equal to the task. They managed to stick around, managed to score runs off the loose deliveries, and I moved on to 78 for the loss of 2 wickets. I believe it's a 52-run partnership so far. Priyandan looking very calm and composed for his 19 runs so far. He's been looking pretty good indeed, pretty rock solid to be honest. Whereas Parikshit, though he has scored runs with a lot of aggressive intent, he hasn't been as solid as Priyandan. He's been on the lookout for runs. He's been going for some ugly hoiks, but also he's played some good shots as well. That's again wide outside the off stump. Literally a full toss, but again lucky for the bowler not to get punished because it just driven to the cover fielder. It's a 50-run partnership so far for the 3rd wicket. The last wicket fell on 28 when Premikan was clean bowled by Rukesh, where Premikan decided to leave a ball which just cut back in very sharply from wide outside the off stump, and he was clean bowled. And that seems to be a long time ago, because now the score has moved on to 78 and a good partnership of 50 between Priyandan and Parikshit. Priyandan on 35 and Parikshit on Parikshit on 35 and Priyandan on 19.
போட்டிகள் மிக விறுவிறுப்பாக இடம்பெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கின்ற வேளையில் யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர் 2 விக்கெட்டினை இழந்து 78 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றிருக்கின்றார். கே பரிசித் 35 ஓட்டங்கள் 84 பந்துகளுக்கு 4 ஓட்டங்களோடு 28வது ஓவர் பந்து வீசப்பட்டுக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றன. இன்னும் சொற்ப வேளையில் மதிய போசனத்திற்காக போட்டி நிறுத்துகின்ற வேளையில் மேலும் ஒரு 4 ஓட்டம்.
That's a brilliant shot. That's a brilliant shot indeed. It was again loopy, over-pitched, and Parikshit latched on to it. A good fielding effort, a good effort by the mid-off, but can't get through. And it's 4 runs. Good shot indeed. A very good looking shot indeed. Parikshit can play these strokes. But he seems to be also on the lookout for some wild hikes as well. These two has batted for almost 22 overs. It's a good delivery, slightly straighter on around the leg stump and turning it away towards the leg stump, turning it into the leg stump and single. So these two have put on about 55 runs in 22 overs. So they managed to put a partnership, stay on at the wicket for 22 overs amidst in the middle of a big match pressure, and the score has moved on to 83. That's a good delivery again. That's a very good delivery, and that's out. That's a beautiful delivery. A loopy leg spinner, very loopy leg spinner, slow through the air. Beat the batsman's inside edge and plumb in front. That's
மூன்றாவது விக்கெட் வீழ்த்தப்படுகின்ற தற்பொழுது யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணியின் மூன்றாவது விக்கெட். ஒரு சிறந்தது ஒரு இணைப்பாட்டத்தை இருவருமே மேற்கொண்டிருந்தார்கள். அந்த வகையில் LBW முறையிலே தற்பொழுது மூன்றாவது விக்கெட் வீழ்த்தப்படுகின்றது. யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர் தனது மூன்றாவது விக்கெட்டை இழந்திருக்கின்றார்கள். 28.3 ஓவர்கள் நிறைவிலே 83 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு தனது மூன்றாவது விக்கெட். பிரியாந்தன் தேஸ்கர் வீசிய பந்தில் LBW முறையில் தற்பொழுது ஆட்டம் இழந்து ஆடுகளத்தை விட்டு வெளியேறி இருக்கின்ற வேளையிலே 64 பந்துகளுக்கு 19 ஓட்டங்கள் ஏற்பட்டிருந்தார் பிரியாந்தன் அவர்கள். மீண்டுமாக புதிய பரிசித் ஆட்டம் இழக்காமல் தற்பொழுது 40 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றிருக்கின்றார். 86 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு மிக நிதானமாக ஆரம்ப துடுப்பாட்ட வீரராக களமிறங்கிய பரிசித் யாழ்ப்பாண இந்து கல்லூரி அணி சார்பாக துடுப்படுத்த ஆடிக்கொண்டிருப்பதை உங்களுக்கு அவதானிக்கக்கூடியதாக இருக்கின்றது. தேஷ்கர்.
That's a lovely delivery by Deshkar. Very slow through the air, slow through the pitch as well. The batsman possibly was hoping for more turn, but the ball only turned just a little, beating the outside edge, hit right at the back foot, and that's plumb in front. That's dead as a stone. The new batsman in is Subarnan. A big breakthrough provided by Deshkar for Colombo Hindu College, and that's a big wicket, a big loss for Jaffna Hindu College perspective, because Priyandan is a very good batsman, their skipper as well. And now it's Subarnan, the right-handed batsman, who scored a high score of 69 runs so far, and has a good strike rate and a fairly decent average as well. Let's see what Deshkar can do, and let's see how Subarnan can.
உண்மையிலே கடந்த வருடம் இடம்பெற்ற இந்த சுற்று போட்டியின் கடந்த வருடம் இந்த பெருஞ்சமரின் போது சுபர்ணன் இரண்டாவது இன்னிங்ஸுக்காக 51 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றுக்கொண்டார். யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி மைதானத்திலே அதிகூடிய இரண்டாவது இன்னிங்ஸ் ஓட்டமாக சுபர்ணன் அன்று பெற்றிருந்தார். பொறுத்திருந்து பார்ப்போம். இப்பொழுது இன்றைய நாள் எப்படி இந்த போட்டியில் அவர் முகம் கொடுக்க காத்திருக்காங்க. அதேவேளை உங்களுக்கு தெரியுமா, இலங்கை பொறுத்தவரை பாடசாலைகளுக்கு இடையிலான இந்த அதாவது பிக் மேட்சை பொறுத்தவரை யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரிக்கும் அது மாத்திரம் கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரிக்கும் ஒரு நீண்ட வரலாறு காணப்படுகின்றது. கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 41 வருட கால ஒரு வரலாற்றை கொண்ட ஒரு கிரிக்கெட் தொடர் என்று சொல்லலாம். உங்களை பொறுத்தவரை எங்களை விட நல்ல ஒரு அனுபவம் இதில், அது மாத்திரம் நல்ல ஒரு அனுபவசாலி இல்லைன்னா இந்த 41 வருட கால கிரிக்கெட் தொடரில் 12 தடவைகள் அந்த போட்டி இடம்பெற்றிருக்கின்றது. அதாவது யுத்த சூழல், நாட்டில் ஏற்பட்ட அசாதாரண சூழல் காரணமாக 82ஆம் ஆண்டு இந்த போட்டி ஆரம்பிக்கப்பட்டிருந்தாலும் கூட 82, 83 தொடர்ச்சியாக இடம்பெற்றது. அதன் பிறகு தொடர்ச்சியாக இடம்பெறவில்லை. 2022, 2021 அடுத்தடுத்து இடம்பெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றது.
கிட்டத்தட்ட 81, 82க்கு பிறகு இந்த போட்டி இடம்பெறவில்லை. 83ஆம் ஆண்டுக்கு பிறகு இந்த போட்டி 83, 84ஆம் ஆண்டுக்கு பிறகு இந்த போட்டி இடம்பெறவில்லை நினைக்கிறேன். எனக்கு தெரிந்தவரை அதுக்கு பிறகு 95, 96ஆம் ஆண்டு வரை கொழும்பு இந்துவில் கிரிக்கெட்டே இருக்கவில்லை. நான் நினைக்கிறேன் கிரிக்கெட் மீண்டும் உயிர் கொடுக்கப்பட்டதுன்னு சொன்னால் கிட்டத்தட்ட 96, 97 இருக்க வேண்டும். அதுக்கு பிறகுதான் எனக்கு சரியாக ஞாபகம் இல்லை. அதுக்கு பிறகுதான் மீண்டும் இந்த பிக் மேட்ச் 2000 ஹிந்துஸ் ஆரம்பமானது. இதற்கிடையில் ஜஃப்னா ஹிந்து வந்து ஒரு சில வருடங்களுக்கு கொக்குவில் இந்து கல்லூரியுடனும் ஒரு பிக் மேட்ச் விளையாடி கொண்டிருந்தவர்கள். விளையாடி கொண்டிருந்தார்.
ஞாபகம் இருக்கின்றது 2002ஆம் ஆண்டு 2001ஆம் ஆண்டு பருவ கால பகுதியில் கொக்குவில் இந்து கல்லூரி வவுனியா இந்து கல்லூரியோட போட்டிகள் இடம்பெற்றது கொழும்புல. ஆனா வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க போட்டி இதுதான், கிரிக்கெட்டின் பெருஞ்சமர், இந்துக்கள் ஒன்றிணைகின்ற பெருஞ்சமர்.
உண்மைதான்.
உண்மையில ஏன்னா அருளான இந்த மைதானத்தை பொறுத்தவரையில் இலங்கை அதாவது ராயல் தோமியன் கிடையிலான புலோஸ் இலங்கை நீலவர்ண போட்டி தான் மிகவும் பிரசித்தி பெற்ற போட்டியாக இருந்தது. அது வந்து மாவட்டங்களுக்கு இடையில ஸ்கோர் விவரங்கள் நாங்கள் பார்த்து மாவட்டங்களுக்கு இடையில அதாவது கொழும்பு மாவட்டங்களுக்கு இடையில இடம்பெறுகின்ற ஒரு போட்டி. ஆனால் யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரி மாதம் 2 மாவட்டங்கள் 2 மாகாணங்கள் வடக்கும் மேற்குக்கு இடையிலான ஒரு பெருஞ்சமராக இருக்கின்றது. ஏனைய பாடசாலைகள் எடுத்துக்கொண்டால் பீட்டர் தோமஸ் எடுத்துக்கொண்டால் எங்களோட ராயல் தோமியன் பீட்டர்ஸ் ஜோசப் எடுத்துக்கொண்டாலும் பீட்டர் ஜோசப் இந்த மைதானத்தில் இடம்பெற்றது, ராயல் தோமி இந்த மைதானத்தில் இடம்பெற்றது. அது போன்ற ஒரு சில போட்டிகள் இப்போ தர்மபால ரஹவுல போன்ற போட்டிகள் வந்து மாத்திரையில் இடம்பெறுகிறது. கொட்டாவ தர்மபால மாத்திரை ராவுல போன்ற கொஞ்சம் தூரத்தில் இடம்பெறுது. ஆனால் இந்த அளவு பேசப்பட்ட ஒரு போட்டியாக இருக்கவில்லை.
இல்லை கிட்டத்தட்ட கொழும்பு இந்துக்களின் சமர் அல்லது பேட்டில் ஆஃப் த ஹிந்துஸ் தான் 2 மாகாணங்களுக்கு இடையிலான ஒரு போட்டியாக ஒரு பிக் மேட்சாக திகழ்ந்து நான் நினைக்கிறேன். இது ரக்பியில் வந்து நிறைய இருக்குது. ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் ராயல் காலேஜ் வர்சஸ் ட்ரினிட்டி காலேஜ் விளையாடுவார்கள். அதே நேரம் வெஸ்லி காலேஜ் வர்சஸ் கிங்ஸ்வுட் காலேஜ் வந்து பிளாசி ட்ரோஃபி விளையாடுவார்கள். ஆனால் கிரிக்கெட்டில் இதுதான் எனக்கு தெரிந்தவரை இதுதான் ஒரே ஒரு பெருஞ்சமர் 2 மாகாணங்களுக்கு இடையிலான பாடசாலையிலும் இருந்தது.
கிட்டத்தட்ட 400 கிலோமீட்டர் தொலை மேல் ஒரு 6 ஓட்டங்கள் பெறப்படுகின்றது.
ஒரு 6 ஓட்டங்கள் பெறப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. சுபர்ணனால் போல் தான் தெரிகிறது. ஆமாம், சுபர்ணனால். அது ஒரு ஷார்ட் பால், that's a very loose ball indeed, short and right into the batsman's mid-rift, and he just rocked on the back foot to pummel it for 6. That's again a bad bowling. You should bowl it nice and tight to keep the pressure on the new batsman. You can't give freebies. Again, similarly, when Priyandan came into bat, the Hinduites, the Colombo Hinduites, gave a couple of freebies down the leg side. He managed to score a single, get off the mark, and also score a boundary as well.
அதேவேளை அருளனா இந்த மைதானத்தை பொருள் இது வரலாற்று பிரசித்தி பெற்ற அல்லது ஒரு சரித்திர முக்கியத்துவம் வாய்ந்த பி சரா ஓவல் மைதானம் அல்லது சரவணத்து மைதானம். முதலாவது டெஸ்ட் போட்டி இடம்பெற்றது இங்கிலாந்து மற்றும் இலங்கை அணிகளுக்கு இடையிலான முதலாவது டெஸ்ட் போட்டி. இறுதி டெஸ்ட் போட்டி வந்து நியூசிலாந்து மற்றும் இலங்கை அணிகளுக்கு இடையிலான போட்டி இடம்பெற்ற ஒரு சரித்திர முக்கியத்துவம் வாய்ந்த இந்த மைதானம். அதாவது தமிழ் யூனியன் கிரிக்கெட் அண்ட் அத்லெட்டிக் கிளப் என்று சொல்லப்படுகிறது. 1899ஆம் ஆண்டு இந்த கிளப் ஆரம்பிக்கப்பட்ட தமிழ் யூனியன் கிளப். அங்கு பார்த்தால் கூட உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் பெயரெல்லாம் தமிழர்களாக இருக்கின்றார்கள். மறுமுனையிலே ஏனென்றால் இந்த மைதானத்திலே உரித்தான வீரதா முத்தையா முரளிதரன் அவரோடு இணைந்து திலகரத்ன டில்ஷான் எங்களுடைய ரங்கன ஏரத் ஆகியோர் தான் இந்த மைதானத்தின் சொந்தக்காரர். இந்த மைதானத்தை தமிழ் யூனியனுக்காக விளையாடுகின்ற சர்வதேச வீரர்கள், தேசிய வீரர்கள். அதோட தனஞ்சய டி சில்வா அந்த தமிழ் யூனியன் அணி தொடர்ந்து தலைவர் பதவியை வகித்துக் கொண்டு வருகின்றார்கள். எதிர்காலத்தில் நம்முடைய பிள்ளைகளுக்கு ஒரு வாய்ப்பு கிடைக்குமா?
ஏற்கனவே ஒரு தமிழ் வீரர் வியாஸ்காந்த் தமிழ் யூனியன் அணியில் இடம்பெற்றுக் கொண்டு இருக்கிறார். அவர் இந்த ஒரு ஸ்குவாட்லையும் இருக்கிறார். போன முறை T20 விளையாடினவர். லங்கா பிரீமியர் லீக்லையும் இந்த முறை 4வது
ஜப்னா கிங்ஸ் அணி சார்பாக
இருக்கிறார். அவரும் தமிழ் யூனியன் அணிக்காக விளையாடி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்.
நெட் பவுலராக ஐபிஎலுக்கும் அழைக்கப்பட்டிருந்தார்.
ஐபிஎலுக்கும் போயிருந்தார்.
அஸ்வினோடு சேர்ந்து ஒரு வீடியோ
அவரோட கனவு அஸ்வினாவுடன் கதைக்க வேண்டும் என்று ஒரு கனவு இருந்தது. அந்த கனவு கதைக்கிறத விட்டு அவர் நேரையை பார்த்து இப்ப டச்சிலே இருக்கிறார் என்று சொல்லலாம்.
உண்மையிலே ஆனால் இந்த அருளனா இந்த நேரலை கூட கனடா ஐரோப்பிய நாடுகளுக்கு ஒளிபரப்பப்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கின்றன. நாங்கள் இருவருமே தொடர்ச்சியாக 3 வருட காலமாக எனக்கும் உங்களுக்கான அந்த நட்பு இருக்கின்றது. அந்த 3 வருட கால நட்புல நாங்கள் சொல்றதுன்னா எங்களுடைய சனம் அல்லது எங்களுடைய மக்கள் எங்களுடைய பிள்ளைகளுக்கு உங்களால் முடிந்தவற்றை தான் நீங்கள் உதவி செய்ய வேண்டும். ஏனென்றால் நாங்கள் சாதிக்கலாம் கல்வியாலும் விளையாட்டாலும் மாத்திரம்தான்.
உண்மை. இந்த வருடம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னு சொன்னால் இப்போ கடந்த வருடம் பார்க்கும்போது ஒரு இருவர் தான் இருந்தார்கள் தமிழ் பேசும் வீரர்கள் அதாவது ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கிளாஸ் லீக்ஸில். இந்த வருடம் எனக்கு தெரிந்தவரை ஒரு 6-7 வீரர்கள் இருக்கிறார்னு சொல்லலாம். முதலாவதாக வியாஸ்காந்த் இருக்கிறார். அப்புறம் இந்துவின் மைந்தன் கொலம்போ இந்துவின் மைந்தன் அருள் பிரகாசம் பிஆர்சி டீமில் ஒரு ஸ்குவாட் மெம்பராக இருக்கிறார். அதே நேரம் ஜஃப்னா சென்ட்ரல் காலேஜ் ஐ திங்க் அவர் வந்து போன முறை ஜஃப்னா ஹிந்துக்கு ஸ்பின் போலிங் கோச்சாக இருந்தவர் விதுஷன் மோஸ் அணிக்காக விளையாடி கொண்டிருக்கிறார். பிறகு பெரியவான் கல்லூரி வீரர் மர்வின் அபினாஷ் வந்து பிஆர்சி கல அணியில் இருக்கிறார். கடந்த முறை இல்லை அதுக்கு முதல் முறை ஜஃப்னா சென்ட்ரல் விளையாடின இயலரசன் கோல்ஸில் இருக்கிறார். மற்றது கொழும்பின் தமிழ் மைந்தன் இன்டர்நேஷனல் ஸ்கூலில் படித்தவர் ஸ்ரீராம் சியாம் சுந்தர்னு சொல்லி அவர் கோல்ஸில் ஒரு ஸ்குவாட்ல இருக்கிறார். அப்போ இது மாதிரி ஒரு 6 பேர் தமிழ் பேசும் வீரர்கள் இருக்கிறார்கள். இதை விட இஸ்லாமிய வீரர்கள் எடுத்து பார்த்து அவர்கள் தமிழ் பேசுபவர்கள் இம்தியாஸ் லாசா ஐ திங்க் அவர் ஜாஹிரா கல்லூரின்னு நினைக்கிறேன் அவர் மூவர்ஸில் இருக்கிறார். மற்றது முகமது ஷமாஸ் அவரும் மூவர்ஸ் அல்லது கோல்ஸ் அணிக்காக விளையாடு சிசிசி அணிக்காக விளையாடுறான்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அப்போ இப்படி ஒரு 7-8 பேர் இருக்கிறார்கள். ஆம், அது ஒரு ஓட்டம் பெறப்படுகின்றது. அப்போ இப்படி ஒரு 7-8 பேர் இருக்கிறார்கள். அது கொஞ்சம் இம்ப்ரூவ்மெண்ட் வந்து கொண்டு வருகிறது. ஆனால் இன்னும் நிறைய வர வேண்டும். இன்னும் நிறைய பேர் வந்து இந்த 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 முதல் தர கழகங்களுக்காக இல்லாட்டி இரண்டாம் தரம் கழகங்களுக்காக விளையாட வேண்டும். விளையாடினால் தான் முன்னுக்கு வரலாம். அப்போ அதுக்கு இந்த மாதிரியான போட்டிகளில் வந்து நாங்கள் சிறந்த டேலண்ட்டை இனம் காணக்கூடியதாக இருக்கும். இது ஒரு எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ். ஒரு சரவணமுத்து மைதானத்திலே ஒரு டர்ஃபில் விளையாடுறதே ஒரு எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ், ஒரு அனுபவம். இப்போ ஜஃப்னா ஹிந்து பாய்ஸ் எடுத்து பார்த்தீர்கள்னு சொன்னால் நான் நினைக்கல அவர்கள் டர்ஃப் விளையாடி இருக்கலாம். ஆனால் 1-2 மேட்சஸ் தான் இருக்கும். அவர்களுக்கு ஒரு வரவில்லை. சரவணமுத்து அநேகமாக நான் இதில் இருப்பவர்கள் அநேகமானோர் இதுதான் முதல் தடவையாக ஒரு டர்ஃப் சரவணமுத்து மைதானத்தில் விளையாடுகிறாரெல்லாம் இருக்க வேண்டும். அது கொலம்போ இந்தும் அப்படியே தான் இருக்குமென்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அப்போ இது ஒரு வரப்பிரசாதம் தான்.
வரப்பிரசாதம். இப்போ உண்மையிலேயே அருளான இப்போ கொழும்பு பம்பலப்பட்டி இந்து கல்லூரி மைதானத்தை கூட அங்கே புட்கள் பதிக்கப்பட்ட ஒரு மைதானமாக இருக்குது. அவர்களுக்கு ஏதோ ஒரு வகையில் அது உறுதுணையாக இருக்கும் இந்த போட்டிகள். ஆனால் யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்து கல்லூரியை பொறுத்தவரை இது ஒரு டேப் மைதானமாக இருக்கும். நிச்சயமாக இப்பொழுது அதிபர் அவர்கள் அதனை முயற்சி செய்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார். அதனை விட இன்னும் ஒரு விடயத்தை சொன்னால், கடந்த வருடம் நாங்கள் அனலை எக்ஸ்பிரஸனூடாக நேரடியாக ஒளிபரப்பப்பட்டது யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரியின் போட்டி. அந்த போட்டியில் இரண்டாவது இன்னிங்ஸில் அதிகூடிய விக்கெட்டுகளை பெற்றுக்கொண்ட சர்ஜன் 5 விக்கெட்டுகளை பெற்றுக்கொண்டார் 26 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு. அவருக்கு வெளிநாட்டில் இருக்கின்ற ஒரு பைக் ஒன்றையும் வாங்கி பெற்றுக் கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. உண்மையிலே நாங்கள் சொன்னது என்னன்னா, எங்கள் வெளிநாட்டில் வாழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற எங்களுடைய உறவுகள் உடன்பிறப்புகள் இவ்வாறு தங்களுடைய உதவிகளை செய்து கொண்டிருக்க அவர்களுக்கு நாங்கள் இந்த வேளையில் இந்த நேரலையோடு இணைந்திருக்கின்ற உங்களுக்கு நாங்கள் மனமார்ந்த நன்றிகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டாம்.
என்னுடைய ஒரு ரிக்வெஸ்ட் என்ன சொன்னால், அவருக்கு பைக் வேண்டி அவருக்கு தேவை இருந்திருக்கலாம். ஆனால் பைக்கை விட அவருக்கு ஒரு கிரிக்கெட் விளையாட்டை இன்னும் மேம்படுத்துவதற்காக ஏதாவது செய்து இன்னும் நன்றாக இருக்கும். அவரை ஒரு கிளப்புக்கு போடுறதா இருக்கட்டும், அவருக்கு ஃபைனான்ஸ் பண்ணுறதா இருக்கட்டும். அப்படி இல்லாட்டி அந்த பைக் வந்து அவரது வாழ்வாதாரத்தை உயர்த்த உதவும் சொன்னால் அது நல்ல விஷயம்தான். என்னுடைய ரிக்வெஸ்ட் வந்து இவர் ஒரு கிரிக்கெட்டர் என்ற முறையில் இவர்கள் கிரிக்கெட்டை வந்து முன்னுக்கு கொண்டு வருவதற்கு ஏதாவது உதவி செய்தால், படிப்பு அளவில் முன்னுக்கு கொண்டு வருவதற்கு ஏதாவது உதவி செய்தால் நல்ல விஷயமா இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
தற்பொழுது இருக்கின்ற பொருளாதார சூழலில் அவர்களுக்கு ஈடு கொடுக்க முடியாத ஒரு சூழல் காணப்படுகிறது பொருளாதாரத்தோட.
அது ஒரு உதாரணத்தை பார்த்தீங்கன்னு சொன்னால், இப்போ இவர் பரீட்சித் போட்டிருக்க பேட்ஸை பாருங்க. இது நான் நினைக்கிறேன் ஒரு 15 வருஷமாக பாவிக்கப்பட்ட பேட்ஸாக இருக்க வேணும். ரைட், கண்டிப்பாக ஒரு லக்கி பேடாக இருக்கலாம். ஆனால் அதே நேரம் அது ஒரு பொருளாதார குறைவாக இருக்கலாம். அப்போ இந்த மாதிரி இப்போ ஒரு பேட் வந்து இங்கே கொலம்பில் நீங்கள் வாங்க போனீங்கன்னு சொன்னால் 12,000-15,000 ரூபா வருது.
சாதாரணமாக ஒரு பாஸ்கெட் பால் பிளேயர் ஒரு அடித்தாடப்படுகின்ற
லவ்லி ஹிட் indeed. That's a good shot. Got hold of it beautifully. It was pitched outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump on the slot, and that's 100 runs for Jaffna Hindu. That's an absolute connection by Parikshit. He was looking for this shot for a long time, but managed to get hold of this, and that was just deposited over long on. He just put his front foot out, gave that gap, and hit through the swinging arc. That's a good hit indeed. That's a very good hit, but that ball was on the slot for that stroke. But the previous deliveries, they weren't, but he still went for it. But this time he had a very good connection. That's 100 for Jaffna Hindu.
100 ஓட்டங்களை கடந்திருக்கின்றார்கள். தற்பொழுது யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர் 3 விக்கெட்டை இழந்து 31.1 ஓவர்கள் நிறைவிலே உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் பரிசித் 47 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றிருக்கின்றார்கள். 3 ஓட்டங்கள் தேவைப்படுகிறது, மேலும் ஒரு 4 ஓட்டம் அங்கு.
That's again a brilliant stroke indeed. This time on the offside, managed to pierce that gap between mid off and extra cover for 4 runs. Now he's scoring on both the sides of the wicket. First one was pitched up wide outside the off stump, but hoiked it over long on, and this time it was boundary, and with that boundary gets into his 50. A very aggressive intent indeed, very aggressive strokes, 2 good shots and that's 51 runs for Parikshit. Well done, young man.
பரிசித் 51 ஓட்டங்களை கடந்திருக்கின்றார். 91 பந்துகளுக்கு 8 4 ஓட்டங்கள், 1 சிக்ஸர்கள் உள்ளடங்கலாக 91 பந்துகளுக்கு 51 ஓட்டங்களுக்கே பரிசித் பெற்றிருக்கின்றார். யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணியின் அதிகூடிய ஒரு அரைச்சயத்தை கடந்த வீரர் கே பரிசித்.
I think he missed out on that. That's a juicy full toss, but he just pushed it pushed it to mid off. He should have pounced on it as well. Now this is good, interesting cricket. 104 for 3. Jaffna Hindu again. Oh, that's again a good shot back past the bowlers. But good fielding, very good fielding. Possibly the timing wasn't right. Abhishek slightly going on for runs this time in this over. Maybe trying a bit too hard, trying to flight a little bit more. pushing it up. Good aggressive batting by Parikshit. 52 in 93 deliveries.
31 பந்துகள் அல்லது 31 ஓவர்கள் 4 பந்துகளும் பரிமாற்றப்பட்டிருக்கின்ற வேளையிலே 105 ஓட்டங்கள் 3 விக்கெட்டினை இழந்து யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர் எஸ் சுபர்ணன் 9 ஓட்டங்களோடும் கே பரிசித் 52 ஓட்டங்களும் அபிஷேக் தொடர்ச்சியாக பந்து வீசிக் கொண்டிருக்க அபிஷேக் வந்து 2 ஒரு சிக்ஸர் ஒரு பவுண்டரிகளை வாரி வழங்கி இருக்கின்ற அவருடைய பந்து வீச்சின் போது அருளனா.
Yeah, Abhishek, that's a good delivery to end the over, but I think Abhishek should work on his follow through a little bit more. I think this was spotted by Vidushan and Vyaskant yesterday as well, so they sort of taught him a little bit more. But I think he should possibly work on his follow through more, so that they can actually get the ball down a little bit more. Right now, I mean, if you look at both the shots which was played, the 6 and the boundary, they were loopy and they didn't come down on time. They were just over pitched. If he were able to sort of do the follow through a bit properly, he probably should have been able to bring the ball down a little bit faster.
அதே போன்று எங்களுக்கு அனுசரணை வழங்கி கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள் கனடாவின் பிரபல வீடு விற்பனை முகவர் தனா யோகநாதன் அவர்கள். ஓம் லைஃப் ஹையர் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ் இந்து கல்லூரி கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரியின் பழைய மாணவர். பிரதான அனுசரணை கனடாவின் பிரபல வீடு விற்பனை முகவர் தனா யோகநாதன் அவர்கள். அவர்களோடு இணைந்து எங்களுக்கு இணை அனுசரணை வழங்கி கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள் யசி ராஜதுரை விற்பனை விநியோக முகவர். ஓம் லைஃப் ஹையர் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் அவர்களோடு சிந்து சுதாகரன் எங்களுடைய கடந்த வருட கிரிக்கெட் சுற்று போட்டியின் போதும் எங்களுக்கு முழுமையான அனுசரணை தந்தவர். ரீமேக்ஸ் ராயல் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிஸ் யசி ராஜதுரை எமது இந்து கல்லூரியின் பழைய மாணவர் கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரியின் பழைய மாணவர். கனடா நாட்டில் இடம்பெறுகின்ற கிரிக்கெட் சுற்று போட்டிக்கு எங்களுக்கு பிரதான அனுசரணை கனடாவில் இடம்பெறுகின்ற சகல விதமான போட்டிகளும் போது எங்களுக்கு அனுசரணை தந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற ராம் கிருஷ் ரியல் எஸ்டேட் எங்கள் ராம் கிருஷ் உங்களுக்கான விற்பனை விநியோகஸ்தராக கடமையாற்றி கொண்டிருக்கின்ற வேளையில் இவர் கடந்த வருடம் எங்களுக்கு முழுமையான அனுசரணை வழங்கியிருந்தார். 4 ஓட்டங்கள் தற்பொழுது பரிமாறப்படுகின்றன. 110 ஓட்டங்கள் யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர். ராம்கிருஷ்ணம் கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரியின் பழைய மாணவர். செல்டல் மொபைலிட்டி கனடா 3 இடங்களில் இந்த செல்டல் மொபைலிட்டி காட்சியறைகள் காணப்படுகின்றன. போன் திருத்துதல் மற்றும் புதிய போன் வகைகள் பிரதான வலையமைப்பின் பிரதான இணைப்பாளராகவும் கனடா நாட்டில் கடமையாற்றி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அது மாத்திரமல்ல மோட்டோஜ் ஏஜென்ட் மோகேஜ் தேவைகளுக்கு அலையுங்கள். வீடு விற்பனை முகவர் கச்சன் மகா கணபதி ரியல் எஸ்டேட் முகவர். பிரகாஷ் ஜுவல்லரி மெஜஸ்டிக் சிட்டி உலகளாவிய துரித பணமாற்றும் சேவை கூடிய பெறுமதி குறைந்த வட்டியில் அடகு சேவை கேஷ் ஃபார் கோல்ட் அண்ட் கஸ்டம் ஜுவல்லரி எங்களுக்கு அனுசரணை தந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள்.
That's a good start again for the over by Deshkar. Yeah, that's again a good delivery. Slow through the air. Been quite accurate so far. Subarnan managed to score a boundary though in the second delivery. I think with Subarnan coming in, he's managed to sort of inject a little bit of impetus into the innings, and that's been rubbed on Parikshit as well. So it's a bit aggressive right now. Again, that's pitched outside the off stump. It's a misfield, but that's a single. Good to see Deshkar with the slow loopy leg spinners and the batsman taking him on as well. So it's 110 for 3 in 32.5 overs. Possibly getting closer to the lunch break. Possibly a couple of overs away from lunch break. Jaffna Hindu would love to go to the lunch break with the same number of wickets and a bit more runs. And I'm pretty sure the Colombo Hindu boys would be looking at getting another wicket or two. Change of bowling. The pace back into the attack. That's again the usual down the leg side. Bowling down the leg side indeed. That's the 34th over in progress, and it's 110 for the loss of 3 wickets. Harsha Muthumina back into the attack. Had a fairly wayward, he took the first wicket, but had a fairly wayward sort of first spell, and I think he seems to be continuing with the same thing. Again, bowling down the leg side. Probably these bowlers are having some trouble in bowling to the left-handers. At least the Colombo Hindu fast bowlers again down the leg side. It's just a waste of an effort. Though there's no wides over here because it's a 2-day match, it's an innings match. But it's a waste of an effort, just bowling down the leg side, wasting the new ball, wasting whatever little shine which is there in that bowl. They should work on the lines. Maybe the bowler should try and see whether he wants to come around the stumps and see whether he can get his radar right. You can't let the batsman go just like that. That's a full toss, loopy full toss indeed. Again missed out by the batsman. That's again a juicy full toss. Missed out by the batsman. Parikshit, the batsman with aggressive intent, really missed out on that. Colombo Hindu desperately looking for a wicket. 110 for 3. I would say it's advantage Jaffna Hindu right now. They've been batting very well, Parikshit and Subarnan. It's a good delivery. That's a fairly good delivery, getting the batsman to sort of thinking of playing, but managed to pull the bat out. That's the end of over number 34. Jaffna Hindu College 110 for the loss of 3 wickets. Parikshit, who came in as an opening batsman, is on 53 of 100 deliveries, and Subarnan, who came in at the fall of the third wicket, is 13 in 20 deliveries. Ardeshkar 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. Harsha Muthumina 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. And Rukesh, the other wicket taker. Rukesh has bowled 5 overs, 1 for 29. Dilojan's the other bowler, who has bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, note for 9. And Tharujan was probably the pick of the bowlers, along with Deshkar. Tharujan bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens, 7 runs and no wickets. And Nithushan also bowled a over for 6 runs and no wicket. That's Abhishek into the attack again. Abhishek has gone for a few runs in the last over, but it's still been retained, and it seems to be the primary off spinner for Colombo Hindu College. That's a good delivery, good line. I think they seem to have got the radar right for the right-handers, the Colombo Hindu boys, but the line for the left-handers have been much to be desired with, and the left-handed batsman seems to be struggling or troubling the bowlers a lot more, and the bowlers are not able to get the lines right. That's a good delivery again. Nice channel, very nice channel. Not much of turn. The ball just coming in with the arm around the 4th, 5th stump line and just angling it in a little bit. Seems to be far more comfortable in bowling to a right-hander than a left-hander. Good close cut, good aggressive field, a slip, a silly mid-off, silly point, and a short leg. The 3 catchers in there, looking for that edge on both the inside as well as the outside of the bat. That's slightly fuller, trying to york the batsman, slightly fuller on the middle stump line. Just push back to the bowler. It's a good quiet over by Abhishek so far. 5 dot deliveries and keeping it nice and tight. That's a good delivery again. The ball seems to be keeping a little too slow, little too low at that point. At certain points, that was slightly on the fuller side. The batsman still trying to play from the crease. The ball just shooting in a little bit, but managed to bring the bat down on time. So it's a good maiden over by Abhishek after going for a 6 and a boundary in his last over. So 110 for the loss of 3 wickets in 35 overs. Harsha Muthamina back into the attack. The ball is 6th over. And I suspect this could possibly be the last over before lunch, but I stand to be corrected though. Right arm over. It's a good delivery. Good, nice delivery again. Angling it across the batsman. The left-handed aggressive Parikshit is showing some good patience as well at times. Just left it alone. 53 not out of 101 deliveries. Bad habits continues. Bad habits continues. Down the leg side. You got to bowl a string of deliveries at the same place. If you are to sort of get the wicket of a batsman, you can't keep on bowling at multiple places. One good delivery and again back to the usual mistake of bowling down the leg side. The faster, the sooner the paceys learn, they will do better. Harsha Muthamina to Parikshit. That's a good delivery again. Angling it across, though the batsman was in two minds whether to play or not, but managed to sort of keep the bat away. It's a good day's play so far. Pretty beautiful day indeed, though it was gloomy in the morning. That's a full toss. That's a full toss. But again, a good fielding. Probably wasn't timed very well. It's a full toss, but the batsman couldn't get it away. It was fielded very well at point, and no runs. It started with a bit of rain in the morning, early in the morning. It was a bit worrying whether the match will happen or not, but the weather settled down. Beautiful weather in the morning, and now it's sort of steaming hot. I think it's perfect start for the day. 110 for the loss of 3 wickets, Jaffna Hindu. On the leg stump, pushed it to mid wicket, no runs. That's the last delivery of the 36th over coming up. Harsha Muthamina. 5.5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. The figures suggest that he has bowled very well, but I think he has not bowled as well as he should have been, purely because of his line. He's been bowling way down the leg side or way outside the off stump. It's again a full toss. Straight back to the stumps and the non-striker saying lucky that the bowler didn't get a hand on it. Otherwise, the non-striker probably would have been in trouble. Again, it's an opportunity missed out by the batsman. They should have hit it anyway. It was a full toss, but no runs at all. And that's lunch on day one. So Jaffna Hindu College, 110 for 3 wickets. Colombo Hindu won the toss, inserted Jaffna Hindu to bat. Jaffna Hindu took the first lead of the wicket and lost a couple of wickets in the very first few overs, within the first 6-7 overs. Had managed to put a good partnership between Parikshit and the skipper, and then it was a 50+ partnership with Parikshit and the left-handed captain Priyandan. Before Priyandan was dismissed by Deshkar, and Subarnan came over, and then again they managed to put a fairly aggressive little partnership between the two. So the score has moved on to 110 for the loss of 3 wickets. Rajendra Kumar Rukesh, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25. Harsha Muthamina, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 11. Ramraj Dilojan, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 9. Nidushan, 1 over, 0 for 6. And the other wicket taker is Deshkar. Deshkar took 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. But to me, the pick of the bowler was Tharujan. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 7 runs and no wicket. But he managed to put the brakes. He managed to bring in a string of deliveries at the same line and length. Managed to keep it nice and tight. And Abhishek bowled 9 overs, 3 maidens, note for 31. So Jaffna Hindu again the scorecard. Parikshit not out, 53 of 106 deliveries. Subhanathan Arjun 4. The first to be dismissed, scored by Ramraj Dilojan, bowled Harsha Mutumina for 4. T. Premikan, bowled Rajendra Kumar Rukesh for 13. L. Priyandan, not out, LBW bowled Deshkar for 19 and Subarnan, not out for 13. 110 for the loss of 3 wickets, and we'll see you on the other side of the interval in another 40 minutes time. So that should be around 12:55 to be precise. Over to you.
மதிய போசனத்திற்காக தற்பொழுது போட்டி இடைநிறுத்தப்படுகின்றது. சரியாக 12:55 இந்த போட்டி மீண்டும் ஆரம்பமாக காத்திருக்கின்றது. வடக்கின் பெருஞ்சமர் என, அதாவது கொழும்பு இந்துக்களின் பெருஞ்சமர், வடக்கின் பெருஞ்சமருக்கு அப்பால் கொழும்பு பெருநகரில் இடம்பெறுகின்ற இந்த மாபெரும் கிரிக்கெட் போட்டி பி சரவணமுத்து மைதானத்தில் இடம்பெற்று கொண்டிருக்கின்ற வேளையில் நாங்கள் மதிய போஷணத்திற்காக தற்பொழுது போட்டியை இடைநிறுத்தியிருக்கின்றோம்.
தலைமுறை தலைவர்கள் தாங்கிடும் வீரச்சுமை, நம்புகளை பாடிட உருவாக்கிடுவோம் புது வரலாற்றினை. கொண்ட பார்வையில் எரிகற்கள் சிதறிட நையப்புடை, வீடும் பாறைகள் யாவும் வெறும் கட்டல் இல்லை. வென்றாலும் வீழ்ந்தாலும் தேர்வை புள்ளியாளியாக மாறினாலும் களமெங்கள் எங்குடி மறக்க வாழலாம் புகழோங்க. போராயடா இணையம் முடித்திடுவோம் நானே, வரலாறாய் மாறும் தருணம் இந்த பிறந்தானே. காலைகள் கூட்டம் மோதும் வரிகள் இதானே, களமாடும் சவரில்
மக்களையும் பலதரப்பட்ட மாணவர்களையும் சந்திக்கின்ற ஆர்வமும் அனுபவம் எங்களுக்கு கிடைக்கும். அந்த வகையிலே தான் விளையாட்டு ஒன்று. அந்த விளையாட்டிலே நாங்கள் என்ன செய்ய வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால், அந்த விளையாட்டு போட்டிகளில் ஈடுபடுகின்ற போது அந்த நேரத்தினை நாங்கள் ஓரளவுக்கு அளவாக அறிவாக சாதுரியமாக பயன்படுத்துவோமே ஆனால் கல்வியிலும் ஓரளவேனும் நன்றாக இருந்து விளையாட்டிலும் ஓரளவேனும் நன்றாக இருந்து சமூகத்திலே ஒரு நெட்வொர்க்கியாக வரலாம் என்ற நம்பிக்கை இருக்கின்றது. என்னதான் சொன்னாலும் கல்வி முதல், அதற்கு பிறகுதான் நடத்தி விடுவாங்க. அவ்வளோனா
Rajiv, I think just a viewpoint on that, and maybe I mean when you spoke about education, whatever. So I believe, I think you and I both believe that even cricket is also a form of an education, right? So education doesn't necessarily mean that you got your paper qualifications in. So how do we sort of entice the parents to let their children to go for a balanced education in terms of balancing of sports as well as extracurricular activities as well as the so-called paper qualifications or education, whatever you call it, right? I mean, I'm sure the amount of learning, the education which these guys are going to get in a cricket field is probably much more than in a classroom. So how do we strike that balance, or how do we convince the parents? I think this is a common problem which is there in all the Tamil-speaking schools, where the parents are not sort of letting the players, the cricketers or the boys to sort of focus on the game. So how do we strike that balance? What is your advice to them?
So when it comes to education, what is generally accepted is an academic excellence that you get over a period of time. Whereas in terms of academic excellence doesn't make you a rounded person. So you have to be very knowledgeable, you have to have a qualification, you have to do well in your studies. It doesn't make you the rounded person, or it doesn't make you better personality. So it's all about, I believe everything is about a behavioral change and to become a better person and to be a very prominent or maybe a productive person in the society. So we all try to get that or gain that through academics, through sports and other extracurricular activities. By only doing academic thing, you will not gain that one. So you have to engage in a lot of things to become more and more rounded person. So the things that you learn in a ground, especially in terms of a sport where you play a team sport, it's massive. But whereas you do sit and study, you won't learn much in terms of that sort of a thing. So I think you have to be an academic, you have to study well, you have to get better. But you always in life, you have to be a team man instead of a very selfish person. So to do it, you have to do sports, you have to do drama, you have to do debate, you have to do other extracurricular activities, you have to join committees, and you have to work hard. But you have to strike a balance, and only advice, if at all, if you straight away ask me what is the advice, you choose your whatever the education thing that you want to do, and then you try to do what you love, and then you try to manage your time, and over a period of time you decide what you want to do. Like now, let's say you are a 25-year-old, you are already in a academic proficiency, but you are already excelling well in some sport, let's say rugby. So you have to make that call to stick with rugby for some time, and then after some time you come and study. So if you keep on doing many things from your early childhood, you would know that what you want to do by the age of 17, 18, 19. And also you remember that not everybody will play for Sri Lanka or not play for a franchise or big thing, professional sports. So you have to make sure that you are balancing everything.
Yeah, thanks, Rajiv. I think it comes from a very apt personality, because Rajiv, you've been and have shown academic excellence, you've shown excellence in cricket, and I believe you've shown excellence in soccer as well. I think at some point in time you've decided to pursue your medical career as a career, and then you still keep playing the sport for fun, right? For the enjoyment of it. Just one last question again. Again, you and I have spoken about it more on this. I mean, if you look at it, out of the battle of the Hindus, I mean, if you take both the Hindu colleges, I believe there's only one first-class player which has been produced by both these schools. I mean, I stand to be corrected, but I believe it's only one, and that's none other than the Colombo Hindu old boy Arul Prakash, who has already made his debut in first class, right? So, I mean, we find old boys, diaspora, people who are willing to help. What kind of a help should they do to both these schools and the old boys? I mean, and the guys who are coming out over here, sort of, we can elevate them into proper first class cricketers in the country, where it can help them to move to go and play for Sri Lanka or the leagues, or even build an economy around cricket.
So first of all, before helping, we have to have an infrastructure to produce good cricketers either here in Colombo Hindu or in Colombo. So that needs good coaching system and the practice sessions, and then you have to bring in some enthusiasm among students and parents and other teachers and all. So once you have that academic structure and these big matches just as one thing that like an icing, or maybe create some craziness among the students. So once you have that infrastructure in place, then there will be good quality cricketers coming in, and then these boys can play at premier level, franchise level, and also there are plenty of clubs in various countries in Australia, UK, Canada, USA, where you get paid and you can become a professional cricketer. So you have to look at all these channels and start supporting each and every channel. So it's not only about money or funding or donations or anything. It's about putting your heart and soul to each and every step. Sometimes the suggestions, advices, guidance. These are all what important. So, but to look for any help from outside, let's say diaspora, or maybe from here, there are many companies and there are plenty of companies willing to help. Before that, we have to put ourselves in a proper structure where we can produce some good sportsmen, not only cricket, anything. So then everybody will come to help the boys.
Thanks, Rajiv. I think that's well-rounded. Thanks a lot for spending time with us today. And many congratulations for hosting or organizing, leading the organization team of this for this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arul, and I have to thank the whole OBA team. I'm just one person. I didn't do much work, but it's the whole OBA team, some unbelievable enthusiastic guys who work day and night out, spending money, time, everything, sacrificing their family times just to make sure this thing is quite put in place in a nice way. And I'm indeed very thankful, and also I'm very thankful to Anala Express to come forward to take this into the live media coverage. Thank you very much, and thank you, Arul.
எங்களுடைய மனமார்ந்த நன்றிகளை நாங்கள் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம் எங்களுடைய வைத்தியர் ராஜு நிர்மல் சிங்கம் அவர்களுக்கு. இறுதியாக எங்களுடைய இதயபூர்வம் நன்றி டாக்டர் அவர்களே.
நன்றி தினேஷ். இந்த விஷயத்தில் நாங்கள் நான் மட்டுமில்லை, நான் இதில் ஒரு சின்ன ஒரு ஆள் மட்டும்தான். இதில் எங்களோட ஓபிஏ கமிட்டியில் பல மெம்பர்ஸ் நாள் பூராவும் சரியாக கஷ்டப்பட்டு வேலை செஞ்சவங்க. அவங்க இரவு பகல் பாராது வேலை செஞ்ச மட்டுமில்லை, அது அவங்களோட நிதியை மட்டுமில்லை, நேரத்தை மட்டுமில்லை, அவங்களுடைய குடும்ப டைம்ஸையும் வேஸ்ட் பண்ணி இதை செஞ்சவங்க. அதனால் இந்த இப்படியான ஒரு மிகவும் ஒரு நல்ல பழைய மாணவர் சங்கத்தில் இருக்கிறது நான் மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். அந்த சந்தர்ப்பத்தில் அந்த பழைய மாணவர் அனைவருக்கும் நன்றியையும் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். மேலும் உங்களுடைய அனலை எக்ஸ்பிரஸுக்கு எமது நன்றிகள். நீங்கள் தொடர்ச்சியாக எங்களுக்கு சென்ற வருடமும் இதே போல் அனுசரணை வழங்கியிருந்தீர்கள், இந்த வருடம் அனுசரணை வழங்கியிருக்கிறீர்கள். நான் நம்புகிறேன் தொடர்ந்தும் உங்களுடைய அனுசரணை எங்களுக்கு இருக்கும் என்றும். நன்றி.
நன்றி எங்களுடைய ராஜு நிர்மல் சிங்க வைத்தியர் அவர்கள் நன்றிகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொண்டு அனலை எக்ஸ்பிரஸ், டிவி தொலைக்காட்சி, மம் தமிழ், ஐபிசி தமிழ், ஐபிசி இசை இவற்றுகளோடு எங்களுடைய லங்காசிரி, paparit.com, ஏஆர்வி லோஷன் ஸ்போர்ட், வீரகேசரி ஆகியவற்றினூடாக நாங்கள் நேரடியாக சந்தித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். நிச்சயமாக இந்த நன்றிகளை டாக்டர் தினேஷ் அவர்களுக்கு தான் நாங்கள் செலுத்த வேண்டும். நீண்ட நாளுக்கு பிறகு இலங்கை தேசம் வந்திருக்கார் கனடாவிலிருந்து, அவரையும் நாங்கள் வாழ்த்தி வரவேற்று
தினேஷுக்கும் மிஸ்டர் பவனுக்கும் ஒரு தனிப்பட்ட ரீதியிலும் மிக்க நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். இருவர்களும் யாழ் இந்துவினதும் கொழும்பு இந்துவினர்களும் பழைய மாணவர்களாக இருந்து அந்த கல்லூரி மீது இன்னும் ஈடுபாடுடன் எங்களுக்கு உதவி செய்து வருகிறார்கள். அவர்களுக்கு எனது தனிப்பட்ட ரீதியிலும் பழைய மாணவர் சங்கத்தின் சார்பாகவும் கல்லூரி சார்பாகவும் மிகுந்த நன்றிகளை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
நன்றி வைத்தியர் ராஜு நிர்மலசிங்கம் அவர்களும் நன்றி எங்களுடைய அருளன் அவங்க. நாங்கள் பிரதான கலையகத்தை நோக்கி உங்களை அழைத்து செல்ல காத்திருக்கின்றோம். நேரடி ஸ்கோர் விவரங்களோடு.
Back to the live coverage. And that's the wicket. That's wicket number 5. The dangerous Parishit has been dismissed by Deshkar. Parishit was looking good for his 100. But he's dismissed for 80. He was pretty aggressive. He played a very aggressive knock today with a couple of sixers and a few good boundaries as well. Again, he went for a sort of a swipe across the line. The ball was just slightly shorter and probably came a little late. He was probably early with the shot. Just cued it to somewhere around point, and that's gone. 163 for the loss of 5 wickets. Parishit caught M. Abhishek, bowled Deshkar for 80.
இது சிங்க கூட்டம் சமராடு நம்ம கோட்டையில கொடியேறும் நீ மோதிப்பாரு சுத்தியேறும் ஒரு பந்து வீச்சில் விதி மாறும் இது காலத்தால் ஓயாத போட்டியடா புது வரலாற விதைக்கும் வாழ்க்கையடா 11 பேர் தானே நடுவிலடா ஒரு கோடி பேர் சீட்டுல நொடியிலடா சிங்கிள் எல்லாம் பார்த்து நொந்தாச்சிடா சிக்ஸர் சில சாத்தி நீ கிங்காகிடா சிங்கிள் எல்லாம் பார்த்து நொந்தாச்சிடா சிக்ஸர் சில சாத்தி நீ கிங்காகிடா இது சிங்க கூட்டம் சமராடும் நம்ம கோட்டையில கொடியேறும்.
Good delivery again. This guy, Deshkar, has been pretty impressive with his lines and lengths. Slightly slow through the air at times, a bit too loopy as well at times, but I think he's done a pretty good job by bowling an accurate line and length with an attacking intent. And he's already taken 2 wickets, 2 for 25. He's just got rid of the dangerous looking Jaffna Hind opening batsman for 80. I'm told that the highest score of the series so far is 88, which is scored by Ganapathy Dinesh. I guess that was in the 2018 big match at the Jaffna Hindu College. Ganapathy Dinesh from Colombo Hindu College. that remains the highest score in the big match series so far. The new batsman in is Gajanath. He's already faced 3 deliveries and Abhishek into the attack.
அதே போன்ற அருள்னா இன்று மாலை சரஸ்வதி மண்டபத்திலே 6 மணிக்கு இடம்பெறவிருக்கின்ற சொல்லாடல் நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு எங்களுடைய 2 கல்லூரியின் பழைய மாணவர்கள் எங்களுடைய பெற்றோர்களை அன்போடு அழைக்கின்றோம். நிகழ்காலத்திற்கு ஒரு தேவையான தலைப்பினை இன்றைய தினம் வாதிட காத்திருக்கின்றார்கள். சர்வதேச நாணய நிதியத்தின் பரிந்துரைகள், அதாவது பரிந்துரைகளை பின்பற்றும் இடத்து, அதாவது இலங்கையானது பொருளாதார ஸ்திரத்தன்மையை அடையும் எனும் வாதம் ஏற்புடையது இல்லை என்பதுதான் இன்றைய நாள் இருக்கின்ற வாதம். அதாவது IMF என்ற பொருளாதாரம் ஒரு ஏற்புடையது அல்ல, ஸ்திரத்தன்மை ஏற்புடையது அல்ல என்பதுதான் வாதம். அது மாத்திரமல்ல, பாராளுமன்ற உறுப்பினர் எங்களுடைய சாணக்கியன் அவர்களும் இன்றைய நாள் வருகை தர காத்திருக்கிறார். பிரதம விருந்தினராக இன்று வருகை தர இருக்கின்றார். எனவே நாங்கள் அன்போடு அழைக்கின்ற நிகழ்கால மாணவர்களையும் இலங்கையின் ஒரு பொருளாதாரத்தில் ஒரு முக்கியத்துவமாக வாய்ந்த ஒரு மாணவ சமுதாயத்தை கட்டியெழுப்பதற்காக இந்த சொல்லாடல் நிகழ்ச்சியில் இணைந்து கொள்ளலாம்.
Back again to the commentaries. Abhishek has been bowling fairly tight, but on and off he's been trying to come right arm round the stumps and then trying to angle the ball in, and probably is looking for a little bit of turn so that it would give him that LBW decision in his favor. But so far he has not been able to find any turn, and it's just sliding it down. So at times he's straying down the leg side. Up, that's on the off stump ball, just evades the fielder. That's 4 runs. That'll pitch on the off, slightly fuller. The batsman went full throttle, just went over the top of the mid-off fielder for 4 runs. A bit risky, but it's still a good hit. 167 for 5 at the end of 52 overs.
52 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றிருக்கிறார்கள். தற்போது 52 ஓவர்கள் நிறைவில் 167 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றிருக்கிறார்கள். இந்த வேளையில் யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர் சற்று முன்னர் ஒரு 4 ஓட்டம் பெறப்பட்டது யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணிக்காக. அதேவேளை எங்களுக்கு அனுசரணை தந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற அனுசரணையாளர்கள் நாங்கள் மறந்துவிடக்கூடாது. கனடாவின் பிரபல வீடு விற்பனை முகவர் தனா யோகநாதன், ஓம் லைஃப் அயர் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ், அத்தோடு இணை அனுசரணை வழங்கி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள் யசி ராஜதுரை விற்பனை விநியோக முகவர் ஓம் லைஃப் அயர் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ், சிந்து சுதாகரன் ரீமேக்ஸ் ராயல் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டர்ஸ், எங்களுடைய சிந்து சுதாகரன் அவர்களோடு இருந்து ராம் கிறிஸ் ரியல் எஸ்டேட். கனடாவில் நடைபெறுகின்ற சகல விதமான போட்டிகளின் போது, கனடாவில் இடம்பெறுகின்ற பிக் மேட்சுகளின் போது எங்களுக்கு அனுசரணை தந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற கடந்த வருடங்களே எங்களுடைய அனுசரணையாளர் கரம் கோத்திருந்த இந்து கல்லூரியின் கொழும்பு பழைய மாணவர் செல்டல் மொபைல் சிட்டி கனடா, செல்டல் மொபைலிட்டி கனடா 3 இடங்களில் இந்த ஃபோன் ரிப்பேர்ஸ், அது மாத்திரமல்ல புதிய ஃபோன்களை கொள்வனம் செய்து கொள்ளலாம். செல்டல் மொபைல் சிட்டி, அத்தோடு பிரதான வலையமைப்பின், கனடாவில் இருக்கின்ற பிரதான வலையமைப்பின் பிரதான இணைப்பாளராகவும் இருக்கின்றார்கள். அது மாத்திரமல்ல மோட்டேஜ் ஏஜென்ட், மோகேஜ் தேவைகளுக்கு அலையுங்கள் மோட்டேஜ் ஏஜென்ட். வீடு விற்பனை முகவர் கச்சன் மகா கணபதி ரியல் எஸ்டேட் முகவர், பிரகாஷ் ஜுவல்லரி மெஜஸ்டிக் சிட்டி, உலகளாவிய துரித பணமாற்று சேவை, பெறுமதிக்கு அதாவது கூடிய பெறுமதியில் குறைந்த வட்டியில் அடகு சேவை, கேஷ் ஃபார் கோல்ட் அண்ட் கஸ்டம்ஸ் ஜுவல்லரி. எனவே தரமான தங்கத்திற்கு பிரகாஷ் ஜுவல்லரி. தொடர்ந்து நாங்கள் ஸ்கோர் உபரங்களுக்கு உங்களை எடுத்து செல்ல காத்திருக்கோம். 167 ஓட்டங்கள் 5 விக்கெட் இழந்து 52.3 ஓவர்கள் நிறைவின் போது
That's the the 6th wicket. That's a good delivery again by Deshkar. That's caught and ball. That's again a lovely loop and turn. Ball was slightly slow through the air, and then the batsman got deceived big time. That's a good catch as well. Deshkar again 3 for 25, and Kajanath got dismissed without troubling the scorers.
தற்பொழுது 6வது விக்கெட் வீழ்த்தப்படுகின்றது டி கச்சநாத் ஆட்டமிழந்த ஆடுகளத்தை விட்டு வெளியேறி கொண்டிருக்கின்றார். உண்மையிலே இன்றைய நாள் இந்த போட்டியில் ஒரு திருப்புமுனையாக இருந்தாலும் கூட கஜநாத் கடந்த வருடம் இடம்பெற்ற போட்டியின் போது இரண்டாவது இன்னிங்ஸ்க்காக ஆட்டம் இழக்காமல் 30 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றிருந்தார். எனவே தற்பொழுது 6வது விக்கெட் வீழ்த்தப்படுகின்றது. 52.4 ஓவர்கள் நிறைவின் போது 167 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 6 விக்கெட்டினை இழந்திருக்கின்றார்கள் யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர். விதுஷன் எந்தவித புதிய துடுப்பாட்டர் களமிறக்கப்பட்டவர். கஜன் 44 பந்துகளில் 20 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றிருக்கின்றார். தேஸ்கர் 25 ஓட்டங்கள் 3 ஓவர்களுக்கு. பேசுவோம் எங்களோடு இணைந்திருக்கின்றார் கல்லூரியின் ஒரு பிரபலமானவர் அல்லது பிரபல சாதனையின் சொந்தக்காரர்
Dinesh. We have Ganapati Dinesh. Dinesh வந்து Colombo Hindu past captain, 2017 captain, big match winning big match captain. Dinesh, நீங்கள் பிக் மேட்ச் வந்து அதை விட மிக முக்கியமானதாக இந்த 12 மேட்ச் சீரீஸில் தினேஷ் தான் ஹையர் ஸ்கோரர். அவரோட ஹையர் ஸ்கோர் வந்து இண்டிவிஜுவல் ஹையர் ஸ்கோர் வந்து 88. அது இன்று முறியடிக்கப்படுமா என்று பார்த்து கொண்டிருந்தோம். ஆனால் முறியடிக்கப்படவில்லை.
கடந்த வருடமும் இல்லை,
இந்த வருடமும் முறியடிக்கப்படவில்லை, இதுவரை இல்லை. தினேஷ், உங்களோட பிக் மேட்ச் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸை பற்றி சொல்லுங்கள். எந்தெந்த இயரில் விளையாடுனீங்கள், எப்படி விளையாடுனீங்கள், மற்ற எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ்.
Yeah, thank you so much, Arlana, in the opportunity. So, first of all, in the first big match, எனக்கு நல்ல ஞாபகம் இருக்குது. 2013 நாங்கள் ப்ளே பண்ணோம் இந்த காலேஜ் கிரவுண்டில் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பிக் மேட்ச். ஸோ அதில் வந்து நல்ல ஞாபகம். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டே வந்து நாங்கள் ப்ளே பண்ணலை, பிகாஸ் மழை, ஃபுல் டே மழை. ஸோ செகண்ட் டே மட்டும் தான் ப்ளே பண்ணது. ஸோ அந்த மேட்ச் ட்ரோ ஆச்சு. ஸோ 2013 கண்டினியூஸாக 2018 வரைக்கும் ஸோ எல்லா பிக் மேட்சஸும் நான் கண்டினியூவாக ப்ளே பண்ணேன். ஸோ அதாவது ஒரு பிக் மேட்ச் கொலம்போவில் நடக்கும், இன்னொரு பிக் மேட்ச் ஜஃப்னாவில். ஸோ அப்போ நாங்கள் மாறி போயிட்டு வந்தோம். எங்களுக்கு ஒரு பெரிய எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் கிடச்சிச்சு அது த்ரூ. ஏன்னா எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு கொலம்போவில் வந்து மோஸ்ட்லி ஸ்கூல்ஸ் வந்து பக்கத்தில் தான் இருக்கும் பிக் மேட்சஸ் அடிக்கிற ஸ்கூல். பட் எங்களுக்கு கிடைச்ச எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் இங்கேருந்து இன்னொரு ஏரியா, இன்னொரு பிளேஸ், அதாவது டிஃப்ரெண்ட்டான இடத்துக்கு போயிட்டு ப்ளே பண்ணக்கூடிய அந்த எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் எங்களுக்கு அது மூலமாக நிறைய கிடச்சிச்சு.
The new batsman in, it's Vidushan to replace Kajanath. The score is 167 for 6, and that's M. Abhishek into the attack. So Jaffna, Colombo Hindu College has managed to claw back a little bit, I would say, from 100 from around 100 out for 3 to 168 for 6. They managed to claw back a little bit. Dinesh, உங்களோட higher score 88 அந்த இன்னிங்ஸை பற்றி கொஞ்சம் சொல்லுங்கள்.
ஆனால் அது வந்து மறக்க முடியாத இன்னிங்ஸ் வந்து 2016 நாங்கள் ப்ளே பண்ணும்போது தான் ஜஃப்னாவில் நடந்த பிக் மேட்ச். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இன்னிங்ஸில் நினைக்கிறேன் ஜஃப்னா 290 விக்கெட் அடித்தாங்க. ஓகே, 290 விக்கெட் அடித்தாங்க. ஸோ நாங்கள் எகெயின் பேட் பண்ணும்போது டே எண்டில் 4 விக்கெட்ஸ் போயிட்டு அப்போ நான் 4 டவுன் தான் பேட் பண்ணது. பேட் பண்ணும்போது கிட்டத்தட்ட 100க்கு 4 விக்கெட்ஸ் போயிட்டு இன்னொரு 196 ரன்ஸ் அடிக்க இருந்துச்சு. அப்போ நெக்ஸ்ட் டே நாங்கள் ஃபுல்லாக கிட்டத்தட்ட லஞ்ச் வரைக்கும் பேட் பண்ணோம். அந்த டைமில் தான் அந்த இன்னிங்ஸ் அடித்தது. கிட்டத்தட்ட நானும் பவித்ரன் சொல்கிற இன்னொரு டீம்மேட்டும் கிட்டத்தட்ட 88 ரன்ஸ் கிட்ட பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் அடித்தோம். ஸோ பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் பண்ணி கிட்டத்தட்ட நாங்கள் 287 ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இன்னிங்ஸில் அடித்தோம். ஸோ அந்த டைமில் அடித்த ஸ்கோர் தான் அது. ஸோ எப்பயுமே மறக்க முடியாத இன்னிங்ஸ் ஒன்றா இருக்குது.
அந்த 88ல் அவுட் ஆகும்போது எப்போவுமே ஒரு பேட்ஸ்மேனுக்கு செஞ்சுரின்றது வந்து ஒரு கனவு, ரைட்? அந்த நார்மலாக 85க்கு பிறகு 85-90 அந்த டென்ஷன் ஒன்று ஆரம்பிக்கும். அந்த 88 அவுட் ஆகும்போது என்ன மனநிலையில் அது எப்படி அவுட் ஆகிருக்கல முதலாவது?
ஸோ நான் அது 8 விக்கெட்ஸ் கிட்ட போயிட்டு 8 விக்கெட்ஸ் இருக்கும்போது நான் கிட்டத்தட்ட 70 to 60 கிட்ட இருந்தேன். ஸோ அதுக்கப்புறம் தான்
தட்ஸ் விக்கெட் நம்பர் 7. That's the 7th wicket down. Vidushan got dismissed. LBW of the bowling of Abhishek. Abhishek takes his second wicket. Jaffna Hindu in trouble right now. 168 for 7. There is a bit of a collapse going on. Good comeback by the Colombo Hindu spinners. They've been bowling very nice and tight after the lunch interval. Yep. Oh, sorry, that's got behind. And it's a good catch. That's a juggled one. That's a juggled good catch. And it just stuck somewhere in between. Pretty good. That's an interesting way of catching the ball. Very nice indeed. Caught by the wicket keeper. 168 for the loss of 7 wickets. Vidushan caught Dilojan, bowled Abhishek. for note. அதாவது அந்த 88ல் எப்படி அவுட் ஆனீங்கள்? அது நல்ல போலா இல்லை அது ஏதாவது ஒரு என்ன சொல்கிறது, ஒரு லேக் ஆஃப் கான்சன்ட்ரேஷனா, அல்லது அந்த மனநிலை மைண்ட் செட் எப்படி இருந்தது? அந்த செஞ்சுரி மிஸ் பண்ண உடனே
அது லாஸ்ட் விக்கெட் ஐ திங்க் 9 விக்கெட்ஸ் போயிட்டு அப்போ நான் லாஸ்ட் தான் பெட் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். ஸோ அப்போ கண்டிப்பாக ஹிட் பண்ண வேண்டிய சிச்சுவேஷன். அது மட்டும் இல்லை, நாங்கள் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இன்னிங்ஸில் லீட் பையும் அடிக்கணும். அப்போ அந்த டைம் கண்டிப்பாக நான் ஹிட் பண்ணி ஆகணும். ஸோ ஹிட் பண்ணும்போது கிட்டத்தட்ட லைனில் வச்சு தான் கேட்ச் பிடிச்சது. ஸோ சம்டைம்ஸ் இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் இருந்திருக்கலாம்னு தோணுச்சு. பட் அந்த சிச்சுவேஷனில் நான் அடிச்சு தான் ஆகணும் ரன்ஸ் அந்த பக்கம்.
நைஸ், குட். what do you think about இந்தியா மேட்சை பற்றி சொல்லுங்கள், எப்படி போகுது?
ஸோ இன்னும் இப்போ நினைக்கிறேன் 7 விக்கெட்ஸ் போயிட்டு 200க்குள்ளே எப்படி எங்களால் வச்சுக்கொள்ள முடியும். ஸோ அப்படி வச்சுக்கொண்டா இந்த காலேஜ் வின் பண்ணதுக்கான சான்சஸ் ரொம்ப அதிகமாக இருக்கும்.
எந்த ஹிந்து காலேஜ் நீங்கள் சொல்லுங்கள்?
கொலம்போ இந்த காலேஜ்.
உண்மையில் அருள்னா இப்போ கடந்த வருடம் போட்டியை நாங்கள் கொஞ்சம் பின்னோக்கி பார்க்கும்போது 230 மாற்றங்களா? 8வது
wicket number 8 again, Abhishek back in action. That's the third. Is it Abhishek? Yeah, that's the third wicket for Abhishek. Jaffna Hindu, that's a huge collapse which is going on right now. The new batsman walked in, is walking back. I think probably he spent more time walking in rather than batting at the wickets. He's out first bowled by Abhishek. It's Sarujan. That's in trouble. 168 for the loss of 8 wickets. Jaffna Hindu. Yep, that's a good delivery. The batsman was expecting a bit more turn, but it didn't turn at all. It just sort of went on with the angle. Came in a little bit, maybe a little drift in. That's a nice delivery indeed. Pretty good line and length. I think the lines and length of the Colombo Hindu spinners or bowlers, especially after the lunch, has been pretty impressive, and you could see the rewards for those efforts. 168 for the loss of 8 wickets. New man in is Tharanisan, and with him Kajan on 21.
உண்மையிலே தினேஷ் நாங்கள் பேசிக்கொண்டிருந்த வேலையில் குறுக்கிடுவதற்கு மன்னிக்க வேணும். இப்போ கடந்த வருடம் போட்டி இடம்பெற்ற யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி மைதானத்தில் 230 ஓட்டங்கள் என்ற ஒரு இலக்கு தான் முதலாவது இன்னிங்ஸுக்காக இருந்தது. ஆனால் இப்போ இந்த வருடம் பாருங்கள் 168 ஆகும் பொழுது ஒரு 8 விக்கெட்டை இழந்திருக்கின்றார்கள். இப்பொழுது தான் உங்களுடைய எங்களுக்கு அனுபவம் தேவை. எப்படி இந்த மாதிரி டைமில் நீங்கள் இந்த இடத்துல இருந்தால் என்ன செய்வீங்க? ஒரு கஷ்டமாக
இப்போ எப்படியுமே கண்டிப்பாக லாஸ்ட் டைம் 230 சொல்லும்போது எப்படியுமே ஏன்னா மஞ்சுளஸ் எங்களோட கோச்சோட நிறைய எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் இருக்குது. எப்படியுமே எங்களோட பிளான் வந்து 200 விக்கெட்ஸ் ஆல் அவுட் பண்ணுற பிளான் தான். பட் இப்போ போகிற சுச்சுவேஷன் பார்த்தா 180 எங்களுக்கு எப்படியுமே ஆல் அவுட் பண்ண முடியும். ஸோ கண்டிப்பாக ஃபீல்டை நல்லா பேக் பண்ணிவிட்டு ஸ்பின்னர்ஸ் எடுத்து இப்போ டெய்லைண்டர்ஸ் பேட் பண்ணுறாங்க. ஸோ கண்டிப்பாக நல்ல ஒரு ப்ரெஷர் ஒன்று பண்ணி அதுக்குள்ளே விக்கெட்ஸ் எடுக்கலாம். ஸோ விக்கெட் எடுக்கக்கூடிய வாய்ப்பு எங்களுக்கு ரொம்பவே அதிகமாக இருக்குது இந்த இடத்துல.
நன்றி தினேஷ், நன்றி எங்களுடன் கலந்து கொண்டு கதைத்தமைக்கு மிக்க நன்றி. ஓகே, ஒரு ஒன் லாஸ்ட் கொஸ்டின். உங்களோட கிரிக்கெட் வாழ்க்கை இப்போது எப்படி போய் கொண்டிருக்கிறது? அது என்ன செய்து கொண்டிருக்கிறீர்கள்? மற்றது இந்த யங்ஸ்டர்ஸ் வந்து இப்போ ஸ்கூல் கிரிக்கெட் முடிச்சுட்டு நிறைய பேர் வந்து they go out of cricket, they go into something else. So probably அவங்களுக்கு அடுத்து என்ன செய்யணும்னு தெரியாது கிரிக்கெட்டை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும். அவங்களுக்கு இப்போ நீங்கள் என்ன செய்கிறீங்க, அவங்க என்னென்ன செய்யலாம், அவங்களுக்கு என்னென்ன அவென்யூஸ் இருக்குது, அதில் பற்றி கொஞ்சம் சொல்லி விளக்கி விட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் நாங்கள் எடுத்துக்கொள்வாங்க.
ஸோ ஃபஸ்ட்டாக வந்து இப்போ விளையாடுற யங்ஸ்டர்ஸ்க்கு நிறைய சான்சஸ் இருக்குது. நான் பார்த்த வரையில் ஸ்கூல் ஓல்ட் பாய்ஸில் நிறைய அளவு சப்போர்ட்ஸுக்கான வாய்ப்பு இருக்குது. ஸோ அதுக்கு மெயினான விஷயம் நல்ல பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸை பிக் மேட்சஸ் 19 டூர்னமெண்ட்ஸில் ஃபஸ்ட்டு நாங்கள் ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ணணும். அது மட்டும் இல்லை, எனக்கு விளையாடக்கூடிய ஆர்வம் கூட இருக்கவங்க கண்டிப்பாக ஆல் பாய்ஸ் கிட்ட ஐடியாஸ் கேட்கலாம். ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்து அண்டர் 19 முடிச்சதுக்கப்புறம் ஃபஸ்ட்டாக ப்ளே பண்ணக்கூடிய ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி தான் டிவிஷன் 3. அவங்க ஏரியாவுக்கு நல்ல கிளப்ஸ் டிவிஷன் 3 ப்ளே பண்ணலாம். டிவிஷன் 3 நல்ல சான்ஸ் இருக்குது. அது மட்டும் இல்லை, ஏதாச்சும் மேஜர் கிளப்ஸில் ஓகே ப்ராக்டிஸ் மினிமம் நம்ம ப்ளே பண்ண வசதி முதல்ல நம்ம ப்ராக்டிஸ் போகணும். அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் அப்படி அந்த வகையில் ப்ராக்டிஸ் போகும்போது அங்கே கிடைக்கிற எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் வந்து எங்களுக்கு ஸ்கூல் லெவலை விட கொஞ்சம் அதிகமான எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் கிளப்ஸ் லெவலில் நமக்கு கிடைக்கும். ஸோ அது த்ரூ நாங்கள் ப்ராக்டிஸ் கண்டினியூவாக பண்ணணும். ஏன்னா எதையுமே உடனே நம்ம அச்சீவ் பண்ண முடியாது. ஸோ கண்டினியூவாக ப்ராக்டிஸஸ் பண்ணும்போது நமக்கு அந்த எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் வரும்போது கண்டிப்பாக நெக்ஸ்ட் லெவல் போகலாம். ஸோ இப்போ நான் கரண்ட்லி இப்போ டிவிஷன் 3 நான் ப்ளே பண்ணுறேன். அதுவும் ஜஃப்னா ஸ்டாலியன்ஸ் அவங்களுக்காக நான் ப்ளே பண்ணுறேன். ஸோ இவ்வளோ காலம் நான் டிவிஷன் 3 விளாண்டதுக்கும் இந்த இயர் விளாண்டதுக்கும் நிறைய அளவு எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் கிடைச்சிச்சு. ஸோ அந்த எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் மட்டும் இல்லை, அதில் கிடைக்கிற சப்போர்ட்ஸும் எங்களுக்கு அடுத்த லெவல் போகக்கூடிய அந்த ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டியை க்ரியேட் பண்ணி தராங்க. ஸோ நான் வந்து 2 இந்து காலேஜ் பாய்ஸ்க்கு சொல்கிற ஒரு விஷயம் தான், நிறைய சப்போர்ட்ஸ் இப்போ இருக்குது. ஸோ நம்ம அதை யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கொள்ள வேண்டிய விஷயம் தான். ஸோ கண்டிப்பாக அது ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி. நெக்ஸ்ட் லெவலுக்கு இந்த இடத்துல வந்து ஒரு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கிளாஸ் டெபியூ பண்ணதுக்கான ஒரு வாய்ப்பு எங்களோட எல்லாருக்கும் கிடைக்கும்.
That's a beautiful delivery. That's a lovely googly. That's a very nice one. He attempted one before as well to the left-hander. It was slightly wider, but this one was very nice indeed. 169 for the loss of 8 wickets. This is the 55th over in progress. Deshkar has been bowling pretty well. 13.5 overs, 3 for 27. Thanks Dinesh. Nandri. Engodan வந்து கொஞ்சம் டைம் ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ணதுக்கு நன்றி.
173 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 8 விக்கெட்டினை இழந்திருக்கிறார்கள். 56.5 ஓவர் பந்து நிறைவடைந்திருக்கின்ற வேளையிலும் கச்சானன் 25 ஓட்டங்கள் 57 பந்துகளில். அதே போன்று தர்ஷன் 6 பந்துகளுக்கு 1 ஓட்டங்கள். ஹர்னிஷன் கொழும்பு பம்பலப்பிட்டி இந்து கல்லூரியின் ஆசிரியர்கள் தற்பொழுது இந்த போட்டியை பார்த்து மகிழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். நிச்சயமாக தங்களுடைய மாணவர்களின் திறமையை மைதானத்திலிருந்து பார்த்து அவர்களை உற்சாகப்படுத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள் இந்து கல்லூரியின் ஆசிரியர் பெருந்தகைகள். அவற்றை கூட இந்த நேரலையின் ஊடாக நீங்கள் பார்க்கலாம். தனா யோகநாதன் எங்களுக்கு ஹோம் லைஃப் அனுசரணை வழங்கி கொண்டிருக்கின்ற மற்றும் ஒரு பிரதான அனுசரணையாளர். விசேஷமாக இந்த இந்துவின் பெருஞ்சமரின் போது எங்களுக்கு முழுமையான அனுசரணை வழங்கி கொண்டிருக்கின்ற தனா யோகநாதன் ஹோம் லைஃப் ஆய ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் எங்களுக்கு இன்று மாலை சரியாக 6 மணி அளவிலே பம்பலப்பிட்டி சரஸ்வதி மண்டபத்திலே சொல்லாடல், 2 கல்லூரிகளும் பங்கு பட்டுகின்ற சொல்லாடல், அந்த விவாதம் இடம்பெற காத்திருக்கின்றது. பிரதம விருந்தினர் அல்லது சிறப்பு விருந்தினராக மட்டு மாவட்ட நாடாளுமன்ற உறுப்பினர் களமிறங்க காத்திருக்கின்றார். மீண்டுமாக நாங்கள் இந்த விசேட நேரலையோடு இணைந்திருக்கின்றோம். அந்த வகையில் சற்று முன்னர் எங்களுடைய ராஜு நிர்மலசிங்கம் இந்த நேர்முக கலந்துரையாடலோடு இணைந்திருந்த வேளையில் தற்பொழுது போட்டிகள் விறுவிறுப்பாக இடம்பெற்று கொண்டிருக்கின்ற இந்த வேளையில் நாங்கள் மீண்டுமாக ஒரு சிறப்பு நேர்காணலுக்கு எங்களுடைய அனலை எக்ஸ்பிரஸ் அதாவது சரவணமுத்து விளையாட்டு மைதானத்தில் இருக்கின்ற சிறப்பு கலையகத்தை உங்களுக்காக எடுத்து வர காத்திருக்கின்றோம். இந்த கிரிக்கெட் தொடர் அல்லது இந்துக்களின் பெருஞ்சவர் போட்டிக்கு எங்களுடைய ஜாயின்ட் கமிட்டி அல்லது இணைப்பு நிர்வாகமாக போயிட்டிருக்கின்ற பம்பலப்பிட்டி இந்து கல்லூரியின் பழைய மாணவர் தற்பொழுது கனடா தேசத்திலிருந்து இலங்கை வருகை தந்திருக்கின்ற எங்களுடைய இளங்கோ ரத்னசபாபதி அவர்களை எங்களுடைய சிறப்பு நேரலைக்காக அழைத்து வர காத்திருக்கின்றோம். அந்த சிறப்பு நேரலையை தொடர்ந்து உங்களோடு முன்னெடுத்து செல்வதற்காக எங்களுடைய கல்லூரிகளின் பிரபல அறிவிப்பாளர் திரு அருளண்ணா எங்களோடு இணைந்திருக்கின்றார். அவரை நாங்கள் தொடர்ச்சியாக இந்த சிறப்பு நேர்காணலோடு உங்களை நாங்கள் அழைத்து வர காத்திருக்கின்றோம். எங்களுடைய இளங்கோ ரத்னசபாபதி அவர்களை எங்களுடைய கலையகத்திற்காக இதோ உங்கள் முன்னில் அறிமுகப்படுத்துகின்றோம்.
Thanks. Langwana, welcome to this little chat. Thank you very much for giving us some time. I mean, we know about you, but probably give a brief intro of what you do right now, of your profession, whatever.
No, I am CEO at Capital Maharaj Organization, but I am a Canadian citizen. But presently, I am working here every 4 months or 6 months. I am back and forth. I go to Canada and come back. That's it.
Thanks, Anna. And you've been part of this. You've been heading this organizing committee. You've been the chairperson of this organizing committee, and I think you've been part of these big matches right throughout. So, how do you see the journey of this big match as well as Indu college cricket as well?
Cricket match is, as far as I am concerned, 1982 we started, and 1983 because after the trouble we stopped, and again we restart. And it's a good thing, and it's the teamwork. I always say the matches and everything, all the past students should come and join with us, join hands. That is not happening. I'm watching again last 2 days before also I have a media briefing at Sakti FM, Sakti TV on the media thing also. I said that it's the biggest lap on our side. The old boys who are studied in our school, and they think when the education has finished, that's it. But I'm always say, you don't need to spend any penny. At least come and give us a mental support or other thoughts or something else. No one is coming. Even the senior boys now I saw, even my badges, no one is coming. Right? I don't know why. Everyone have a problem. Even though they might think I don't have work. I was having work. So at least what they are studied from this school, they are finished, at least give back something to the school. That's it I'm telling you. The teachers or principal, they are being, when their term finished, they will go. But this school always belongs to the OBU.
Correct.
That's only I always, that's my theory from the start.
Absolutely. So how, I believe the support, I mean, we still understand there are issues with the support system, whatever. But I believe there has been some improvement when from the start to today. I mean, how do you see the journey?
The journey is good, but this time the committee have a good team, and who Dr. VP Sports is a good team leader. Rajiv is even though he's a doctor. That's the example I'm telling you. Even the doctor, he always back and forth, he's travel from Vaunia to here. That everyone have to have an impression to take a leadership and have to do this.
Correct, absolutely.
That might be heavy his passion, but everyone have to take.
And I think just one second. We've lost, I think the 9th wicket is down. Jaffna Hindu has lost his 9th wicket. The score moves on. Score is 181 for 9. Taranison got dismissed just now. Caught by delusion of the bowling of Deshkar. That's the 4th wicket for Deshkar. The leg spin has been pretty impressive today. He's been able to sort of instigate this collapse along with Abhishek. And it's pretty impressive bowling indeed. Taranison got dismissed. And the 9th wicket down. The last man walking in is Bharadwasan. Go ahead.
And I think this time we got all the supports from Australian OBA, UK OBA, Canada OBA and everything. And each and every past boys from each group, they also supported. The contribution is excellent. And the sponsorship also good. And this is a teamwork. No one can do individual thing like a big match like this.
Absolutely. I think this is probably for the first time we are doing it in a slightly more grander scale. Am I right in saying that?
No. Not previous year. Before that also, I know that we had a Tamil Union, but this is not like marvelous. But this time is a marvelous. I can't say marvelous. Means is bigger than equivalent to other schools we are doing.
Yeah.
But there is no expected crowd. But today's school people came, not a past students. Right?
Absolutely, yes.
But there are people can come and support us. No.
We're hoping
this
that,
my worries from this.
I know. We're hoping that there'll be a better crowd tomorrow.
Because this more awareness has given from the medias and everything. And the Canada, also they are giving more programs and Facebook and everything, media. So media also, everyone, media sponsors, everyone there.
Yeah. So Hindu College Colombo innings has started. And Jaffna Hindu starting right away with spin bowling. Good to see another leggy coming in. That's down the leg side. That's no runs. 1 run for the loss of no wickets. Colombo Hindu College in pursuit of the score of 183. Sorry, 2 runs for the loss of no wickets. In pursuit of that 183 by the Jaffna Hindu boys. Deluxon on 1 and Midhusigan on 1 as well. The bowler who bowled so far as Kadanath has taken his ball 1 over and given away 2 runs. Jaffna Hindu with a rich cricketing tradition. They've had some great teams in the 80s and 90s at least, and probably even the 2000s as well. A school which is focused on education, as well as they've been able to churn out some good cricketers in the past, at least at the school level, and most of them obviously are living overseas right now. We do have a couple of them playing with us in the Division 3 tournaments in the club circuit as well in Colombo district. To operate it's Bharatavasan, the left arm, medium pacey. Oh, that's a nice delivery. A bit of movement for him. A bit of shape, angle the ball into him a little bit, into the batsman a little bit, and then was able to take it away. Midhusigan, the left-handed batsman, on 1 after facing 5 deliveries, and Deluxon on 1 as well after facing 2 deliveries. Jaffna Hindu would love to restrict Colombo Hindu boys within that 183 and possibly would like to look for about a 50-run lead at least, so that they can put pressure in them with the second innings. But in the meantime, the Colombo Hindu boys would be looking at overhauling the target and probably getting into another 50-run lead from their perspective, so that they can apply a bit more pressure on the Hindu boys, the Jaffna Hindu boys. Bharatavasan to meet the second. Again, wide outside the off stump. The boys should learn to bowl within the stump, so probably at the offside or 4th, 5th stump channel with the new ball. Both the teams seems to be sort of wasting the new ball a little bit by bowling either way down the leg side or outside the off stump, especially the fast bowlers or the medium paces. The boys should learn to sort of use the new ball, make the batsman play with the new ball, and that's where you get a chance to get wickets. Left arm pacey looks pretty good, pretty solid, but he got to get his radar right. He got to get his line right. He got to move the line a little bit further towards the batsman. That's much better. That's much better indeed. That's a much better line indeed. That's gone. That's given out. That's given out. That's caught behind. Midhusigan caught behind by the wicketkeeper. The wicketkeeper is the one who scored a good 80. That's gone. That's a good delivery indeed. Making the batsman play, making the batsman poke at the delivery. The batsman seems to be not in agreement with the. There seems to be a gap between the bat and the ball. So that's an interesting decision. But having said that, it's the umpire's decision. It's final. The batsman very clearly disappointed with that decision indeed. Caught Premigan ball Bharatavasan for 1. The new man in. Let's see who the new batsman Colombo. A good start for the Jaffna Hindu boys. Very good start indeed. The bowler, the moment he made this adjustment with the line, managed to bring the batsman into play, was able to get the batsman to play a false stroke. And that's a good early wicket for the Jaffna Hindu boys. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for them. That seemed to be a fairly poor decision from the umpire, because that was, I mean, at least from the commentary box over here, we were able to see daylight between the bat and the ball. But nevertheless, it was a pretty good delivery indeed. Make the batsman play at it, and ultimately got the result that he wanted. The new man in, it's Niruban, another left-handed batter. Again, going further wide indeed. A good over though so far. But the batsman, I mean, but the thing is that, the batsmen are content on leaving those deliveries. You got to bring the ball into the batsman. You got to bring the batsman into play. At least keep the lines a lot more closer, so that you get enough chances to get the ball to either get a LBW or a caught behind or a caught a slip kind of decision. That's the way to bowl the new ball. And that's slightly fuller in length and possibly a little bit closer to the stumps comparatively, but still the ball died down. The pitch seems to be getting slower, at least from a full length area. So Hindu College Colombo off to a bad start, 2 for the loss of 1 wicket. Niruban yet to open his account, and Dilukshan on 1. Kajanath. It's a good shot indeed, off to deep mid wicket area. That's a single to Dilukshan. Dilukshan moves on to 2. The score moves on to 3 for the loss of 1 wicket. Oh, that's a lovely delivery indeed. That's a beautiful delivery indeed. And that's gone as well. That's a superb googly. The new man gone. That's a lovely delivery indeed. Teased the batsman with the flight and air. The batsman playing for the turn, the leg spinner to come in, but it just went the other way around, and that's beautifully bowled. That's absolutely beautifully bowled indeed. A classical leg spinner's dismissal. 3 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. Niruban stumped Premigan, bowled Gajanath for note. It's a lovely delivery indeed. Look at that, all beautifully delivered, beautifully bowled. He just dragged the feet a little bit. Oh, that's brilliant work from the keeper. That's absolutely brilliant work from the keeper. It's a nice piece of stumping, good piece of bowling, and beautiful stumping by the wicket keeper. Look at that, wow, that's just a little bit, oh, that's quick glove work, beautiful glove work indeed. Lovely. That's so nice indeed. Sleek glove work from the keeper. 3 for the loss of 2 wickets. Jaffna Hindu after a good start, and Colombo Hindu not the start what they expect. The new man in is Nidusan. And I would like to also invite my friend and a professional commentator, Indusan as well, to take off, say a few things for a while.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, Mr. Arul. Seems to be the Jaffna Hindu enjoying a great start, unless like the Colombo Hindu. So what do you think about the current composure of the game? Do you think that Colombo Hindu can bat? Oh, that's another one. Yeah, there's another wicket. Jaffna Hindu is all over Colombo Hindu now. That's 3 for 3. That looked bit plum for me. What about you?
That's absolutely plum indeed. That's really looked plum indeed. Pretty good bowling again. Did I see a googly over there? It seemed to be a googly. It just came through with the hand. Srinivasan, LBW for Gadanath for North. That's a beautiful wicket indeed. Beautiful delivery indeed. That's absolutely plum. Colombo Hindu in absolute totters. 3 for 3. A dream start for the Jaffna Hindu boys. Kajanath 2 for 3 of 1.4 overs. A leg spinner bowling with a new ball. And that's a massive thing indeed. Great stuff.
They're using the conditions very well, and it's brilliant of them to give the spinner early on. And they kind of understand the dynamics of the game and how things are working in this ground. We have seen many international matches. Spin used to dominate in this ground. And look at that. 1 wicket, 0 wicket. That could be a dream start. Any schoolboy in the big match to have. And this guy is living his dream.
Normally you find an off-spinner bowling, as an opening bowler, right? Sometimes they take the new ball, but we haven't seen leg spinners doing that with the new ball, and with the slippery, with the red ball, it will be a little bit more slippery as well. That's an interesting choice.
Indeed, we are living in a very T20-driven era where people try to experiment a lot of things, and perhaps they wanted to have something new. As you said, the off spinners used to start. We have seen it in Sri Lanka cricket team and internationally as well. But the new man is B. Tharajan, right-handed batter, and having a decent strike rate, but not much of the runs. So hope he can hit something and rescue the Colombo Hindu College from the trouble they are in.
That's a loopy delivery, slightly fuller. 3 for 3, couldn't have gone for a drive, but otherwise on any other day he could have gone for a drive, but it's again defended pretty well. So I think the need of the hour for the Colombo Hindu boys is to sort of stick around, stitch a good partnership together. Dilukshan is already there. He came in and he's batted for a few overs, so he can just hang around along with Tarujan, and they need to build a partnership. But Jaffna Hindu will be really looking at nailing it down further and further and further. But 3 for 3 at the end of 3 overs, so everything is in a 3. So for those who are interested in international cricket, Sri Lanka versus Netherlands, the match is going on right now. The World Cup qualifiers, and Sri Lanka won 48 for the loss of 7 wickets. Just like the Colombo Hindu boys, the Sri Lankan team is also in a bit of trouble.
Exactly. I was just thinking whether we are reliving what has happened in the morning, the Sri Lankan with the Sri Lankan team, and a little bit of pace back into the attack. And this is Bharatwasan, and he's continuing his second over, and his start spell is going on, and Colombo Hindu College desperately need a partnership. They need to consolidate. They need to take things from here to a formidable total or the challenge. Otherwise, like, it will be very difficult for their lower order to catch up.
Parduvasan seems to be a good left arm seamer. Hope he gets the radar right. Yes, that's a good delivery again, honing in on the stumps. Just trying to get the ball back in curve a little bit in as well. That's a good sign. But that's a good delivery, defended very well. So it's 3 for 3 and 3.2 overs. That's a dream start. The beautiful leg spin bowling. And probably a fortress wicket for Bharatwasan to start, which triggered the collapse. But after that, the wickets by the leg spinners were absolutely beautiful indeed.
Of course, because he drew the first blood, and once he given the opening, the spinners kind of like capitalized it to the big time.
Big responsibility on both these batsmen, Dilukshan and Tarujan. Tarujan had a good bowling spell, though he didn't take any wickets. He bowled fairly well to keep the runs, to curtail the runs after the initial in-stroke. That's again a good delivery. Could see some slight inward movement from the left arm seamer, isn't it? He's been able to bring the ball back a little bit.
It's encouraging on the Jaffna Hindu perception, because since if you have a bit of movement, it's very difficult for the batters to bat and to score runs. So left armers are anyway very hard to pick. So they have unearthed a gem from their school. So hopefully that he can do something great here.
Typically, you see the left armers angling across the right-hander, taking it further away. But this seems to be able to bring it back a little bit, which could be dangerous, and it could bring in the LBW into play big time.
Definitely, because that never gives any width for the batters to work around. So there you go. There's another LBW. He's somewhere interested. I think he has given.
No, he's not. Oh
he
yeah,
has given.
That's given as well.
He has raised the fingers here.
That's the wicket number 4. 3 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. That's a dream start again. A beautiful delivery. Honing in again. The ball in the middle on the stumps. The batsman looked at it for a while, and he seems to be indicating that it's off his inside edge. Probably it will be an interesting replay indeed. But having said that, the batsman shouldn't be doing that in the middle of the pitch. Once it's given out, he should be walking away.
The batsman looks completely upset about the decision, and he's repeatedly showing everyone that there's an inside edge.
Yes, that's a big inside edge again. Another fairly poor decision by the umpire. That's a big inside edge indeed. It's a fairly big inside edge.
Perhaps umpire was in a double mind because he was thinking about it. But anyway, that's it. And Hindu College slipping further 3 for 4.
Three runs for the loss of 4 wickets. In deep trouble indeed. Tarujan, no doubt, note, and the new batsman in.
அருளனா உண்மையிலே 3 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 4 விக்கெட்டை இழந்திருக்கிறார்கள். உங்களுடைய அனுபவத்தில் என்ன தெரிகின்றது? இந்த போட்டியின் திருப்புமுனை எங்களுடைய நிதிஷன் இருக்கிறார், அவரும் இருக்கின்றார் பம்பல்பட்டி இந்து கல்லூரியில். உண்மையிலே 168 இலக்கை தான் அடைய வேண்டும் முதலாவது இன்னிங்ஸுக்காக. இப்பொழுது 4 விக்கெட்டை இழந்திருக்கிறார்கள். 3 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு
3 ஓட்டங்கள் 4 விக்கெட்டுகள் ஒரு இக்கட்டான நிலைமையில் கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரி ஆடிக்கொண்டிருக்கிறது சொல்ல வேண்டும். ஆனாலும் கிரிக்கெட் எது வேணும் நடக்கலாம். 3 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 4 விக்கெட் இருந்து 200-300 அடித்தது ஸ்கோரும் இருக்குது. ஸோ தற்போதைக்கு இவர்கள் என்ன செய்ய வேணும்னு சொன்னால் ஒரு 5-10 ஓவர்களுக்கு பிளான் பண்ணி நின்று விளையாட வேண்டும். அவ்வளோதான். எத்தனை விக்கெட் போனதை பற்றியோ ரன்ஸை பற்றியோ ஒன்றும் யோசிக்காமல் they just have to play. They just have to be there at the wicket. Just be there. இது என்ன சொன்னால் இப்போ இந்த ஸ்டார்டிங்கில் வந்து நியூ பால் கொஞ்சம் ஸ்விங்ஸ் எல்லாம் இருக்கும், ஸ்பின் ஒரு டீவியேஷன்ஸ் இருக்கும். கொஞ்ச நேரம் நின்று விட்டார்னு சொன்னால் விக்கெட் இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் ஈஸியாக இருக்கும். நன்றாக விளையாடலாம்.
பொறுத்திருந்து பார்ப்போம். தற்பொழுது 3.5 ஓவர்கள் நிறைவின் போது 3 ஓட்டங்களை மாத்திரமே பெற்றிருக்கின்றார்கள். கொழும்பு பம்பலப்பிட்டி இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர். இந்துவின் பெருஞ்சமர் 2023 400 கிலோமீட்டருக்கு அப்பால் கொழும்பு பெருநகருக்கு வருகை தந்திருக்கின்ற எங்களுடைய யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி மாணவர்கள், இந்து கல்லூரி வீரர்கள் தற்பொழுது கொழும்பு பி சரவணமுத்து சர்வதேச விளையாட்டு மைதானத்தில் தங்களுடைய பந்து வீச்சில் பிரகாசித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். என்னோட இந்துஷனும் இணைந்திருக்கிறார். நாங்கள் அவரோட கொஞ்சம் பேசி பார்ப்போம் என்ன நடக்கின்றது என்று இந்த மைதானத்தில், அல்லது எங்களுடைய கல்லூரி மாணவர்களுக்கு கிரிக்கெட் என்பது அருள் நான் சொல்வது போன்று இறுதி பந்து வரை எங்களுக்கு உறுதியாக கூற முடியாது இந்த அணி தான் வெற்றி பெறும் என்று. கடந்த வருட போட்டி சமநிலையாக்கப்பட்டது யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி மைதானத்தில். இந்த வருடம் என்ன நடக்கும் என்பதை பொறுத்து தான் பார்க்க வேண்டும். தற்பொழுது நேரமும் 3:20 ஆகிக்கொண்டது. இன்னும் ஒரு 2.5 மணித்தியாலங்கள் எஞ்சி இருக்கின்றது இந்துஷன்.
உண்மையில் வந்து இது ஒரு மோசமான ஒரு ஸ்டார்ட் என்று தான் சொல்லணும். எனக்கு சொன்னால் யாழ் இந்த கல்லூரி அணியினர் வந்து அவ்வளவு துல்லியமாக வந்து பந்து வீச்சை போட்டு வேக பந்து வீச்சாளர்களாக இருக்கட்டும், சுழல் பந்து வீச்சாளர்களாக இருக்கட்டும் வந்து அந்த மாதிரி வந்து போட்டு உருட்டி எடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். நீங்கள் சொன்ன மாதிரி வந்து கடைசி பந்து வீசப்படும் வரைக்கும் வந்து என்னென்று தீர்மானிக்க முடியாத ஒரு நிலை தான் வந்து கிரிக்கெட்டில் இருக்குது. அது சர்வதேச கிரிக்கெட் போட்டியாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, ஸ்கூல்களுக்கு இடையிலான கல்லூரிகளுக்கு இடையிலான பிக் மேட்சாக இருந்தாலும் சரி. ஆக இப்போ இந்து கல்லூரி, கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரி செய்ய வேண்டியது வந்து ஒரு என்ன சொல்கிறது, ஒரு திடமான ஒரு இணைப்பாட்டம் கொண்டு வந்து அதுக்குள்ள தேவைப்படுது. அந்த இணைப்பாட்டத்தை வந்து இந்த இப்போ இருக்கிற 2 துடுப்பாட்ட வீரர்களும் தருஜன் யாதவ் 2 பேரும் வந்து எப்படியாவது வந்து ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் கொண்டு போட்டு, அதாவது இந்த போல் இந்த அருள் நான் சொன்ன மாதிரி வந்து புது போல் வந்து கொஞ்சம் ஷைனிங்காக இருக்கும். அது வந்து பந்து வீச்சாளர்களுக்கு ரொம்பவே வந்து ஒரு என்ன ஒரு உதவிகரமாக இருக்கும். அப்போ அந்த நேரத்தில் வந்து அவர்கள் கொஞ்சம் கவனத்தில் எடுத்து அந்த பந்து பழுதாகும் வரைக்கும் வந்து தடுத்தாடி ஏழுமான வரைக்கும் வந்து 1-2 சிங்கிள்ஸ் டபுள்ஸ் என்று எடுத்து தங்களுக்குள்ள வந்து அந்த ஒரு இணைப்பாட்டத்தை கொண்டு வந்து கொஞ்சம் ரன்ஸ் வரும்போது வந்து அவர்களுக்கும் கொஞ்சம் இலகுவாக இருக்கும். எதிரணியினரும் கொஞ்சம் வந்து ஒரு டிஃபென்சிவ் மோடுக்கு வந்து போவினோம். அதாவது வந்து இதுக்கு மேலே விக்கெட் இல்லை, கொஞ்சம் அடிக்கணும்னு சொன்னாங்க. அதுதான் இப்போதைக்கு வந்து தேவையாக இருக்குன்னு நான் எதிர்பார்க்கிறேன்.
நிச்சயமாக, அதாவது நிதானமாக ஒவ்வொரு பந்துகளுக்கும் நுணுக்கமாக முகம் கொடுக்க வேண்டும். அப்பொழுதுதான் இன்னும் கொஞ்ச நேரம் இந்த விக்கெட்டுகள் நின்று பிடிக்கலாம், அல்லது ஒரு இணைப்பாட்டத்தை கொண்டு செல்லலாம். அப்படிதான் அருளனா, இணைப்பாட்டம் என்பது மிக முக்கியம் இந்த போட்டியின் போது.
கண்டிப்பாக இது வந்து 4 விக்கெட்ல இருந்தது 3 ரன் எடுத்தது ஒன்றை யோசிக்காமல் அவர்கள் வந்து நின்று விளையாடி கொண்டிருக்க வேண்டும். வெரி பேசிக் கிரிக்கெட், கோ பேக் டு பேசிக்ஸ், பிளே யோர் கிரிக்கெட், ஜஸ்ட் ஸ்டே தேர், டேக் தி சிங்கிள்ஸ் ஒன்ஸ் இன் அ வைல், தட்ஸ் இட். அவ்வளோ போதும். அதுக்கு பிறகு ஒரு 5-10 ஓவருக்கு பிறகு கொஞ்சம் ஈஸியாக வரும். அதுக்கு பிறகு நன்றாக விளையாடி கொண்டிருக்கலாம். இப்போது வந்து ஜஃப்னா ஹிந்து வந்து ஒரு டாப்பில் இருக்கிறார்கள்னு சொல்ல வேண்டும். ஆக்சுவலி தேர் ரைட் ஆன் டாப். ஆனால் இது ட்ரேட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு நிறைய நேரம் எடுக்காது. இது வந்து இந்த 2 பேட்ஸ்மேனும் வந்து இருந்து ஒரு சின்ன ஒரு 15-20 ரன்ஸ் பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் போட்டாலே அவர்களுக்கு ஒரு கான்ஃபிடன்ஸ் வந்து வரும். அதுக்கு பிறகு நன்றாக விளையாடி கொண்டே இருக்கலாம்.
கடந்த வருடமும் இதே ஒரு சூழ்நிலையை தான் எங்களுக்கு பார்க்கக்கூடியதாக இருந்தது. 56 ஓவர்களுக்கு மாத்திரம் முதலாவது இன்னிங்ஸில் கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர் முகம் கொடுத்திருந்தார்கள். 146 ஓட்டங்களை மாத்திரம் பெற்றிருந்தார்கள் முதலாவது இன்னிங்ஸ். எனவே அங்கும் ஒரு 230 ஓட்டங்கள் கடந்த வருடம் யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர் பதிலுக்கு துடுப்படுத்த ஆடிய முதலாவது இன்னிங்ஸுக்காக 146 ஓட்டங்களை மாத்திரம் தான் பெற்றிருந்தார்கள். எனவே அங்கும் ஒரு பாரிய சரிவு காணப்பட்டது ஓட்டங்கள் மற்றும் விக்கெட்டுகள் இணைப்பாட்டத்தின் போது. அந்த போட்டியின் போது, அதாவது 2022 11வது இந்துக்களின் பெருஞ்சபரின் போது சிறந்த துடுப்பாட்டத்தை டிலுக்ஷன், அதாவது இந்திய அணித்தலைவர் டிலுக்ஷன் தான் 40 ஓட்டங்கள் அதிகூடிய ஓட்டங்களாக பெற்றிருந்தார் அந்த தொடரில். அவருடைய துடுப்பு தான் கொஞ்சம் பிரகாசிக்கிறது.
ஆட்டம் இழந்து விட்டார்
நம்பிக்கை நட்சத்திரம். அதே போன்று அந்த அணியின் பந்து வீச்சின் போது கடந்த 2022 சிறந்த முறையில் பந்து வீசி இருந்தார். அதாவது எங்களுடைய பரதோஷன், அதாவது 33 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 4 விக்கெட்டினை கைப்பற்றியிருந்தார். அதே போன்று 2வது இன்னிங்ஸில் எங்களுடைய சர்ஜன் 5 விக்கெட்டுகள் 26 ஓட்டம் கைப்பற்றினார். அந்த போட்டி தொடரில் அதிகூடிய விக்கெட்.
Good shot indeed. That's beautifully played cover drive. That's a lovely stroke. After a very, very long time, the Hindu College managed to get a boundary. This is the first boundary of the innings for them so far. They were stuck on 3 for quite a while. In fact, they lost 3 wickets with at the score of 3. They were They were 1 for 1 and then 3 for 3. Sorry, 1 for 1, then 2 for 3, 3 for 3, 4 for 3 as well, and now managed to get another 4, get a 4. So the score moves on to 7. So I hope that this will, I mean, from the perspective of the Colombo Hindu boys, this will probably give them a little bit more confidence and probably break the deadlock. And that was a poor delivery by the left arm pacer by Pravasan. It's right on the slot, just outside the off arm. It was there to be driven, and it was driven beautifully.
ஒரு 4 ஓட்டங்கள் பெறப்படுகிறது.
That's a good delivery. Slightly late by the batsman. I mean, slight indecision on what exactly to do. He didn't expect the ball to come back, but that probably came back a touch. This boy has been able to bring the ball back a little bit, and that seems to be troubling the Colombo Hindu boys.
அதே போன்று இன்று மாலை சரியாக 6 மணி அளவில் பம்பலப்பிடி சரஸ்வதி மண்டபத்தில் ஒரு மாபெரும் விவாதம் இடம்பெற காத்திருக்கின்றது. அதாவது இன்றைய காலத்திற்கு தேவையான ஒரு விவாதம் என்றாலும் மிகையாகாது. இன்று மாலை சரியாக 6:30 மணி அளவில் குறிப்பாக சர்வதேச நாணய நிதியத்தின் பரிந்துரைகள் பின்பற்றும் போது, சர்வதேச நாணய பரிந்துரைகளை பின்பற்றும் போது இலங்கையானது பொருளாதார ஸ்திரத்தன்மையை அடையும் என வாதம். அதாவது சர்வதேச நாணய நிதியத்தின் அந்த புரிந்துணர்வுகளை அல்லது அவர்களுடைய சட்டத்திட்டங்களை, அவர்கள் நியதிகளை ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளும் போது இலங்கையின் பொருளாதாரம் ஒரு ஸ்திரத்தன்மை அடையுமா, ஏற்புடையது இல்லை என்று வாதிட காத்திருக்கிறார்கள். 2 கல்லூரி மாணவர்களும் நிச்சயமாக தலைநகரில், அது மாத்திரமல்ல வடபால் அல்லது வடக்கில் இந்த சொல்லாடல் விவாதத்தில் பிரசித்தி பெற்ற 2 பாடசாலைகள் இன்றும் கூட பெயர் பெற்ற பாடசாலைகளாக இருக்கின்றது. இந்த விவாத அரங்கில் அல்லது சொல்லாடல் நிகழ்ச்சியில் மாலை உங்களை அன்போடு அழைக்கின்றோம் எங்களுடைய கல்லூரியின் பழைய மாணவர்கள் சார்பாக.
The score moves on to 8 for the loss of 4 wickets. Yadav on 5 and Tarukan yet to open his account. It's very, very important for these 2 batters to hang around and take whatever runs possible. And in the meantime, from Jaffna Hindu perspective, they have to keep on plugging their wicket. They've got to keep it nice and straight. They've got the Colombo Hindu boys on a stranglehold. They shouldn't give any loose delivery. They just have to keep it there and thereabouts to build pressure. It's a matter of playing simple cricket from both sides. For Jaffna Hindu again, tonight, not to try anything extravagant. Keep it there and thereabout, nice and tight, build the pressure. And again for the Colombo Hindu boys, do the same thing. Play simple basic cricket. Don't go for any extravagant shots. Just be there. Take the singles on offer, take the runs on offer and move on.
மாலை 6 மணிக்கு இடம்பெறுகின்ற இந்த சொல்லாடல் நிகழ்ச்சியின் பிரதம பேரதிதியாக கலந்து சிறப்பிக்க காத்திருக்கின்றார் இலங்கை ஜனநாயக சோசியலிச குடியரசு நாடாளுமன்றத்தின் மட்டு மாவட்ட நாடாளுமன்ற உறுப்பினர் கௌரவ ராசமாணிக்கம் சாணக்கியன் அவர்களுடைய வருகை இடம்பெற காத்திருக்கின்றது. அதோடு கட்டிடக்கலை நிபுணர் உயர் திரு ராஜ் சிவராமன் இவர்களோடு இந்துவின் வேந்தர் கணபதி பிள்ளை நாகேந்திரா அவர்களின் தலைமையில் தான் இந்த சொல்லாடல், இந்த விவாதம் இடம்பெற காத்திருக்கின்றது. கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரியின் பழைய மாணவர்கள், பெற்றோர்கள், நலன் விரும்பிகள், தலைநகரில் இருக்கின்ற அனைத்து நல்லுள்ளங்களை நாங்கள் சரஸ்வதி மண்டபத்திற்கு மாலை 6 மணி அளவில் உங்களை அன்போடு அழைத்து நிற்கின்றோம். அதனைத் தொடர்ந்து நாளைய தினம் ஹோட்டல் வெஸ்டர்னில் ஒரு டின்னர் டான்ஸ் அல்லது இரவு விருந்து உபசாரம் இடம்பெற காத்திருக்கின்றது. ஒரு இசை நிகழ்ச்சியோடு கூடிய விருந்து உபசாரம் அதுவும் மாலை 6:30 மணிக்கு தான் இடம்பெற காத்திருக்கின்றது ஹோட்டல் வெஸ்டர்னில். அதாவது வெள்ளவத்தை பிரதேசத்திலே அல்லது கடற்கரை வீதியிலே சைட் என்று சொல்லப்படுகிற அந்த பிரதேசத்தில் இடம்பெற காத்திருக்கிறது. எங்களுடைய பிரதான அனுசரணையாளர் தனா யோகநாதன், ஓம் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ், ஓம் லைஃப், ஓம் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ், எங்களுடைய தனா யோகநாதன் கனடா நாட்டிலே பிரபல அதாவது கட்டிட விற்பனை நிபுணர்.
8 for the loss of 4 wickets at the end of over number 6. The enthusiasm of the Colombo Hindu old boys is still up and running. It's pretty nice to see them dancing to the tunes of the Papare band. It's nice indeed. Yet again, Bharadwasan. Sorry, now back to the leg spinner. Kajanath to bowl his 4th over. It's a loud shout for LBW. Possibly slipping down the leg side, is that right? Again, a ball which is turning in a little bit.
Perhaps it's going a little bit down the line and it's missing the leg stump. Let's see the reply.
Yep, I think so. A good decision. It's a tight call though, but it seems to be a good decision. It might be slipping down the leg side. Innocent, I think he's been bowling only googlies, isn't it?
He must be. Perhaps, this generation cricketers are like idealizing Vanindu Hasaranga, and so they learn these arts of playing the googlies. Oh, that's
a good delivery indeed. That's no. Again, the batsman playing for the leg spinner. The ball coming in, and it's just googlies and googlies and googlies. It seems to be. It seems to be from Vanindu Hasaranga school of cricket.
Perhaps another Vanindu Hasaranga in making. I don't know. Because in this modern era, the spin ball has just become like wicket to wicket, googlies, leg spins, and kind of like deceiving the batters and keeping it low as possible. Lengths have been spoken very well rather than the lines. So good old days when we used to have like line is a big thing in the spin ball.
Indeed. Exactly, right? I mean, good to see a leg spinner, or rather googly bowler, opening the bowling. And
whoever of the viewers, I just have to say this, that Arulana is from another era where he is so obsessed about his lines and all these things. And from this vintage old test match purist era. So he sometimes doesn't really be very happy about bowlers bowling too much googlies.
not exactly. I mean, so if you're like my basic principle is this: if you're a leg spinner, you got to have a proper stock delivery. If you're a leg spinner, leg spin is your proper stock delivery, and googly should be an option to it's a variation you come in, right?
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
if you don't do it, if you're not bowling a leg spinner, then you're not a leg spinner. And
True
same goes
enough,
for the off
true
spinner as
enough.
well. Well, this guy, the bowler seems to be having a fairly good action, pretty good action for a leg spinner, but it seems to be very deceptive and he's been slipping in the googlies time and time. I mean, quite regularly.
That's another close delivery,
Good delivery.
And we need to, and with that, we just really close the over number 7, Hindu College, 8 runs, 4 wickets.
Kazanath has been bowling very well indeed, very impressive. In fact, even Bardavasan has had a good outing so far. But the pick of the bowler so far is Kazanath. He's been bowling beautifully.
I would go with this left arm seamer because I'm just obsessed with them because they just bring the ball angling in, take the wickets coming in.
That's a change in bowling, is that right?
Yes, of course.
Let me check who the bowler is. That's change in bowling, some right arm medium pace. Possibly they should have given an over or two more to Bharadwasan. I mean, he's been bowling fairly well, and when you've taken like 4 wickets in total, like two by him and 2 by the other, 2 by the leggy, should have continued with him for a couple of more overs.
Of course, because I think they are like so much into like surprising the batters. So they are bringing in so many variations here and there, like taking him off for like 1 or 2 overs, giving them very short spells.
Just trying to find out the name of the new bowler. It just seems that they scope. He's picking up Bharadwasan as the bowler, but it's not so.
The bowler is bowling a very test match length, a test match kind of deliveries, and bowling it in very nice pace. So the batters are like, taking some time, leaving the ball. So we see a lot of good test match cricket is being played. Is that a wicket? Is that a wicket? No, umpire says no. We thought that got some edge there. Oh, he's signaling something. No, he says.
Interesting passage of play so far. Lots of ifs and buts. The umpire
So
seems
much
to be
happening.
converging a little bit. They have a chat. The umpire seems to be having a chat with the fielding team, the Jaffna Hindu boys, possibly with regards to excessive appealing. Not too very sure about it.
It seems to be the
Bat hitting the good turf.
yes.
It seems to be the bat hitting the turf. The right arm pacey angling the ball in, and the ball. Okay, we're not getting the picture over there.
Confident appeal.
Very confident appeal indeed.
Yes. No, umpire says no.
No
so
damage done. 9 for 4. I think the umpire had a little chat with the fielders, the fielding team captain, maybe possibly with regards to the fielding.
அருள்னா இந்த வருஷம் ஐந்தாவது விக்கெட் வீழ்த்தப்படுகின்றது 7 ஓட்டங்களை அதாவது
விக்கெட் வீழ்த்தப்படவில்லை.
இல்லை வீழ்த்தப்படவில்லை 9 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்ற வேளையில் நண்பர் ஒரு பிரபலமான ஒரு கோரிக்கை விடுத்திருந்தார்கள். அங்கே ஒரு முறையற்ற பந்தாக இருக்கின்றது. 9 ஓட்டங்களை மாத்திரம் பெற்றிருக்கின்ற 4 விக்கெட்டுகள் 7.5 ஓவர்கள் நிறைவின் போது கொஞ்சம் யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி பந்து வீச்சாளர்கள் களத்தடுப்பாளர்கள் பம்பலப்படி இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினருக்கு பாரிய அழுத்தங்களை கொடுத்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அது சொல்லாங்க மனதளவில் ஒரு அழுத்தங்களை கொடுக்கின்றார்கள். அதாவது ஆட்டம் இழக்காத சந்தர்ப்பத்தில் ஆட்டம் இழந்ததாக வினா எழுப்பி அவர்களை கொஞ்சம் அந்த மனநிலைக்கு வேறொரு திசைக்கு கொண்டு சென்று கொண்டு அவதானிக்கக்கூடியதாக இருக்கின்றது. 7.5 ஓவர்கள் நிறைவு 10 ஓட்டங்களை மாத்திரம் பெற்றிருக்கின்றார்கள். 4 விக்கெட்டை இழந்து
that's a heartbreak, right? When you take a wicket, clean bowled, and umpire calls it for no ball.
Indeed, that's an interesting thing. Rubber the green, and on this occasion going towards the Colombo Hindu boys. That's a good delivery again. That's a good delivery. The boys coming in wide of the stumps, wide of the crease, and then angling it in a little bit.
That missed almost everything. After 8 overs gone, Colombo hit the college. 10 runs for 4 wickets.
Listen, Colombo Hindu has been living dangerously. 10 for the loss of 4 wickets.
They are been from the beginning of the second innings. It's obvious. And they have a huge target to catch up. 173 means it's a big thing at this level. So they need to put some desperate partnership, work it around, singles, doubles.
And look at that delivery. Oh yes, that's a beautiful delivery. Just kind of after pitching, not too sure whether he played down the wrong line or probably it's held its line a little bit. The batsman possibly was playing for that angle, but it just beats the outside edge and it was clean bowled. But unfortunately, it's an absolute heartbreak that it's a no ball.
Of course, absolute heartbreak. And now the leg spinner back into the attack, which is coming.
Khajana, the right arm googly bowler, can I say that?
Oh yes, could be.
Again, another one sliding down the leg side, not necessarily googly, but possibly one which is sliding down the leg side.
Yes.
The score moves on to 11 for the loss of 4 wickets. Pretty interesting passage of play, exciting indeed. 4 wickets down. 4 wickets down. 4 wickets taken by Jaffna Hindu boys and a wicket off and no ball. Absolutely
and some appealing. They are turning it down. They're so animated about it.
Well, you see a big difference in bowling between the Colombo Hindu and the Jaffna Hindu boys with the new ball. And I thought like the Colombo Hindu boys really wasted the new ball by bowling it way down the leg side or wide outside the off stump.
They were all over the place, right?
They were absolutely all over the place, bowling full tosses and whatever and whatnot. They left them off the hook. I mean, even though they took 2 wickets within the first 6 overs, they really let the Jaffna Hindu off the hook. But if you really look at the way the Jaffna Hindu boys have been bowling,
very disciplined,
spot on with the lines and lengths.
Yes, and they are not missing the lines and length, and very disciplined. And they came with a plan, it seems, perhaps by looking at the pitch, and they introduced the spinner very early. And it's another thing, because very rarely you find in a big match a spinner is opening like in the very first spell. So they're doing it very correctly, and he's delivering them wickets.
Specifically the leggy or the right-hand googly bowler, he bowls with the leg spin action at least, and he's been sliding the ball inside, curving the ball into the batsman, possibly with the googly or the sliders coming into play. But he's been very impressive, by the way. He's been very impressive, right on the money, bowling at good pace, a decent pace for a spinner.
Yes,
and bowling with a nice loop as well. Yeah, that's again a good delivery. See, it's a slow one. He's varying his pace.
Very intelligent bowler, to be honest. And as you mentioned correctly, from his action itself, he deceives the batter, whether to play it in a leg spin, googly or something like that. But then all of a sudden banging it spot on, putting it right to the wicket, and that lines and lengths have been extremely impressive for me. There you go. That's how you have to play when things just really come. Because in a recent interview that Harsha Bokle said, Test cricket is all about playing it as you have a very bad phase in your life. You expect a good phase, but at the same time, you give respect to the bowlers. Make sure that I knock it around, I leave it around, I don't try to score runs around. Perhaps waiting till they take you out of the spell. Likewise, so that's how the things should be when you're batting in a big match, especially when you have a first innings target of really big, something like 180.
The bowler who bowled the previous over was actually, let me check it, Subbanathan Arjun, the right arm fast bowler who took the wicket off a no ball. Now it's Arjun again to continue the bowling with. He's bowling to Tarajan. Tarajan 2 and Yadav on 5. Yep. Good delivery again, honing in on the off stump, that fourth stump channel. Just angling it into the batsman, making the batsman play. The stuff which the Jaffna Hindu boys have been doing is that they've been making the batsman play at almost every single delivery.
Of course. And especially the fourth stump line you spoke about it. It's a weakness to many current grade series. So they know the game. They know what they are doing. Especially this bowler too. Very nice lines and lengths and because now what they do is, if the Hindu College feels the scoreboard pressure, they need to accumulate some runs. They need to do something very different. They need to try to play the balls, and that's where they can trap them with edges and catches and everything.
Whatever the score is, the Colombo Hindu support has been phenomenal for the boys. I mean, the puppet bands and the dancing tunes and whatever and whatnot, that has not dwindled at all. Even 11 for 4, the old boys and the present boys are pretty active for the day. They've been really supportive indeed. That's a nice drive, just past the bowler, but no run.
They've been enjoying the sceneries. While I was walking through, I just had a walk around the ground.
You missed the chance of, the teachers were doing their dance as well in the morning.
Okay.
They were
I missed it.
They were having some nice groovy steps. It was really nice to. It was pretty nice to see indeed.
I'm so happy to hear that a Hindu College teachers been dancing, because when we were, seems to be, they were not.
The ladies, not the gents. The ladies.
Okay.
They were having an absolute ball of a day in the morning, right over there at the pavilion. The main area. They were dancing around to the tunes of Enadi Rakkamma.
Good. Very good to see, because we never got to see them when dancing when we were in school. Extremely very strict about studies and all these things. It's good to see that the country has finally achieved some economical and social situation where we can have big matches. And the passion of these students, especially the younger ones, have been not being tarnished as since things were back then when country was not in a good shape.
Yeah, indeed. Good to see these big matches happening. The Battle of the Hindus at the Peace Tara Stadium. This is the 12th edition of the Battle of the Hindus, an historic event to be frank, and played at a historic venue. Again, just to recap, this is the first test venue for Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka played its first test match in March 1982 versus England.
Yeah,
And also, like if I remember right, somewhere in 1985, Sri Lanka won its first test match against India, also the same venue.
it is, and it's very historical because Sir Don Bradman played in this ground, and Sathasivam, the greatest ever cricketer that Ceylon has ever produced back then when we were a British colony, and he played here as well. So it's a home ground of Tamil Union Club, which is very legendary and very famous. So and has given so many cricketers to the national team as well. So this venue is so nice.
Yep.
And in a couple of weeks' time, the New Zealand women is going to play here with Sri Lankan women. So this ground is very historic, and we have a lot of things to do.
Indeed, absolutely. I think when you look at the names of the stands, we could see Sati Kumaraswamy stand, we could see Mahadevan Sadasivam stands, we could see I think Murugesar was of course a patron over here. We could see Nathaniel sister as well. So a lot of these Tamil legends have been part of Tamil Union. And this is an historic place as well. I mean, you mentioned about Mahadevan Sadasivam, and I mean, by reading his books, reading books on him, I'm pretty convinced that he's probably the best batsman to have been produced by Sri Lanka or Ceylon from this part of the world.
Fortunately, he lived in an era where there is no videography or much photography about his innings, and we can only read about it. Even the writer who wrote about Sri Lanka's cricket history, the Islands 11, has mentioned vividly about Sadasivam and his tour, and how much he was respected by the then Australian team, England team. They were all colonies, counties coming and playing here, but they all gave huge respect to them. West Indies had a very good rapport with him.
So we all sort of accept Don Bradman as the guru in batting, right? And the ultimate thing in batting. I remember reading somewhere that one of the West Indian greats, I believe it's either Clyde Walcott or Sir Frank Worrell, can't remember the exact name, either of those two, or possibly even Gary Sobers, did mention that, look, I've never seen Bradman, but I've seen Sata batting.
Wow, that's something like, which you don't hear from them that era, right? They kind of dominated the cricket. Like the Jaffna Hindu dominating now here, Bangladesh Hindu, and that's a quick run. It's good running. We should appreciate that. They were trying to steal a single there.
It's good to keep the full scoreboard ticking with these quick singles and so on. Another stat about Sata: he's the only person to have captained 3 countries in cricket.
Yeah, Ceylon, Malaysia, and
Singapore. And of course, the way he played cricket, I don't think we should probably discuss over here because those are not the good habits. But
these days he cannot be allowed to come into the ground, unfortunately. But back then, life happened, and that's how the life happened.
That's Mahadevan Sadasivam for you guys. We really wish we could get more footage on him to sort of view all the stuff which we've read about. So these are the legends who have graced this ground, and that's the exact place where we are getting the Battle of the Hinduites, both Hindu college teams like Jaffna Hindu as well as the Colombo Hindu, to play at this venue. That
is almost a terrible mix-up. But thankfully the batter realized the non-striker is not interested about the running.
Did he spot Azam Khan in the Hindu college team, Jaffna Hindu team?
The one who is fielding there, if he fielded there,
he batted very well. He scored in 80, by the way.
Oh, okay.
He batted very well. He opened the inning, which is good, and he was pretty aggressive in his batting, to be honest.
Like the real Azam Khan.
Like the real Azam Khan, yes, correct.
He was too aggressive too.
There we go. That's the leg spinner again. Oh, that's Subramanian, sorry. There's a change in bowling. That's again an interesting change they made. Is that a mistake or they actually changed the bowler? Because
by the bowling action, I don't see anybody change. It's him who continues. Perhaps some graphics yet to be updated.
good over again. 12 for the loss of 4 wickets at the end of 11 overs. Good to see two leggies operating, by the way, and very interesting to see leg spin bowlers coming up over here. It's very nice indeed. I mean, nowadays leg spin seems to be a proper, what do you call that? A proper traditional leg spin seems to be a dying art. But it's just good to see that there are two guys from Jaffna Hindu, and in fact we also had one from Colombo Hindu who bowled beautifully today. I took 4 for 25 if I remember right. He bowled very well.
Yes.
The young guy seems to be a young guy and much slow through the air. And he did trigger that collapse as well. That's it.
Go.
That's it again. Another googly.
He came and the very first ball he strike.
That's a beautiful delivery. That's a beautiful delivery indeed. Again, the googly batsman playing for the turn, the non-existent turn. The ball was coming back into the batsman, and that's Tharujan, I believe. Tharujan gone for 2, and Colombo Hindu in deep trouble.
Tharujan batted for like 23 balls and he was there to determine to play a very long innings, and he weathered all these things, but he was bowled by Gajanath and Hindu College in a deep trouble, as you mentioned. They are 12 and they lost half of their side.
The new man in is Dilojan. The new man in is Dilojan. Colombo Hindu in deep trouble. Brilliant bowling, beautiful bowling by Gajanath. He's been bowling very well indeed. 3 for 4 or 5.1 overs. That's some bowling indeed.
ஐந்தாவது விக்கெட்டும் வீழ்த்தப்படுகின்றது. பாம்பலப்பட்டி இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர் நேராக விக்கெட்டில் போட்டு போல் முறையில் ஆட்டம் விழுந்து ஆடுகளத்தை விட்டு வெளியேறி கொண்டிருக்கின்றார். கஜநாத் சிறந்த முறையிலே பந்து வீசிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றார். ஒன்று தசம் 0.7 ஓட்ட சராசரி வந்த பொழுது.
That's a no ball by Gajanath. That looks stone dead. Really looked very close to the stump, but again another no ball.
He's overstepping consistently.
2 consecutive no balls by a leg spinner, by a spinner. But spinner bowling and no ball is an absolute crime indeed. I think it seems to be that crease, the what do you call that, the back foot landing on the return crease.
Where he's landing is the problem, not the front foot.
So it's the back foot landing on the return crease. He's made that mistake twice right now. In 2 consecutive deliveries, he seems to be coming off an angular run-up. The back foot should land within the return crease.
he doesn't give any width to any batters, right? He always forced them to come and play at him. Never wanted to let them score easily. That's brilliant exhibition of bowling. First sign of aggression. First sign of aggression. Dilozen is coming out of the crease, perhaps twice. He could have been thought like, there's no point of like playing. Just give some counter attack and see whether we can score some runs.
I think he's probably doing the right thing by coming down the wicket. He's coming down to thwart the spin. He's been able to reach to the delivery. So I think in that sense it's good. But he just hopes that he doesn't miss the length. Right now it's a good way of playing spin bowling. You got to come down the track, but you got to make sure that you reach the ball and to spot the spin. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery again. Through the bat pad, through that gap. Again, it seems that the players are playing for that leg spin because the bat seems to be away from the front pad, but the ball seems to be coming with the hand.
Some other ideas, and he's bowling googlies consistently, continuously.
There you go. See, he's pushing that bat further. He's pushing that down further. The bat should be locked over there if we have to defend it. The fact that he's pushing it means he's pushing it away from his body. And that's where the gaps are getting created. We've already seen a dismissal like that before. And just have to make sure that the gap is closed. 14 for the loss of 5 wickets. Colombo Hindu on deep trouble. And that's Subarnan to continue. So it's leg spin from both ends. Subarnan has bowled 1 over. Given away 1 run without taking a wicket.
I understand the thought process because when the spin is working and they're losing consistently wickets, so why not you try to attack that from both ends so that it will be yielding more wickets for you.
Yep, that's an interesting thing. Let's see how it goes right now. 14 for the loss of 5 wickets. The Colombo Hindu boys. Jaffna Hindu right on top of the Colombo Hindu indeed. Again, Subarnan again slightly flatter through the air, a little bit quicker, pushing the batsman on the back foot, and the batsman equal to the task. Tarujan has already faced 24 deliveries and has just scored 2 runs. Again, Subarnan. This time slightly down the leg side, and did they sneak a single? Yes, they do. It's 14 for the loss of 5 wickets. Jaffna Hindu batting first, but 183 all out. They were sitting pretty at 110 for the loss of 3 wickets at the lunch interval, and they lost the 4th somewhere around 120. And then ever since then they've had a major collapse and they got dismissed for 183. And now in return the Colombo Hindu boys are 14 for the loss of 5 wickets.
And for the viewers who are watching this match, Sri Lanka team has lost 9 wickets for 208 runs, and they're batting with the last pair for 46.1 overs. Sri Lanka team also had a similar kind of collapse, but Dhananjaya De Silva rescued them with 93. And who is going to be the Dhananjaya De Silva for Hindu College?
That's again a beautiful delivery. Did you see that? It didn't turn at all. It just held its line. Off spinner. Was again batsman playing for the turn, the non-existent turn. It just held its line and it went through. It just beats the outside edge and all ends up. Beautiful, beautiful bowling. The Jaffna Hindu boys have been doing really brilliantly indeed. It seems that the Colombo Hindu boys are looking for that non-existent turn and they're sort of paying the price. And the accuracy of the bowling of Jaffna Hindu is sort of adding to that. It's absolutely beautiful bowling from Jaffna Hindu boys. This is exactly what was missing from the Colombo Hindu boys when they were bowling.
Especially the discipline, right? On the right on the money, and hitting the right length and bowling consistently on that time, deceiving them with the trouble. So it's almost there. But so that's what Test cricket is all, because even the big matches are kind of considered as. And there you go. Is it a 4 after a long time?
That's a rare one. That's something to cheer for the for the Colombo Hindu supporters. It's a good shot by Tarzan.
And good shout from the viewers as well. You can see the boundary line erupted for a while. It was so quiet, even though the music has been playing. Very, very rare offline delivery, and the line was not good, and the Hindu college batters were capitalizing that.
He played it nicely. There was a short fine leg, wasn't it? There was a short fine leg, but I think he pierced that gap.
He
Just
used
passed
it.
it.
The placement was very good. You should appreciate the confidence of the batter for playing that shot, because he had a leg slip also. So with that, he was able to put that away for fours.
I think it's a pretty good field that they have set. Actually, they have a good leg slip as well, because the ball seems to be angling in a little bit more, and also they have a short leg as well, and of course they have a slip for the straighter one which is coming in. So it's pretty attacking field, and I believe they got the offside covered from the singles as well. So it's a nice field to have. It's a good field placement by the captain, isn't it?
Absolutely. Oh yeah, there was a sign of aggression, but he was safe. When you know that you're on top of the opponents, you have just taken 5 wickets out of 18. You always wanted to go for that kill. So more aggressive you bring into the field, more it's going to be trouble for the opponent. So Jaffna is doing it right. They are specifically very spot on with that field setup. Rare misfield from Jaffna Hindu College. They have been very accurate throughout the 13 overs.
The score moves on to 20. That's a good milestone to have. 20 runs for the loss of 5 wickets after being 3 for 4, isn't it?
Yeah, for the start they had, this is really, really good. Oh, the first sign of aggression. Is it a 6? It is.
That's a beautiful hit.
That's a great shot. He took it off. He took it off the long on area. He was trying to be aggressive ever since he came into the crease. Diloj and launch it.
It's a massive 6 indeed. That's a good hit. That's a good hit. Dilojan trying to take on the spinners a little bit more, but you got to be careful. Oh yes, he just came down the track, but he was not up to the pitch, but he still managed to keep his front foot away to get some space and get the ball into his swing mark. It was still good batting because he was hitting with the turn.
Exactly, and the way that the power he generated from his position, that was unbelievable. And it's a massive 6, right? Because
it was a massive 6, and I think the reason for that power, in my opinion, let me remind everyone that this is indeed an innings match, a 2 innings match, a 2-day game. It's not a 1-day T20 game to do the slogs. You got to be a little bit more careful about it. You got to play straighter. He can be aggressive, but he got to play straighter, and then play time, and then after that he can sort of go on. But 26 for the loss of 5 wickets. Dilojan on 8 and Tarujan on 6.
in nutshell, Arulana is telling, don't do baseball here.
You can do baseball, but you got to do it intelligently.
Exactly. Do the baseball. If you are doing baseball, do it in the right way. Don't try to be all over the place and try something which you are not.
Exactly. That's Subarnan keeping it nice and tight, looking for a good quick single, but the fielder was right over there. You could see that the spring on the steps of the Jaffna Hindu fielders, they've been right on top, they've been right at it, they've been quite aggressive, they've been quite active on the field, whereas the Hindu College Colombo boys are just trying to make a comeback. They still trail by 157 runs. Hindu, what's the follow-on mark for a 2-day match? Is it 100?
I think so. It's 100. So you need to first think and have in your mind that how we are going to achieve that milestone. So now from here onwards, like perhaps you need to have some small milestones, like first to have 50 and then to have 75, then 100, and so just take it as it comes. That's a good dive. And in my point of view, a batter getting a run out at this point is the last thing that Colombo Hindu College wants. They already lost half of their sides. They just have 26 in their scoreboard. So when you are running, you need to be extremely careful. I think the batters need to have proper communication between them. And look at that.
That dive really saved him. It's a very good dive indeed. The dive really saved him.
It's a brilliant dive.
And the Azam Khan was the fielder.
Could be, because the throw was very accurate.
I think he was the fielder. Seems to be some injury, some kind of cramp. Hopefully it's nothing serious.
Yes, the physios and St. John's ambulance are at the crease and they are doing what they can do.
27 for the loss of 5 wickets. And Colombo Hindu will be hoping that there's nothing serious and it's just a cramp.
Because I think only this pair looked a little bit positive from the afternoon, right?
Yeah.
From ever since the innings has started, only this pair looked a bit positive. So they want them to consolidate.
For those who are not familiar with whom I'm referring to as Azam Khan, it's Parikshit. He scored 80 in 147 deliveries. He batted beautifully.
In the Caribbean Premier League.
No, the Parikshit of Jaffna Hindu is the Azam Khan of...
Oh, okay. We
So-
are speaking about the junior Azam Khan.
So bowling so far, Kajanath 3 for 14. It's been pretty good indeed. It's been pretty good, pretty aggressive as well. The spinner has been a revelation today. Bharatavasan has taken 2 wickets so far. Possibly a touch fortunate, to be honest, with those 2 decisions, but nevertheless he bowled very well to earn those wickets. And Subarnan has yet to take a wicket along with Arjun. So the chief records are, chief contributors are Kajanath 3 for 14, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 14 runs and 3 wickets, magnificent figures. And Bharatavasan 3 overs, 2 maidens, 5 runs and 2 wickets. The left arm seemed pretty impressive, to be frank. For Colombo Hindu, R. Deluxon, Sigan, Court Premigan, Bol Bharatavasan, Court Premigan.
இது சிங்கக்கூட்டம் சமராடு நம்ம கோட்டையில கொடியேறும் நீ மோதிப்பாரு சுத்தியேறும் ஒரு பந்து வீச்சில் விதி மாறும் இது காலத்தாலோயாத போட்டியடா புது வரலாற விதைக்கும் வாழ்க்கையடா 11 பேர் தானே நடுவிலடா ஒரு கோடி பேர் சீட்டுல நொடியிலடா சிங்கிள் எல்லாம் பார்த்து நொந்தாச்சுடா சிக்ஸர் சில சாத்தி நீ கிங்காகுடா சிங்கிள் எல்லாம் பார்த்து நொந்தாச்சுடா சிக்ஸர் சில சாத்தி நீ கிங்காகுடா இது சிங்க கூட்டம் சமராடும் நம்ம கோட்டையில கொடியேறும் நீ மோதி பாரு சுத்தியேறும் வந்து பீச்சில் விதி மாறும் நம்மாலு பட்டில தீப்பொறி பறக்கும் தெட்மான தாண்டி தம்பொறிக்குள் நுழையும் நம்மாலு பட்டில தீப்பொறி பறக்கும் தெட்மான தாண்டி தம்பொறிக்குள் நுழையும் ஃபேஸ் போலிங் ரொம்ப தப்புன்னு புரியும் புட்டில்லாட
That's 4 runs. Slightly fortuitous.
very smoothly played. Like, I remembered good old days when Mahela Jayawardene used to play these kind of cheeky shots. Not the late cut though, but it went on an edge. But it's like very smooth. And it's kind of like these kind of boundaries definitely annoy the fielding side.
No, it's actually, it turned his bat a little bit. So it's
Deliberately played,
deliberately
right?
played that shot, yes.
Yes.
My apologies, it was not necessarily an edge. It was a deliberately played stroke. And it's good, 31 for 5. Tilojan seems to be keen on making a move on. 12 or 14 deliveries.
He has decided that attack is the best form of defense, so he's just taking things as it comes, and he's trying to be very proactive and counter-attacking. Another cheeky shot, another boundary. Dilojan is keeping the crowd alive. You can see the sound coming from the sidelines of the grounds, just beyond the boundary line. Just having some sort of cramp there too. And just look at the replay. He deliberately turned the bats there. He opens the face at the last moment for the ball to go to the third man's side boundary. There's no protection there. Everybody's around the wickets.
I think the first target for the Colombo Hindu boys would be to reach 100, and again the first target for the Jaffna Hindu boys would be to restrict Colombo Hindu well below 100. 35 for the loss of 5 wickets. Dilojan on 16. Again, this time it was more of an edge, the last boundary. The one before, of course, was beautifully played deliberately, but this one was slightly off the edge, and he seems to be struggling with his possibly groin or hamstring, or maybe some cramps. Hopefully there's nothing serious from a Colombo Hindu standpoint.
I think we are going for a single. Perhaps after the dive he was struggling a bit. And,
Looks like. And if you notice, I think the zip which Kajanath was getting with the newer ball has sort of eluded a little bit now. It seems to be a little slightly slow through the air and off the pitch right now.
yeah, because he got a lot of assistance from the ball when he was bowling in the first spell, or just after the innings has started. So it's kind of like slowing down. And batting has become slightly easier. Oh, but still, while we are speaking, he just put another delivery on the money.
That was slightly faster, quicker through the air. Just hustling the batsman a little bit. 36 for the loss of 5 wickets in 15.2 overs. That's another no ball. This is the third no ball for Kajanath. Again, it seems that it's that return crease which is troubling him. He seems to be. Oh yeah, okay. It is troubling him completely because the back foot, both the feet in fact, should be landing inside the return crease. Inside the return crease, but it seems that there were on three occasions the back foot was landing on or beyond the return crease, and that's where the problem is. This is not the traditional no ball which you normally see, where the bowler overstays the popping crease. This is actually on the return crease, which is marked on the sides.
I think that looks close. That looks close. But umpire says no.
That looked very, very, very close indeed. That looked really close. Was it slightly outside the off stump, or is it?
I think umpire thought, but I think it was very, very close.
Oh, that's off the edge.
Perhaps some inside edge or
Seems
brushing.
to be some inside edge.
Some the ball brushing the bat could have been saved too.
It seems to be. You could see some deviation on that, I believe. I mean, it seems to be an inside edge, but that's a very good delivery indeed. I'm just wondering whether they should also have a silly point in place. Right now they have a silly short leg. Would not be a bad idea to have a silly point in place.
Yeah, of course, because if the more you are attacking, more you will invite the batters to do something or try something very new. So they could have been like, tried that. I really like that thought process.
38 for the loss of 5 wickets. Tarzan on 8 and Dilojan on 17.
I think the players are going to have a drink, so we'll take a short break too.
தலைநிமிர்ந்த தலைமுறை தலைவர்கள் தாங்கிடும் வீரச்சுமை நம்புகளை பாடிட உருவாக்கிடுவோம் புது வரலாற்றினை கொண்ட பார்வையில் கற்கள் சிதறிட நல்லப்புடை வீழும் பாறைகள் யாவும் வெறும் கற்கள் இல்லை வென்றாலும் வீழ்ந்தாலும் தேர்வை துளியாளியாக மாறினாலும் கடமைகள் எங்குடி மறக்க போராடா பாதங்கள் ஒன்று இமயம் முடித்திருவந்தானே வரலாறாய் மாறும் தருணம் பத்திரந்தானே காலைகள் கூட்டம் மாறும் கைகள் தானே களமாடும் சவரில் மூடல்வரையானே
Subarnan back into the attack, and that's bowling to Dilojan. Dilojan on 17. Jaffna Hindu right on top of the moment. Colombo Hindu back to the bowl. Seems to be stretching a small little partnership coming up.
And Jaffna Hindu is very proactive. Moment they say the Hindu college is kind of like break the shackles, you can see them trying to be more aggressive. Look at the fielders around the batter. So that kind of like psychologically push him backward, and they were expecting they were instructing the batters, if you want to score runs, do something different.
Interesting to see they're having 2 slips, and is that because of Dilojan's previous over where he played couple of strokes, couple of boundaries to the
Yes, because he purposely opened the face of the bat and he deflected the ball and went for 4. So they understood he started scoring, and so they put another slip in.
It's an interesting call, but really, if you really ask me, I would possibly want to have that slip at silly point. Probably would have more wicket-taking chances, but I mean, I would rather have Dilojan play that stroke, so that, I mean, from a Jaffna Hindu perspective, play the stroke so that the chance of making a mistake. Now having two slips, possibly he may not play the stroke.
Definitely. He could have been.
So I would rather have a silly point in place and keep the second slip open, so that there's a better chance of taking a wicket. But having said that, again, it's an interesting, and as you said, it's a very proactive thought. At least they've thought in that manner to have a second slip as well, just to prevent that, either to prevent that boundary, or just to make sure that there's a catch comes that way. 38 for the loss of 5 wickets. That's in the end of over number 17. It's good to see a lot of schoolboys coming up, mostly from the Colombo Hindu. They're enjoying themselves. The puppetry band has been playing right throughout the day, tirelessly, and I could see some of those kids dancing around. We're just hoping that there'll be a better crowd tomorrow, so that we get more all boys coming in.
Since tomorrow is a holiday, so we can expect so much people turning out for the matches, because it's Colombo and most of the people are based in Colombo. And we have a small problem as a batch, because in our batch, massive number of people outside of Colombo now, outside of Sri Lanka, to be honest. That's a good shot, and they are picking up a single for it.
But you see that the big match has been improving over the years, and this year, again, this is being organized in a grand scale. Probably I think this is possibly the largest in terms of the 12 big match series, I think, with better crowds and with better organizing and whatnot, more sponsorship coming in, more facilities being given to the players.
And in good grounds, and kind of like giving these schoolboys a taste of international cricket and what does it mean to be playing in places like this.
Exactly. And I think I've been discussing with some of the old boys here, and they were talking about even having a how do you call that, a Battle of the Hindu Express next year to go to Jaffna in terms of the train. You know, like for the Royal Trinity Bradby, they have a Bradby Express which goes from Colombo to Kandy and comes back. And there have been talks about, like, for the next year to have a Hindu Express.
That would be lovely, to be honest, because we hope that the trains to Jaffna resumes soon, because I heard in many news sources it might start from the next month. I don't know. So hopefully the trains run, and we can have those things.
So there's a Taranison, the new bowler. Seems to be getting some nice drift, an outward drift. Okay, that's a good one. I mean, the earlier delivery he bowled, there was some outward drift, and it sort of held on to the line. And again, the batsman was playing for that non-existent turn and got beaten. 39 for the loss of 5 wickets.
That's another good shot, but is it there?
No,
there, it's taken in the circle, and there you go. Wicket number 6 for Hindu College. Dilojan was trying to be aggressive, and they trapped him from his aggression too.
That actually is a poor stroke. It was tossed up wide outside the off stump. He went for that hike over long on, which he should have gone a straighter if he had wanted to. He probably could have played it over the covers, or maybe over long off, but he just tried to go over long on, and then he paid the ultimate price. 39 for 6. Your college is in trouble, your team is in trouble, and that cannot be a go-to strike, because that was far wide outside the off stump, tossed up. Batsman had no chance of clearing the fielder at all.
And hitting against the spin and dragging it to the other end, or maybe the other direction. That's
Is that a Dwayne Bravo dance? We saw that right now.
Perhaps some Bravo fans here, the West Indies fans here, because West Indies have fans all over the world, right?
The fielder number 45 was doing this little Dwayne Bravo dance.
Champion dance, Bravo's champion dance. And you can see so much being told on the incoming batter. They must be giving some advices how to play and to survive, because as we know, the tail of the Bambalapiti Hindu College has been now open. The Jaffna Hindu College is just 4 wickets away from enforcing or following on. So this is definitely going to be a very interesting passage of play again.
But come to think of it, that's good bowling. That's good bowling by Taranison. In his very first over, he saw the aggressive intent of Delusion, and he tossed it up, pushed it wide outside the off stump, and the batsman took the bait, and he went for it. But from a Colombo Hindu perspective, it's pretty poor from the batsman in that instance, because you're in trouble and you don't go for that for a hike like that. If you really wanted to go over the top, you could have sort of gone over on the offside. The new batsman in, it's S. Muthumina. Muthumina is the opening bowler. He shared the new ball today. He did take a wicket or so, but he was slightly off colour with regards to his lines and length. 39 for the loss of 6 wickets in 18 overs. Colombo Hindu, I think they're trailing by 144 runs. The follow-on mark should be 100, so they need another 61 runs, 62 runs rather, to avoid the follow-on mark.
There you go,
That's another wicket indeed. That's another wicket indeed. The batsman seems to be pretty unhappy with it. Was it off the keeper's pad by any chance? Or was it off the edge as well?
By the look of the batter's reaction, I think so. We should see the replay to just check whether it's an edge or something like.
But nevertheless, again, that's another poor stroke by Muthumina. I really don't understand as to why would he want to go for that kind of strokes right now as soon as they've come in. Let's see the replay. That was close to the bat, but that seems to be off the keeper's pad.
Seems to be even the keeper was just holding his hands in the legs. If you could just watch it. Yeah, there you go.
It was off the pad, but I think the question is whether there was an edge before that.
Could have been brushed the bat too, because you can't just completely rule that out. But anyway, there is kind of a disagreement between the batter and the umpire.
The Colombo Hindu boys in deep trouble indeed. 39. Is I like the enthusiasm of the Colombo Hindu boys, the spectators. They're still supporting the team. They're still doing all kinds of stuff. They're still encouraging the team. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice to see that. Normally, it's very easy to get depressed. It's very easy to get into the shell. But they've been keeping the match up and running. But Jaffna Hindu, my boys, they are absolutely all over the place. They're absolutely all over Colombo Hindu. This is a real carnage which is going on right now.
Just a while ago, we spoke about West Indies. So, even though the Jaffna Hindu boys did the West Indies dance, Colombo Hindu boys kind of adapted the West Indies style of celebrating the cricket, because it doesn't matter whether the West Indies team is performing well or not. The Calypso bands will be playing no matter what in West Indies. So when we come back to the ground, it's 39 for 7. If you are a Hindu college old boy, that is seriously not a scorecard you want to see.
Sorry, again, which Hindu college? You got a very specific. You can be a Hindu college old boy and be extremely happy with this scoreboard. So you got to say Colombo Hindu College, Colombo or Hindu College?
Definitely Colombo Hindu College. Like us.
It's nicely played again down the leg side. Is that a boundary? Yes, Nope. Yep, indeed. Yes, indeed, that's a boundary. That's pretty nicely played indeed. This is not something which we should accept, the spectators coming into the field even for a boundary.
Pitch invading is something it's very common in the big match, but I have my reservations too. But it was nicely played. Just above the leg slip, and just went there and ball nicely finally touched the 4.
So the follow-on mark should be, the Jaffna Hindu boys scored 183, so the follow-on mark should be 84. So Colombo Hindu needs another 41 runs to avoid the follow-on. That seems to be, there's a slight hold-up in play, possibly due to the pitch invasion. The spectators shouldn't do this at all. You know, you cannot step into the playing area during the match. It is absolutely unacceptable.
They have some discussion about that too, I think. Because it's kind of like break the rhythm of the games and causes a lot of unwanted distraction to the both fielding and the batting side. Now, it's been a pretty much hard grind for like Colombo Hindu College ever since they came to bat, losing wickets in a very crucial time in a very regular intervals. Bowling has been absolutely on target. I have never seen a complete loose over from Jaffna Hindu. They were always strangling, whether the pace or the spin, they were right accurately. Oh yeah, that's another one that missed everyone, even the keeper missed it. Is it going to go for 4? No.
Was it even a missed stumping by any chance? Because the batsman came down the track. It was a googly. It just went past the pads. It seems to be missed stumping as well. It kept a little bit low as well.
It was hard for him to collect it.
These are precious runs for the Colombo Hindu boys, and I guess the wicketkeeper sort of got up a little too early. Normally, good wicket keepers will have soft hands and possibly will stay low as possible, as late as possible before they get up to get the sniff of that stumping chance.
Definitely, and they always keep a very close eye on the ball, and that's how they actually play well too. Because I've heard it in the modern day greats, whether it's Dhoni or Sangakkara or anyone, even to an extent Adam Gilchrist. He said because he was always watching the ball very closely for the catches and edges and stumping chances. So they kind of develop this ability to watch the ball very.
And you've got to stay as low as possible for as late as possible, just in order to get a good view of the ball. Having said that, on the other hand, I could still see Kachanath. Oh, that's bowled him! Is it not? Yeah, it is. That's wicket number 8. And 46 for the loss of 8 wickets. Kachanath takes his 4th wicket. That's again beautifully bowled. Again, the same usual thing. The ball turning in. There's a huge bat pad gap. And that's the end of Abhishek. Out on his first delivery.
He was not expecting it to come that close. And that's the first delivery that he's faced. Oh, that was between the bat and the pads and through the gates.
Yep. Was that off the inside edge? No.
No, I don't think so. There's no inside edge at all.
That's good delivery again. These bowlers are just right on the money. Bowling wicket to wicket, you miss, I hit kind of stuff. You've hardly seen any deliveries which is bowled wide outside the off stump or outside the leg stump. Hardly any short balls as well. Even the wider ones, I think it yielded the wicket, by the way. But other than that, it was just there and thereabouts.
He simply never gave anything away for Colombo Hindu College to score.
46 for the loss of 8 wickets. Colombo Hindu will be looking at another 38 runs somehow. They would like to eke out another 38 runs somehow so that they can get the Jaffna Hindu boys to bat. The problem will be we probably have an hour of play left. And Jaffna Hindu would really be looking at wrapping up this first innings and possibly again inserting, asking them to follow on and again capture a few wickets before the end of the day's play.
So that they can wrap the game by tomorrow lunch.
They'll be in the box seat at that point. Right now they're absolutely in the box seat. And they're going to go for the kill. That's 46 for the loss of 8 wickets. Teskar, the hero of the Colombo Hindu bowling, took 4 wickets, bowled beautifully, but his batting stats doesn't look pretty at all.
As I told you, these are tail is now open and the tail enders are coming. You don't seem to expect them to have a good batting average or a strike rate. Oh, that once again missed everything. once again missed everything, but this time keeper was very proactive and he tried to catch it. He kind of learned the lesson.
That's a bye. 47 for the loss of 8 wickets. The Colombo Hindu boys wouldn't even mind that bye. They're okay with it. They absolutely would love to get every single run possible.
At this point, as long as the scoreboard is ticking, runs are coming. Who cares about whether it's buys or coming from the bats of the batters?
Jaffna Hindu, Colombo Hindu 47 for 8. Jaffna Hindu all over the place, right about all over the place. And on the other hand, let's see what the scores are from the international arena.
Netherlands just started batting.
Not an out, the very first over being bowled by Laira Kumara.
Yeah, so he need to pick up some wickets, and if Sri Lanka have to win, they need to pick up wickets.
47 for the loss of 8 wickets, the boys from Colombo Hindu. Teskar. This is one outside the off stump by Taranison. Again a straight one. There's no turn at all. Absolutely no turn at all. I think it's a mixture of poor technique by the Colombo Hindu boys and very good disciplined bowling by the Jaffna Hindu boys.
Of course, because when you are coming on and when the new ball is kind of shining, are they appealing? Are they appealing? No, umpire says no.
There's a loud appeal for caught behind.
Deshkar survives. Very, very close ball.
There's a loud appeal for caught behind. Teskar again, it's a straight one. The ball was just held its line, went straight on.
And as we discussed, when you are coming back and the ball is new and when you know that your opponents are going to come at you, you should, if you are a bowling team, if you bowl first in this ground, should have some idea about that missed. That is so close, that missed. That went through the both fielders.
It was anyway on the bounce, I think. It was anyway on the bounce. It bounced before, but it just hit the gap, 48 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Especially what I'm really surprised here is Colombo Hindu College ball first. So you kind of have a better idea about what the pitch is all about. Because you executed some plans against your opponents. You know that your opponents are going to come with the same set of plans against you. So they could have been a little bit more mindful, a little bit more serious on their approach. That's a good drive, but no run.
I think they've been pegged back by some very good bowling, very, very good, nice, disciplined bowling. Of course, there were a couple of unfortunate decisions, which probably would be questionable, but those things happen in any game. You can't quote as an excuse.
When it comes to cricket, there are some uncontrollables which sometimes work against you, sometimes work for you.
Credit should be given to the Jaffna Hindu boys. They've been bowling brilliantly, right on the money. Again, the batsmen are looking for that extra vacant turn, and they're always playing on the inside line of the ball. But there is hardly any turn. It just goes on straight on. I think it's up to Tarujan now to take the bulk of the strike. We probably have to look at farming the strike.
40 balls, and he survived. He survived some great bowling masterclass by Jaffna Hindu. So for him to bat through for some more time.
So in the match versus Netherlands, Sri Lanka versus Netherlands, Netherlands has lost his first wicket. And the very second
Kumara
ball
once again strike in the very first over.
Yes, Laira Kumara has taken the wicket of Vikramjit Singh, caught by one of the Hasaranga.
He's a danger man. He's a danger man.
He's an absolute danger man. So 5 for 1 right now.
There's always money to involve when there is a wicket. That's a very, perhaps the first time I'm seeing a very loose delivery here. So that was completely a wide on limited overs terms. So it just really went behind the batter.
That's nicely played. There's again sliding down the leg side. The pitch seems to be a pretty good one. Hardly any turn at all. It just feeds on and goes on because it seems to be a good one to play. But the Colombo Hindu boys have. That's again a very close call. It's a very, very close call indeed.
Perhaps umpire thought it must be missing the leg stump.
Possibly sliding down the leg stump, or that's what the umpire thought with the angle. Again, the same. It's another no ball, is that right?
No. Umpire was
that's not
signaling, I think, last two balls. Sorry, to the batter. It's a very strange signal, right? We normally don't see umpires doing that.
Gajanath still seems to be teasing that return crease a little bit more. That's again a close. Very close and loud appeal by Gajanath. But I think the umpire seems to think that there's no turn on the wicket, so it's sliding down. But that mindset would possibly change if Gajanath can get a couple of deliveries to turn.
So
then
it's up to the bowler's hand, and when you know, because playing in these kind of wickets, and when you understand that it's not turning, turn a couple of deliveries until umpires look, I can turn, the pitch is assisting. So next time when I go for an LBW, have this in mind. Taranation back to the attack. He got 2 runs, 2 wickets, 2 overs.
nice to play. Soft hands. Lucky break, but he played with soft hands, so it didn't carry. On the other hand, for Netherlands, 11 for the loss of 1 wicket. It's a fairly expensive first over, but nevertheless a wicket.
Whenever Lahiri Kumaru involved, it could go either way, right? It could be either expensive, and at the same time he gives you some wickets.
Interesting that Tarujan is taking a single off second delivery, and he's getting difficult to face the rest of the overs. So I presume he must be having some kind of trust in the Deshkar's ability to bat.
Perhaps they could have been seen and expecting Deshkar to kind of hang in there for the another 4 balls.
49 for the loss of 8 wickets. Deshkar on 1 and Tarujan on. Again, Deshkar goes fishing. He goes fishing wide outside the off stump. That seems to be the line of attack for Deshkar, where the batsman seems to think that the bowler seems to think that he's just going fishing outside the off stump, so to keep that line and length. It's a good delivery.
And again, I think umpire has given out. Deshkar couldn't believe it. The Jaffna Hindu is elated. They are just 1 wicket away from enforcing the following on.
49 for the loss of 9 wickets. That's a 3rd wicket for Taranison. 3 for 3 of 2.4 overs. Let's see what the replay is going to be. The bespectacled Deshkar on his way back to the pavilion after facing 13 deliveries.
He's not happy at all. He was shaking his head.
Absolutely not happy at all. It's quite close though. It looked very close.
Very close. Perhaps, I think in the back.
But the wicketkeeper didn't go up for the stumping. Sorry, for the court behind. It was the bowler.
Yes.
That looked. Well, it's hard to say from here. I wish we have this stichometer or
something like that, because for that we need to go a little bit more advanced, and we need to play some this thing in international cricket standard for us to get it.
49 for the loss of 9 wickets.
I'll try it.
Snicker, I'll try it, whatever it is. Something, bring us something. We can't see much from this angle.
It's very hard. Oh no, is it bold?
Is it bold? Oh yes.
I think so.
Oops, my apologies for that. Yes, it's bold.
Yeah, it is.
It seems to be bold, but why were they appealing for that?
I have no idea, because they thought it was a court behind, but I saw the ball has brushed the wicket as well. Perhaps they didn't have an idea about what's going on, and they were so excited.
I'm just wondering what Deshkar was thinking about. He was so upset, so dejected about that dismissal. Did we see it wrong?
Perhaps he thought the wicket was broken by the wicket keeper. You never know.
That's an interesting. That's a good dismissal. By the way, it's a good delivery in that case. Yeah, 49 for 9.
if you are a Jaffna Hindu fan, yes, you have every reason to be happy because you guys are just 1 wicket away from enforcing the following on Hindu College, Colombo. But if you are from the Colombo side, it's a worrying
In the
sign.
scorecard, it says it's caught behind by Premikan. Did you see a wrong replay? Oh, okay. I mean, let's wait and see how it goes.
Rajendra Kumar Rukesh is the last man for Colombo Hindu College. So close, they're so close.
I think the previous wicket seems to be caught behind. This is not bowled as per the scorer. But it's interesting to see how it's going to go. I think now it's up to Tarujan to sort of see as to how many runs he can get, and then just hope that he still can bat. He can bat. He's been there for a long time. 15 runs or 42 deliveries. He has to farm the strike. He has to do something about it. He has to sort of protect the the last man, number 11, and then try to do the bulk of the scoring. But Jaffna Hindu.
It seems to be Tarujan is losing out of partners, and none of them actually willing to put their hands up and to play with him, so play along with him. And once again, the highest wicket taker, Gajanath, is back into the attack.
4 for 22. Gajanath will be smuggling blood. He would want to get that 5-wicket haul, a big 5-wicket haul in a big match. Wow.
It's a dream for any schoolboy. Perhaps let him live the dream and see what it's going to be. Tarujan should be very careful. It's over because
that's down the leg side. Probably another rare loose delivery. Is that a sign of Gajanath getting a little tired? He's bowled 11 overs. So he's on his 11th over. So literally has bowled on the top right throughout. I think except for probably like 1 or 2 overs with a change of ends. But this is 11th over. Actually, no, this is he's bowled right on the trot.
one another thing that the Jaffna Hindu College fielding was spot on, and they didn't give anything away. And I have never seen a catch being dropped today, and they've been spot on. And because fielding kinds of like elevates the bowlers and the team's performance altogether.
Yep. I think most of the deliveries, most of the spinners were either bowled or either double. I guess there was only there were a couple of catches by the wicketkeeper, but the rest of it there was one in the outfield. But other than that, maybe except for that mis-stumping, so to speak, in a couple of overs back, they've been pretty good. They've been pretty good indeed. 49 for the loss of 9 wickets. Interesting to see Tarujan turning off that single. Turning back on the single.
That does make sense because
that kept low. That really kept low indeed. That really kept low indeed. Probably was a
especially when
puff.
you're batting with your last man, it's better to get away with these things and try to face the bulk of the deliveries by yourself.
49 for the loss of 9 wickets.
Probably they hit that 50 mark first.
Nope, that's interesting. No single at all. 49 for the loss of 9 wickets. The Jaffna Hindu will be certainly looking to cut that single off.
Of course, they understand because then they have full 1 over and Rajendra Kumar have to negotiate that.
Rukesh, Rajendra Kumar, let's see how it goes. But right now, before that, Tarujan to face the last delivery. Oh, that's it. That's the end of it. That's a 5-wicket haul for Gajanath. And Colombo Hindu bundled out for 49. That's a beautiful delivery again. The same mode of dismissal. We've seen lot of these dismissals in this innings.
And they are elated. Look at them. They are doing Mahesh Dikshana's celebration.
Mahesh Dixon will be proud of it.
Of
49
course,
all out.
Definitely. Why not?
So there, Jaffna Hindu lead by 134 runs. Brilliant bowling performance from the Jaffna Hindu boys. The spinners have been on the forefront. Absolutely lovely 5 for Kajanath. 3 wickets for.
They did everything possible because they put some runs on the board. So that itself is a pressure for them, because 180 is a very, very good score when it comes to a big match.
Look at that technique again. The bat was way outside the off stump. The front foot planted right up over there. There was a huge gap. There was an ocean right in between.
Of course.
There was a massive gap indeed. So the Colombo Hindu boys, lot to ponder about, lot to think about.
Except Tarushan, nobody had actually given any fight at this moment. So they need to think about it, and that is a worry-looking scorecard if you are from
It's an absolutely
Hindu College, Colombo. But still, it's big match, right? So you can just come and enjoy no matter what. Who wins at the end of the day, it's cricket wins.
The full bowling figures, fantastic bowling figures right throughout. It's T. Kajanath, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 22. He took the new ball with his leg spin or googlies. Bharadwasan, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 5 runs and 2 wickets. Subbanathan Arjun, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for none, 2 runs, no wickets. Subarnan, 4 overs, 1 maiden, not for 14. And Charanisan, 3 overs, no maiden, 3 for 3. So it's an absolute carnage over here from a bowling perspective. Jaffna Hindu absolutely steamrolled the Colombo Hindu boys. The Colombo Hindu boys dismissed for 49, and the deficit is 134 runs. It will be interesting to see whether the Jaffna Hindu will be willing to enforce the follow-on on the Colombo Hindu boys. And it's a fight on the hands for the Colombo Hindu boys.
We can say the wickets. The first one was like just outside edge. The second one was like, that was good stumping, very good stumping. That was wicket number 2, and this is wicket number 3. New ball just shining in a plumb LBW. There's no way that this could go wrong, and once again another LBW. You can see the lines in length, and that was clean ball, wicket number 5. Wicket number 6. Perhaps the one unwanted shot, and everything else was like, completely credited to the Jaffna Hindu, because they were spot on, and they will look at their lines and lengths and the deliveries, the way they went about the business, they meant business. Wicket number 9, and this is the last one. That is completely flat.
இந்த வேளையில் முதலாவது இன்னிங்ஸ் நிறைவுக்கு வருகின்றது. யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர் 183 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றுக் கொண்டார்கள், சகல விக்கெட்டுகளையும் இழந்து. இன்றைய நாள் நாணய சுழற்சியிலே வெற்றியீட்டிய கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர் துடுப்படுத்த ஆடுவதற்காக யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணியின் தலைவர் எல் பிரியாந்தனை அழைத்திருந்தார். அவர்கள் முதலில் துடுப்படுத்த ஆடிய யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர் சகல விக்கெட்டுகளையும் இழந்து 60 ஓவர் நிறைவில் 183 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றிருந்தார்கள். துடுப்பாட்டத்தின் போது
இது சிங்கக்கோட்டம் சமராடு, நம்ம கோட்டையில கொடியேறும், நீ மோதிப்பாரு சுத்தி ஏறும், ஒரு பந்து வீச்சில் விதி மாறும். இது காலத்தால் ஓயாத போட்டியடா, புது வரலாற விதைக்கும் வாழ்க்கையடா. 11 பேர் தானே நடுவிலடா, 1 கோடி பேர் சீட்டுல நொடியிலடா. சிங்கிள் எல்லாம் பார்த்து நொந்தாச்சிடா, சிக்ஸர் சில சாத்தி நீ கிங்காகிடா. சிங்கிள் எல்லாம் பார்த்து நொந்தாச்சிடா, சில சாத்தி நீ கிங்காகடா இது சிங்க கூட்டம் சமராடும் நம்ம கோட்டையில கொடியேறும் நீ மோதி பாரு சுத்தி ஏறும் வந்து பீச்சில் விதி மாறும் நம்மாலு பற்றில தீப்பொறி பறக்கும் தெட்மன தாண்டி தம்பொன்றிக்குள் நுழையும் நம்மாலு பற்றில தீப்பொறி பறக்கும் தெட்மன தாண்டி தம்பொன்றிக்குள் நுழையும் ஃபேஸ் போலிங் ரொம்ப தப்புன்னு புரியும் புட்டில்லாட விக்கெட் சரியும் ஃபேஸ் போலிங் ரொம்ப தப்புன்னு புரியும் புட்டில்லாட விக்கெட் சரியும் ஓடு ஓடு ஓடி வந்து பந்த போடு ஒரு குகுலிய குஸ்லாவ கலந்து போடு ஓடு ஓடு ஓடி வந்து பந்த போடு ஒரு குகுலிய குஸ்லாவ கலந்து போடு இப்படி சிங்க கூட்டம் சமராடும் கோட்டையில கொடியேறும் நீ மோதி பாரு சுத்தி ஏறும் ஒரு பந்து பீச்சில் விதி மாறும் இது காலத்தாலோயாத போட்டியடா புது வரலாற விதைக்கும் வாழ்க்கையடா 11 பேர் தானே நடுவிலடா ஒரு கோடி பேசிட்டு நொடியிலடா சிங்கிள் எல்லாம் பார்த்து நந்தாச்சிடா சிக்ஸர் சில சாத்தி நீ கிங்காகடா சிங்கிள் எல்லாம் பார்த்து நந்தாச்சிடா சிக்ஸர் சில சாத்தி நீ கிங்காகடா இது சிங்க கூட்டம் சமராடும் நம்ம கோட்டையில கொடியேறும் நீ மோதி பாரு சுத்தி ஏறும் வந்து பீச்சில் விதி மாறும்
மீண்டுமாக இனிய மாலை வணக்கங்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். அனலை எக்ஸ்பிரஸ் HD டிவி தொலைக்காட்சியினூடாக இணைந்திருக்கின்ற எங்கள் அன்புக்குரிய விளையாட்டு ரசிகர்கள், அதோடு மொம் தமிழ், IBC தமிழ், IBC இசை, அதோடு எங்களுடைய லங்காசிரி, இலங்கையில் இருக்கின்ற paparit.com, வீரகசிரி இணையதளம் ஆகியவற்றோடு நேரலையாக இணைந்திருக்கின்ற அன்புக்குரிய விளையாட்டு வீரர்களை, விளையாட்டு ரசிகர்களே, நாணய சுழற்சியிலே இன்றைய நாள் வெற்றியீட்டிய 12வது இந்துக்களின் பெருஞ்சமர் முதல் நாள் போட்டியில பம்பலப்பிட்டி இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர் முதலில் துடுப்படுத்த ஆடுவதற்காக யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினரை அழைத்திருந்தார்கள். அந்த வகையில் யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர் முதல் இன்னிங்ஸ்க்காக 60 ஓவர்கள் நிறைவிலே 183 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றிருந்தார்கள். இதில் பரிசித் 147 பந்துகளில் 80 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்று இன்றைய நாள் யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணி சார்பாக அதிகூடிய ஓட்டங்களை பெற்ற வீரர் என்ற பெயர் பட்டியலை அல்லது பெயரை பதிவு செய்திருக்கின்றார். இவர் 4 ஓட்டங்கள் 12 ஒரு சிக்ஸர்கள் உள்ளடங்களாகத்தான் இந்த 80 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றிருந்தார். அதே போன்று சுபர்ணன் 34 பந்துகளில் 22 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றிருந்தார். இவர் 3 பவுண்டரிகள் உள்ளடங்களாக ஒரு சிக்ஸர்கள் உள்ளடங்களாக அந்த 22 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றிருந்தார். எம் கஜன் யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி அணி சார்பாக 67 பந்துகளில் 28 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றிருந்தார். அவர் பவுண்டரிகள் 3 பவுண்டரிகள் உள்ளடங்களாக எந்தவித சிக்ஸரையும் பெற்றுக் கொள்ளவில்லை. அதே போன்று கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரி சார்பாக பந்து வீச்சின் போது எம் அபிஷேக் 17 ஓவர் பந்து வீசி 3 ஓட்டமற்ற ஓவர்களுக்கு 57 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 3 விக்கெட்டை பெற்றுக் கொண்டார். ஆர் தேஷ்கர் 16 ஓவர்கள் பந்து வீசி 5 ஓட்டமற்ற ஓவர் 36 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 4 விக்கெட்டுகளையும், ஆர் ருகேஷ் 6 ஓவர்கள் பந்து வீசி 38 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 1 விக்கெட்டினையும், எஸ் அர்ஷ் 6 ஓவர்கள் பந்து வீசி 3 ஓட்டமற்ற ஓவர்களுக்கு 13 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 1 விக்கெட்டனையும், ஆர் டிலோஜன் 8 ஓவர்கள் பந்து வீசி 1 ஓட்டமற்ற ஓவரும் 23 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 1 விக்கெட்டனையும், பி நிதுர்ஷான் 1 ஓவர்கள் பந்து வீசி 6 ஓட்டங்களும், அதே போன்று பி தாருண்யன் 6 ஓவர்கள் பந்து வீசி 3 ஓட்டமற்ற ஓவர் 7 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றார். இன்றைய நாள் அதிகூடிய விக்கெட்டுகளை தேஷ்கர் 16 ஓவர்கள் பந்து வீசி 5 ஓட்டமற்ற ஓவர் 36 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 4 விக்கெட்டுகளை பெற்றதான் பம்பலப்பிட்டி இந்து கல்லூரியின் பந்து வீச்சின் சிறப்பம்சமாக இருந்தது. பதிலுக்கு துடுப்படுத்த ஆடிய கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரி, கொழும்பு பம்பலப்பிட்டி இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர் சகல விக்கெட்டுகளை இழந்து 49 ஓட்டங்களை தான் பொழுது பெற்றிருக்கின்றார்கள். இரண்டாவது இன்னிங்ஸ்க்காக வாய்ப்புகள் வழங்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரி அணி சார்பாக அதிகூடிய ஓட்டங்களாக பதிவு செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. டிலோஜன் 17 ஓட்டங்களை மாத்திரம் பெற்றிருக்கிறார். 31 பந்துகளுக்கு முகம் கொடுத்து டிலோஜன் தான் 17 ஓட்டங்கள். கிட்டத்தட்ட 3 வீரர்கள் பூச்சிய நிலையில் ஆட்டமிழந்த ஆடுகளத்தை விட்டு வெளியேறி இருக்கின்றார்கள். பந்து வீச்சின் போது யாழ்ப்பாண இந்து கல்லூரி அணி சார்பாக டி கஜநாத் 4 விக்கெட்டை பெற்றிருக்கின்றார். 8 ஓவர்கள் பந்து வீசி 2 ஓட்டமற்ற ஓவர் 17 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 4 விக்கெட்டை பெற்றதான் யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரியின் பந்து வீச்சின் ஒரு சிறப்பம்சமாக தற்பொழுது இரண்டாவது இன்னிங்ஸ் ஆரம்பிக்க காத்திருக்கின்றார்கள். இரண்டாவது இன்னிங்ஸை இப்பொழுது முதலில் துடுப்படுத்தி ஆடுவதற்காக கொழும்பு பம்பலப்பிட்டி இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர் தயாராக இருக்கின்றார்கள். மீண்டும் நாங்கள் கொழும்பு பி சரவணமுத்து சர்வதேச விளையாட்டு மைதானத்திலிருந்து உங்களோடு நேரலையாக சந்திக்க காத்திருக்கின்றோம்.
Welcome back. The one earlier before was a drop chance, and I think it's a missed single by the Colombo Hindu boys as well. So they were waiting for the ball to be caught, but it was not caught at all. So they should have actually run with the stroke to have got a single. So Hindu College following on, Hindu College Colombo following on a 1 for no loss at the end of 1.4 overs. They trail by 133 runs, and they need to score another 133 runs to get the Jaffna Hindu boys to bat again. Delusion on 1 and Vidushigan yet to open his account. It's interesting that they've opened the bowling with spin from both sides. That's possibly because these two bowlers took the bulk of the wickets in the first innings, and hence they want to continue with the same attack. But it's not a bad idea to bring the left arm as well into the picture, because he can still swing the new ball. The ball is much newer right now, so he can move the ball a little bit and trouble the batsman as well. I'm pretty sure that he's going to come into the attack anytime soon. Direction on 1 and Vidushigan on North. The Colombo Hindu boys needs to think about survival for the day, but the mode of survival has to be by showing some intent rather than just going into the shell. I think the Colombo Hindu boys should bat as if though they're batting in the first innings, play freely and get the required runs rather than thinking about avoiding the follow-ons and so on and so forth. With nicely tossed up delivery, played into the covers for no runs. Taranison trying to tease the batsman. Seems like it's 2 slips a gully. It's a good single, very good single indeed. Good running. It's good running indeed by the batsman. 2 for no loss. From a Colombo Hindu's perspective, they would be looking at closing the innings for the day without losing any wickets, or possibly at the max of 1 wicket. I'm told that they have to face a maximum of around 17 overs with lights permitting. They got to show some intent, they got to show some character, they got to show some fight to take the match into the second day, and they should be focusing on getting a good second innings score to put the Jaffna Hindu to bat again. That's a shot, a rank long hop, and that's pummeled over the Satya Kumaraswamy Stadium. I'm sure even Satya Kumaraswamy would have been proud of that stroke. That's a huge 6 by Vidushigan. That's a massive hit indeed. A very short delivery. Possibly a tired-looking Kajanath. It's short, angling across, angling into the batsman, down the leg side, and the batsman really latched onto it. Just wondering whether Kajanath is getting tired a little bit. He seems to be going lower and lower in his action. And that's another 6, is that right? Yes, indeed. That's another 6. That's something to cheer about for the Hindu College fans, Hindu College Colombo fans. 14. The score moves on to 14. That's again a good hit by Vidushigan. Oh, that's tossed up. A much better delivery though. That's tossed up on around the off stump, and he just hiked it over along on for 6. Yep, nicely worked in. That's good batting. That's good batting indeed. Scoring a couple of sixers. Went to the back foot. Turned the ball around for a single. That's pretty good intent indeed. A good over from a Colombo Hindu perspective. But Jaffna Hindu would be looking at more accurate bowling in order to make sure that you keep the foot on the Hindu College Colombo's throat. 15 for no loss, following on at the end of the 3rd over, out of the 17 overs of play which is possible for the day. Now the face, it's Diluksan, the skipper. The skipper needs to play a captain's knock. Oh, that's drifting outside the off stump. It possibly deviated a little bit. Though it's an off spin, I think it probably went the other way around a little bit. That's good bowling indeed. The crowd up on his feet after the last 2 sixes. And they're just hoping that the Colombo Hindu can put up a fight again. Again, the batsman playing for the turn, that non-existent turn. The ball was going straight on, and it just beats the bat. All ends up. That's well judged. This time the batsman was not looking for the turn. It was slightly wide outside the off stump. He saw the ball coming through as a straight on and just left it alone. But again, look at the accuracy of the Hindu College bowlers. They've been bowling fairly accurately indeed. Taranison in particular has been right on the money, there and thereabouts, slightly wide outside the off stump. He probably would do well to bring the ball in a little bit, possibly into the off stump or a fourth stump kind of channel, just to trouble the batsman a little bit more. Yep, that's tossed up nicely, again outside the off stump. Possibly looking for some drift and turn, but that's not yet there. We haven't seen many balls turning today, except for the ones which are sort of dipping in or sort of going on with the arm. There's no extravagant turn on the pitch. 15 for no loss at the end of 4 overs, and that's a maiden over. A good over by Taranison. 2 overs, 2 maidens, no runs and no wicket. And that's the expected bowling change coming in. That's the left arm seamer, Bharadwasan, who took 2 wickets in the first innings. Bowled fairly all right. Was able to bring the ball back. At this time, staying down the leg side. And it missed everything. The keeper as well as the batsman. The batsman as well as the keeper. That's on the leg side. Nice to play towards square leg. No run. 15 for no loss. There's a small correction. I think the 2 sixes were hit by Dilukshan and not Midushigan. Dilukshan on 14 in 22 deliveries and Midushigan on 1 in 4 deliveries. Oh, that's a nice delivery indeed. Ball beautifully. The ball was coming back in the air. There's some moment for the left-hander, just curling back in, but the batsman was equal to the task. Was able to sort of push it towards the mid-wicket region for a single. 17 for no loss. That's wide outside the off stump. That's no run. Bardwar Singh holding his first over. So far he's given away 1 run and has not taken a wicket as yet. 17 for no loss. Following on, Colombo Hindu. The follow-on target is 134 runs, and now they are 117 runs adrift. There is the 5th over in progress in the second innings, and possibly another 12 overs of play left, depending on, light and weather permitting. Again outside the off stump. I think this is not the way Jaffna Hindu bowled in the first innings. They got to get the batsman play. They got to get the batsman play as much as possible, because they would love to take a few wickets before the end of the day to put more pressure on the batsman on the batting side. But right now they seem to be a slightly tired lot in terms of bowling. They've sort of lost the discipline which they had in the first innings. But again, this is early days. This is early days in the second innings, so anything could happen. Colombo Hindu is up for a fight right now. 17 for no loss. Courtesy of 2 massive sixes by Dilukshan. Off the bowling of Kajanath. Now it's Taranison. He bowled 2 very tight overs. Ball outside the off stump. No turn at all. Just going straight on. Batsman on the back foot punched it to the covers. No addition to the score. That's an aggressive stroke indeed. Dilukshan should be careful. He should be very careful indeed. He can't afford to lose the wicket. Being the skipper of the side, he's got to stay on. But Jaffna Hindu would love to see that kind of strokes coming in, because they can make mistakes. The spinners would love to entice the batsman to go for their shots, and that's the easiest way to get wickets. Taranison operating at a nice length and line, keeping it very nice and tight. Again outside the off stump. Jaffna Hindu seems to be rushing a little bit. They want to get as many overs as possible before the bad lights stop play. Again, lovely loop outside the off stump. Push towards the point area. No run at all. 17 for no loss. This is the 6th over in progress. Third consecutive maiden for Taranison. 3 overs, 3 maidens, no runs and no wicket. Dilipshan on 15 in 29 deliveries and Midhustigan on 1 in 7 deliveries. Colombo Hindu putting up a good fight. Looking forward to putting up a good fight. Jaffna Hindu really looking at wrapping up things indeed. 17 for no loss. 117 runs adrift to avoid the follow-on mark. And possibly another 11 hours of play left for the day. Kajanath again into the action. Just 1 over of left arm seam. That ball kept absolutely low indeed. It was on the fuller length, kept very, very low, and that's a loud appeal for a stumping. But umpires unmoved. And let's see the replay. The batsman did momentarily drag the foot. Was that foot on the line? The umpire feels that there could be something which is behind the line, but that seemed to be a very, very close call, to be honest. That seemed to be an extremely close call. And in an international arena, you would have seen a zoomer coming in to make the decision. The batsman did drag the feet out, but probably just managed to bring it back in. Probably, maybe a nail. Kajanath again operating with the deft bowling indeed. It's been again nice and tight except for the last delivery. This time slightly outside the off stump, pushing it further away. The Colombo Hinduites will be really, really happy to leave that delivery. 7 overs gone, 17 without loss. Another possible 10 overs of play left. This again subject to the lights. Subarnan into the attack. And again, the spin quartet doing the job for Colombo Jaffna Hindu right now. They are looking for the spinners to do the job, and that's a slightly shortish delivery. Just work towards the square leg region 4 runs. That's an effortless stroke indeed. A pretty poor delivery, to be honest. Maybe a loosener from the bowler. Just into the hips of the batsman. It just swiveled and worked it away with some nice supple wrists for 4 runs. Dilipshan on 19. The score moves on to 21 without loss. Dot ball. Dilipshan on 19 of 31 deliveries and Midhustigan on 21 without loss. 7.2 overs. That's a good delivery. That's a pretty good delivery indeed. Nice line. Parikshit doing this little dive to stop the delivery. Subarnan, nice loopy delivery on the off stump. Ball holding in, coming back. It's a very interesting day of play so far. 222 runs, 243 runs have been scored so far in the day for the loss of 20 wickets. So there's a fair bit of runs being scored, but a lot of wickets being lost as well. And a fair amount of dancing going on in the aisles as well, so that's good to see. It's good to see the Colombo Hindu supporters still active, dancing around, doing their tricks and trades, and keeping the atmosphere pretty nice indeed. That's 8 overs gone, 21 without loss. Kazanath into the action again. Magician right on the money, right, stretches forward, just kills the ball. Opposite head bat, kills it down, no run. Two slips a gully and all in fairly close cordon. That's possibly because the wicket seems to have slowed down a bit, and hence they're closing it on, so that any potential edge, any possible edge doesn't go down to the ground. Now that's a loopy full toss. That's a loopy full toss driven away nicely, just past the diving deep for 4 runs. That's gold. That's precious runs indeed for Colombo Hindu boys. The 25 without loss. Midushan on 5 and Dilukshan on 19. Kajanath not for 19 of 3.3 overs. Getting a bit of stick in the second innings. Possibly is tiring. Possibly. Yep, that should have been fielded, though it's a tough one though. It's a good effort. The loud appeal for caught behind. But umpire unmoved. On the other hand, Ireland versus Sri Lanka. Sorry, Netherlands versus Sri Lanka. Oh, that looked very, very close indeed. That looks very close to the outside edge. Sri Lanka 230 in all out, and Netherlands 69 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of over number 12. So they are on course for a good victory. They have to have one of the 145 runs to win the match. And that's pulled behind square for 4 runs. That's a good little. That's again a rank long hop by the bowler, but again a good looking shot by the batsman. Just swiveled a little bit and then got it into the vacant square leg area for 4 runs. That's 20. The score moves on to 33. It's nicely played indeed. Ball slightly fairly short and coming on slowly, but in the meantime it was fairly nicely played as well. So it's 29 for no loss. Subarnan back into the attack. 1 over, it just bowled 1 over, gave away 4 runs without taking a wicket. That's 29 for no loss in 9.3 overs. Subarnan to bowl to Dilukshan. That's a technically correct stroke. Just right across the stumps. Pat and Pat close together, pushed into the offside. No damage done and no single. Over number 10 in progress. And I presume another 7 overs left after this particular over. So Colombo Hindu would love to survive that 7.2 overs, whereas the Jaffna Hindu boys would love to sniff out a wicket or two before the end of day's play. 29 for no loss in 9.4 overs. Dilukshan playing a responsible captain's knock. That's deliberate padding, but it's pitched outside the leg stump. So no damage done. On the other hand, Netherlands seems to be on course for an upset win. They are 83 for 2 in 12.6 overs, 13 overs, with Wesley Baresi on 51 and Basti Lead on 24. Sri Lanka 213, another 131 runs more required for Netherlands to complete an upset win. Taranison once again. He's bowled 3 overs, yet to concede a run. He's bowled nice and straight, but hasn't looked threatening at all today. Seems to have decided to come round the stumps. Let's see how it goes. Yep, that's an interesting angle. That's again outside the off stump. Possibly he's trying to bring the ball back in, or possibly he wants to sort of angle the ball in from that angle, from the round the stumps. But absolutely no turn at all. There's no movement, nothing happening there. Oh, that's good. That's a good line. That's a very good line indeed. Right on the stumps. Just have to get the batsman to play more at you, so that you can snuffle out a wicket. But right now it's 29 for no loss in 10.2 overs. Midushigan on 9. Oh, that's quite close. That's quite close to be able to leave. The pitch has slowed down considerably, and it seems to be good for batting. There's no trouble at all. Again, that's very, very close to the off stump. The batsman should be very careful in leaving that. But right now, he seems to be touching it to perfection. But let's see how it goes. Midushigan. Oh, that's a good delivery again. He just brought the ball in. He seems to be trying to set up a little bit. He bowled the first one wide outside the off stump, and then brought a couple of deliveries just a bit more closer. The batsman still left it alone. The fourth one, the last one, he of course bowled it on the stumps. And this one again slightly pushed outside the off stump. Good bowling by Taranison. 4 overs, yet to concede a run. And he's been trying to vary his lengths a little bit, line a little bit, just to confuse the batsman. The batsman has been equal to the task so far. It's 29 for no loss at the end of 11 overs, and possibly another potential 6 overs of play left. Back to pace. Oh no, that's again spin. That's Subarnan. Bowled a good maiden over last time in the last over. So 2 overs north of 4 is the figures. 29 for no loss. Colombo Hindu at the end of 11.1 overs. Dilukshan on 19 of 42 deliveries and Midushigan on 9 of 25 deliveries. Colombo Hindu would be looking at surviving this last 5 or 6 overs, whereas Jaffna Hindu would really love. Oh, that's a dangerous one indeed. That's a dangerous delivery to pad up. That certainly looked closer than what everyone thought. The batsman should be very, very careful in turning up to those deliveries, specifically from that angle. That's very close. That's nicely played. That's a single, hopefully. There's a lot of work to be done for Parikshit in that delivery. He got to run around with his helmet and the shin pads, which I'm sure he wouldn't have loved it. It's 30 for no loss. Direction on 20 and Nidushigan on 9. The Colombo Hindu boys should not be complacent, should not go into that shell. They should still show some positive intent. It doesn't mean that it's aggressive hitting. They should play more with the bat rather than the pad. There's too much of padding going on right now, and it's pretty dangerous in that sense. Jaffna Hindu wouldn't mind that so long as it's closer to the stumps, and they are again right on the money with regards to their bowling, though the zip is gone in comparison to what they had in the first innings. Outside the off stump, from around the stumps. The umpire having a chat with the bowler with regards to possibly his landing spot, or maybe the danger area. Not really sure about that. Just had a quiet chat with the bowler, and it's good to see these umpires having this chat with the bowlers. Again, outside the off stump, pretty nicely defended towards the point region for no run. Absorbing Days cricket, and we have the Colombo Hindu old boys over there, some of the organizing committee members who put in all this hard yards today to keep this match a reality. It's a lovely atmosphere, lovely settings, lovely facilities provided to us by the old boys and the grounds and everyone all concerned. And it's Absorbing Days cricket. The Papari band has been keeping us entertained, and of course along with the mobile phones as well. It's 30 for no loss in 12 overs. Another possible 5 overs of play left for the day. And Colombo Hindu trailed by 104 runs. And again back to Zimbabwe. The Netherlands has lost its third wicket off to run out. Baresi, the top scorer so far, the guy who had scored 52, has been run out by Kusal Mendis, and the score moves on to 88 for the loss of 3 wickets in 14.2 overs. Kajanath continues to bowl 4.1 overs, note for 23, slightly more expensive in this spell, in this innings so far, possibly due to those couple of sixers he had. The ball comes through very slowly indeed, and it's keeping a touch low as well, so the batsman should be very careful in terms of going on the back foot. So far they've been able to manage because it's getting slower off the pitch. Slightly pushed on the leg side. More work for Parikshit. No run taken as well. It's 30 for no loss of 12.5 overs. Hachanath to Dilukson. That's Beautifully fielded, was it not? Oh no, it's a nice stroke indeed. That's a boundary. That's a boundary. Good effort by the fielder over there, but it still parried through, and there's a good stroke indeed. It didn't look a powerful hit. It seemed like an innocuous push, but it just managed to hit the gap and gathered momentum after it hitting. Nice loopy delivery on the back foot. The ball was coming in. Good effort at short extra cover. Possibly, I think it hit the square and gathered more pace. A good diving effort by the fielder, number 8. Number 8 is also a good position in rugby, but they're not known for this kind of running. 34 for no loss in 13 overs. Colombo Hindu putting up a better show this time in the second innings. Batting fairly alright. Putting up a good score. And they are still adrift by 100 runs. They still need to get 100 more runs to avoid the follow-on. Tarnison to continue. He is yet to concede a run. Loopy. The bowlers are now trying to sort of entice the batsman to come down the track by looping it up above the eye line. The batsman still not budging. They've shown some tenacity to stay on, to fight the temptation to go after the bowling. That's a nice delivery indeed. Looped in, curved in the air and above the eye line, but the batsman managed to survive. Yeah, that's very nicely played indeed. The batsman still should be worrying about, should consider this bat pad gap which they've been having. Even the last defensive stroke what they played, there was a sizable gap. The batsman was initially shaping for a cut over there, but managed to resist the temptation and then watch the ball right to the end. Vidushigan on 9, looking fairly solid. First phase 31 delivery. That effect from the middle stump and then flicked it towards mid-wicket for a run. That's possibly the first run of Taranison's bowling in this innings. That was slightly shorter and it was on the middle stump. It just opened up the middle stump a little bit and then pushed it into the mid-wicket area for a single. Looked a little tricky in that sense. Colombo Hindu got to tighten up and then keep on batting time and time out. They got to bat the entire 17 overs for the day before having a fresh look at it from tomorrow morning. Again, that's possibly off the pad. Just lobbed a little bit. Was there a bat involved in that? Possibly no. 35 for no loss. Colombo Hindu looking for survival and Jaffna Hindu is looking for that elusive first wicket in the second innings to create some doubts in the minds of the Colombo Hindu boys. Colombo Hindu still trailed by 99 runs. They have a mountain to claim. Remember, the 99 runs itself will be good enough. They have to score a fair amount of runs in order to trouble the Jaffna Hindu batters, even if they have to, in the second innings. But right now they should be looking at focusing on that 99 runs which is required. That's at the end of over number 14. Taranison 5 overs, 4 maidens and considered only 1 run. At the end of over number 14, Colombo Hindu 35 for no loss in 14 overs, Dilukshan on 24 and Vidushigan on 10. Dilukshan seems to be a naturally aggressive player, but seemed to have, after those 2 sixers and a boundary, he seemed to have curbed his natural instinct and been looking solid with regards to his batting. But the Hindu bowling, Jaffna Hindu bowling has been fairly spot on. They've been bowling fairly well, fairly all right, there and thereabouts. Haven't given too many width or room. Though in this second innings, they've been slightly off colour in comparison to the first innings. There's a bowling change, and we could see why Sarjan into the attack. A bit of medium pace, to be frank. Right arm round the stumps. That's a wide. That's wide. That's wide, and that's a boundary as well. That's 5 runs. Again, that's gold for the Colombo Hindu boys when they are in pursuit of this additional 99 which is required. So 40 for no loss. And Sarjan, for the first time in this match, he didn't get to bowl in the first innings. But I'm told that he took a 5 in the last year's big match. Now that's pushed wide outside the off stump. That's a wide and a boundary as well. It missed the keeper and the slip Gordon. That's again wide outside the off stump. He seems to be sort of pushing the ball towards the outside the off stump channel. He's got to keep it nice and straight to get the batsman play at it. But 40 for no loss in 14.1 overs. Colombo Hindu will be the happy loss in the second innings. But overall, it's Jaffna Hindu all the way, scoring 183 and then restricting Colombo Hindu for 49. That's a good delivery. That's a good delivery indeed. It's just getting his radar right. First one was wide outside the off stump, and it was called a wide and went for a boundary as well. The second one, he brought it in a little bit, but still it's harmless, left alone. The third one, he was on that off stump channel, and the batsman had to play at it, and he did play fairly all right. There we go. That's on the middle stump to stump stuff right now, so he seems to be getting his radar right. He probably will have to keep it there and thereabouts, or maybe just slightly on or around the off stump to induce an edge. The ball would still be newer because it's just 14.3 overs old, and these are not rough conditions. These are not conditions where the batsmen have been hitting the cover of the ball. So it should be still nice and fresh. 40 for no loss in 14.3 overs. Dilukshan on 24 and Midhusigan on 10. That's down the leg side from wide outside the off stump to outside the leg stump stuff. So this over has had all the possible lines. Had a wide outside the off stump, then probably one slightly wider outside the off stump, then one on the off stump channel, then one on the middle stump channel, and now the one drifting down the leg side. So it's covering the entire spectrum of the crease. 41 for no loss, and that's a leg bye. This is not what Jaffna Hindu would want from Sarjan at this time of the innings. They would want him to keep the ball there and thereabouts and possibly extract some movement out of it so that they can snip out a wicket. That's a good delivery. Again, now it's from right arm over the wicket. Push towards the leg stump. 14.5 overs completed, 41 for no loss. The last ball of the over coming up, and possibly another additional 2 overs of play left. It's again the umpires to decide the time, but as per our calculations, it's 2.1 overs left for the day. That's again onto the leg side. The batsman on the front foot, rather on the back foot, turning its wrist over to the short mid wicket area for no runs. That's the end of day's play. It looks like, yes, it is. So it's at the end of 15 overs. At the end of first day's play, Colombo Hindu a 41 for no loss, putting up a far better show and almost overhauling the first innings total of 49. To summarize, Jaffna Hindu batting first, 183 all out. And Colombo Hindu College Colombo Hindu College was 49, was dismissed for 49, with some brilliant bowling by Khazanath, who took 5 wickets, and Taranison, who took 3 wickets as well. Of course, for Colombo Hindu, Deshkar took 4 wickets, and Midhusan took and Abhishek took 3 wickets as well. And Colombo Hindu following on are now 41 for no loss in 15 overs and they still trail by 93 runs. It's a good absorbing day's cricket. Fairly attritional cricket, I would say. There was good ground support, good activities, good music, good dancing around on the aisles by the teachers and the students. And we are hoping for a good day's play tomorrow. And we're hoping for a better crowd as well, with all the old boys coming in. With that, I hand it over to Ajit for his review on Tamil. An update until Ajit comes in. An update on the Netherlands match. It's Sri Lanka 213 all out, and Netherlands are 103 for 4. Panindu Hasaranga has picked up a wicket as well, so it's 1 for 27. So let's see how it goes over there. But right now over here, Colombo Hindu College following on with a deficit of 134 runs, are 41 for no loss at the end of day's play. So that's it from the commentary box over here. And over to Ajit, who's going to go downstairs and do a summary. Thank you.
நீலமும் வெள்ளையும் மஞ்சளும் மண்ணிறமும் முட்டி மோதுகின்ற கொழும்பு இந்துக்களின் பெருஞ்சமர் முதலாவது நாள் போட்டிகள் அனைத்தும் நிறைவுக்கு வருகின்றது. 2 நாள் கொண்ட இந்த போட்டி தொடரின் முதல் நாள் தற்பொழுது நிறைவுக்கு வந்திருக்கின்ற வேளையில் காலை வேளை முதல் இதுவரை எங்களோடு இணைந்திருந்த கனடாவிலிருந்து ஒளிபரப்பாகின்ற அனலை எக்ஸ்பிரஸ் HD டிவி, அதோடு மொன் தமிழ், IBC தமிழ், லங்காஸ்ரீ, IBC இசை, paparit.com, ARV லோசன் ஸ்போர்ட், அதோடு வீரகேசரி ஆன்லைனோடாக இணைந்திருக்கின்ற எங்களுடைய விளையாட்டு வீரர்கள், விளையாட்டு ரசிகர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் மீண்டும் ஒரு முறை நாங்கள் ஞாபகப்படுத்துகின்றோம். முதலாவது நாள் இந்த போட்டிகள் நிறைவுக்கு வருகின்றன. 2வது நாள் நாளைய தினம் மீண்டும் சரியாக காலை 9 மணிக்கு ஆரம்பமாக காத்திருக்கின்றன. முதல் இன்னிங்ஸ்க்காக 183 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றிருந்தார்கள் யாழ்ப்பாண இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர். சகல விக்கெட்டுகளையும் இழந்து பதிலுக்கு துடுப்படுத்த ஆடிய கொழும்பு இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர் 23 ஓவர்களில் சகல விக்கெட்டுகளை இழந்து 49 ஓட்டங்களை மாத்திரம்தான் பெற்றிருந்தார்கள். எனவே மீண்டும் 2வது இன்னிங்ஸ்க்காக வாய்ப்புகள் வழங்கப்பட்டன. அந்த 2வது இன்னிங்ஸின் போது தற்பொழுது பம்பலப்பிட்டி இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர் எந்தவித விக்கெட்டுகளையும் இழக்காமல், அதாவது 41 ஓட்டங்களை மாத்திரம் பெற்றிருக்கின்றார்கள் 15 ஓவர்கள் நிறைவில். அதில் மிதுஷிகன் 9 ஓட்டங்களும் டிலுக்ஷன் 20 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றிருந்தார்கள். பந்து வீச்சின் போது சுபர்ணன் 3 ஓவர்கள் பந்து வீசி 23 ஓட்டங்களுக்கும், தரணீஷன் 4 ஓவர்கள் பந்து வீசி 5 ஓட்டங்களை பெற்றிருந்தார்கள். அது 2வது இன்னிங்ஸ்க்கான ஸ்கோர் விவரங்களை நாங்கள் உங்களுக்கு நேரையாக எடுத்து வந்திருந்தோம். சரியாக மாலை 6:30 மணி அளவில் பம்பலப்பிட்டி அதாவது சரஸ்வதி மண்டபத்தில் இடம்பெற இருக்கின்ற அந்த சொல்லாடல் அல்லது விவாத சமருக்கு உங்களை நாங்கள் அன்போடு அழைக்கின்றோம். நாளைய தினமும் மீண்டும் சரியாக காலை 9 மணிக்கு அனலை எக்ஸ்பிரஸ் HD தொலைக்காட்சியின் மூலமாக மொன் தமிழோடாக லங்காஸ்ரீ, IBC இசை, IBC தமிழ், ARV லோசன் ஸ்போர்ட், அதோடு paparit.com ஓடாக உங்களை நாங்கள் நேரலையாக சந்திக்க காத்திருக்கிறோம். அதுவரை கொழும்பு சர்வதேச மைதானமான பி சரவணமுத்து சர்வதேச மைதானத்திலிருந்து நாங்கள் விடைபெற்றுக் கொள்ள காத்திருக்கின்றோம். 2வது இன்னிங்ஸ்க்காக நாளைய தினமும் பம்பலப்பிட்டி இந்து கல்லூரி அணியினர் துடுப்படுத்த ஆட காத்திருக்கின்றார்கள். நாளைய நாள் 2வதும் இறுதியுமான நாள். இந்த போட்டியின் முழுமையான விவரங்களை நாங்கள் அனலை எக்ஸ்பிரஸினூடாக உங்களுக்கு எடுத்து வர காத்திருக்கின்றோம். இன்றைய நாள் எங்களுக்கு அனுசரணை வழங்கிய தனா யோகநாதன் வீடு என்பது தொடுவானம் அல்ல, கலங்கரை விளக்கம் என சொல்லப்படுகின்றது. அந்த வகையில் எங்களுடைய தனா யோகநாதன் வீடு விற்பனைக்கு ஒரு பிரத்யோகமான முகவர கன்னடா நகரில் ஓம் லைஃப் என்று சொல்லப்படுகின்ற எங்களுடைய தனா யோகநாதன் அவர்களை நாங்கள் இந்த வழியில் நன்றியோடு நினைவு கூறுகின்றோம். சிந்து சுதாகரன் ரீமெக்ஸ் ராயல் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி வீடு விற்பனை முகவர், ராம்கிருஷ் வீடு விற்பனை முகவர்கள் ஆகியோர் எங்களுக்கு அனுசரணை வழங்கியிருந்த அன்புக்குரிய அனுசரணையாளர்கள். அந்த அனுசரணையாளர்களோடு நாங்கள் தற்பொழுது விடைபெற்றுக் கொள்ள காத்திருக்கிறோம். எங்களோடு இணைந்திருந்த அன்புக்குரிய எங்களுடைய அனலை எக்ஸ்பிரஸ் HD டிவி தொலைக்காட்சியின் திரு தினேஷ் அவர்கள் மற்றும் இந்த நேரலனியோடாக இணைந்திருந்த ரங்க பெர்னாண்டோ உட்பட சகல எங்களுடைய பதிவாளர்கள், ஒளிப்பதிவாளர்கள், தயாரிப்பாளர்கள் சார்பாக நாங்கள் நன்றி கூறி விடைபெற்றுக் கொள்கின்றோம். மீண்டும் எங்களுடைய இந்த சொல்லாடல் நிகழ்ச்சியில் அல்லது விவாதத்திலிருந்து சரஸ்வதி மண்டபத்திலிருந்து நேரலையாக சந்திக்கும் வரை நன்றி, வணக்கம். தொடர்ச்சியாக அனலை எக்ஸ்பிரஸ் HD டிவியோடு இணைந்திருங்கள்.
தலை நிமிர்ந்த தலைமுறை தலைவர்கள் தாங்கிடும் வீரச்சுமை, நம்புகளை பாடிட உருவாக்கிடுவோம் புது வரலாற்றினை. கொண்ட பார்வையில் எரிகற்கள் சிதறிட நையப்புடை, வீழும் பாறைகள் யாவும் வெறும் கட்டல் இல்லை. வென்றாலும் வீழ்ந்தாலும் தேர்வை துளியாடியாக மாறினாலும் களமெங்கள் என் கொடி மறக்க வாழலாம் புகழோங்க. போராடா இணையம் முடித்திடுவோம் நாமே, வரலாறாய் மாறும் தருணம் தானே. காலைகள் கூட்டம் மாறும் பொறிகள் தானே, களமாடும் சவரில்